Chapter 226, Never Seen It. If it really is that one, then it will be troublesome. A hint of gloom flashed through Yuuji's eyes. As for which Godzilla was the strongest, there were naturally many different opinions. Planet Godzilla might not be the strongest among all of Godzilla, and could at most be ranked in the top 3. But when it came to the strongest Ghidorah, there was only that one. That was Ghidorah, who had long surpassed the ordinary dimensions and became a super life form that overlooked countless planets. He was called Star Eater by countless civilizations in horror. This Ghidorah had conquered countless planets and eaten the accompanying giant beasts of countless planets. He did not even need his main body to descend. He could just casually send out some clones to deal with these planet-level monsters. The planet Godzilla was so powerful that he controlled and assimilated the entire Earth, defeating 3 universe civilizations. However, facing Ghidorah, who had crossed a long distance and only sent a clone to descend to the Earth, he was almost beaten to death. All of the attacks of the planet Godzilla were ineffective against Ghidorah's clone in the higher dimension. He could only passively endure the bite and devour of Ghidorah's clone, but he was helpless. If not for the protagonist's cheat, the villain would have been in favor, and the planet Ghidorah would have descended long ago. Although I can't evaluate the specific strength, in terms of specifications, the Star Eater Ghidorah is equivalent to the supreme god of the universe in that world, on the same level as the god of chakra in this world. The purpose of Otsutsuki's clan is to sacrifice countless planets and create an ultimate god of chakra. Obviously, Otsutsuki's clan, which is everywhere on Rikuta Senin level, has many people who can cross the universe. The god they want to create is definitely above all Otsutsuki clansmen. It must be an even higher individual that surpassed Rikuta Senin. Yuuji was unable to determine who was stronger between Star Eater Ghidorah and God of Chakra, but thinking about this question was actually meaningless. They were both at the level of Universe God, not something Yuuji could hope for now. Looks like I have to put in a lot of effort. After thinking for a while, Yuuji chuckled and patted his stomach in satisfaction. In the future, he would fight for it in the future. Now, he only needed to do his own things. Yuuji began to collect the second tail chakra that was dissipating around him. Most of the second tail's chakra was devoured by planet Godzilla, but when it was crushed, there was still a lot of chakra spreading all around. All of this was collected by Yuuji. Iroha, bring Kakashi in, Yuuji said lightly. Soon, Kakashi walked in and stood in front of Yuuji expressionlessly. Yandere should have told you the relevant information. The village hopes that you can become the new two-tailed Jinchuriki. Yuuji said. Kakashi said coldly, I'm already prepared. Don't be in such a hurry to prepare. Now that things have changed, you won't be able to get the complete Nibi. Kakashi was a little surprised, but he quickly calmed down. No wonder you insisted on bringing the second tail to Roots department first. So, I need to lie to sensei. Very smart. Otherwise, if the second tail disappears into thin air, it will easily cause a stir in the village and even the entire ninja world, Yuuji said. This was Bijuu. Humans had the strength to seal or even kill Bijuu, but they did not have the ability to completely erase him. Once the news that the Nibi was completely killed spread, it would immediately cause a huge uproar. This would require Kakashi to cheat. In any case, giving the remaining two-tailed chakra to Kakashi was enough. There is one more thing. Although Nibi is dead, according to the characteristics of the tailed beast, I suspect that this guy's consciousness will be reborn from the Nibi chakra in your body in a few years. At that time, you will still be responsible to watch Nibi, especially to prevent it from passing over you and entering some weird spiritual space. Yuuji said something that Kakashi couldn't understand for the time being. Bijuu and the others had a shared spiritual space that could enter together with the consciousness of human beings who were connected to them. But because there were many contradictions between Bijuu, since Rikuta Senin died, these guys disdained to communicate with other Bijuu on the surface of the spiritual layer, so they had never entered this spiritual space. Yuuji also suspected that if Bijuu and the others wanted to reach the goal of entering the spiritual space to communicate, they needed a person who was connected to their minds to work together to do so. Originally, on the timeline, after the Naruto and the Kyuubi reached a consensus, they entered the spiritual space for the first time. They were also teased by other Jinchuriki, saying, "You are finally here. We have been waiting for you for a long time." As long as Kakashi fought with the Nibi would not be able to find a human who recognized it. To a certain extent, it could stop the Nibi from entering that space. This way, it could delay the speed of the Nibi toward other Bijuu. In general, Bijuu has been resurrected for 3 years. Now, most of the chakra of the Nibi has been completely occupied by me. Maybe the time of resurrection will be longer. You don't need to worry for the next few years. Yuuji comforted the confused Kakashi. After listening for a long time, Kakashi did not understand many things, but he roughly knew what he should do. Next to him, Iroha always used the special Byakugan, staring at Kakashi. The muscles all over his body tightened, and he was impressively prepared to make a move. Yuuji glanced at him, not paying attention. This guy is always like this, and he is getting more and more confident. I understand. Although I don't know what you want to do, I will cooperate with you. There is no need to worry about hiding the accident of the second tail. As the second tail Jinchuriki, I have never been able to reach a consensus with the second tail, so it is reasonable for me to not be able to fully display Bijuu transformation. Kakashi said coldly. Yuuji nodded his head in satisfaction. He was relieved to see Kakashi, whose mission was paramount and even the fourth Hokage could not get back. Yes, these years of secret guidance, constantly distorting Kakashi's thinking on some events, finally blossomed and borne fruit. Even when it came to the Nibi, he had to stand on his side and hide the truth from Yandere. Yuuji won't do anything harmful to the village. This is enough. Kakashi turned his head and looked at Iroha beside him. Yuuji smiled, then, let's start now. Sealing the two-tailed chakra into your body as well. He immediately made his move, and used a sealing technique to slap this chakra onto Kakashi's body. Sure enough, the two different kinds of Bijuu chakra, even if they did not have the consciousness of Kyuubi and Nibi, at this time, also erupted into a violent conflict. Yuuji did not reveal an expression of surprise, only after nodding his head, he removed the two types of chakra, and finally condensed them into two seals on Kakashi's body. This is enough. Yuuji nodded slightly. After Kakashi left, Iroha respectfully said, "Can this person be trusted? After all, he is not a person from the root. Kazue is also not the same, can you trust the difference? Hitaki Kakashi, compared to the fourth Hokage, will be on my side. And it doesn't matter even if he tells the fourth Hokage the truth." Yuuji said lightly. Is Yandere asking me to question him? It is useless to question him. The second tail is gone. Reality proved that Kakashi did not tell Yandere the truth. Is that so? He actually created two seals on your body. Yandere observed the seal on Kakashi. Although the attack speed on Yuuji was so fast, he would never have thought that Yuuji actually devoured Nibi, and only stuffed a little chakra remnant for Kakashi to fool him. After a few days, Kumigakure sent another messenger to negotiate with Konoha, trying to exchange the second tail with Yujito. Under the frightened eyes of the Kumigakure messengers, Yuuji directly laid out the corpse of the wooden man. Is this what you want? Kumigakure's guise, unfortunately, she couldn't stand the shock and scared herself to death. What a pity. Yuuji lied through his teeth. In that case, what about the second tail? Envoy Kumigakure forcefully suppressed his anger. The second tail? I'm sorry, I've never heard of it, and I've never seen it before. Do you know where the second tail is? In that case, please hand over the corpse of Yujito to us. Corpse? That won't do. In my hands, it belongs to me. But this is only the corpse of Jinchuriki. There is no Bijuu inside. The messenger Kumigakure raised his voice. That is not something I should be concerned about. I only know that she belongs to me. In addition, you idiots, you actually dare to speak to me in such a tone. Yuuji sneered. At the same time, he quickly made his move. A large amount of radiation clouds gathered on the bodies of the messengers of Kumigakure. This made the messengers of Kumigakure kneel on the ground in pain. Even if they used chakra to protect themselves at this time, it was already too late. Go back and tell that trash the fourth Raikage. If he wants to get the corpse of Yujito, let him get it himself. Bring the 8 tails. Yuuji coldly looked at these people in front of him. Only when Minato spoke out to stop him did he stop. But it was clear that these people were already crippled. I have reason to suspect that the messenger Kumigakure sent this time still has ill intentions. This time, he wouldn't want to frame the people of Uchiha's clan, right? Maybe I should take the opportunity to kill you. Yuuji shook his head. Several messengers of Kumigakure hurriedly escaped from the Hokage's office, escaping Konoha with the fate of certain death. Konoha had become different. Even the two consultants, who were thick-skinned enough to listen in, looked at each other at this time, revealing a deep and helpless expression. This kind of conduct, why is it so similar to that one? That's right, I heard that Uchiha Madara also treated that fellow Oniki that year. Root did not treat the people of other villages as people. The two consultants only dared to whisper. No one paid them any attention. Minato also took a deep look at Yuuji. This kind of role of a villain. Not long after, the news of Konoha snatching a Bijuu from Kumigakure spread throughout all the big ninja villages, which made the big ninja villages very angry, and they condemned him one after another. But everyone knew that this kind of condemnation was useless. A few years ago, they had just finished the 3 battles, and they had shed all pretenses. Which fool would take the condemnation to heart? What everyone was more concerned about was that Konohagakure had obtained the second Bijuu. The balance that had been left behind by Shoude Hokage and Uchiha Madara had been shattered at this moment. Kumigakure could only grit his teeth and swallow it down. They were the ones who had started the war, and they were also the ones who had suffered heavy losses. After leaving the Hokage building, Yuuji went directly to the memorial tablet, and stood in front of Obito's tombstone as if he was reminiscing. No matter who saw Yuuji, they had to praise him with a look of respect. A whirlpool suddenly appeared. Humph, I have been waiting for you for a long time. You haven't shown yourself for such a long time. What are you doing? Obito said coldly. Of course I have something important to do. Is it related to Nibi? You guys, you really won't let go of any opportunity. Don't forget our purpose. Obito stared at the blood-red Sharingan, and stared viciously at the person in front of him. Every time he faced this hateful fellow, he would subconsciously grind his teeth. Let's talk about it when we carry out Infinite Tsukuyomi's reading plan in the end. In any case, the second tail won't die, so how can I eat it? Yuuji said casually. Humph, you're right. As long as you don't forget to hand over the second tail when you revive the 10th tail, it'll be fine. Obito paused and said in a low voice, I'm currently investigating the whereabouts of the fellow who impersonated me. I've already gained something. The other party fled to the border of the fire country, but all of the tracking white Zetsu was killed. That guy is just a little brat. How can he attract your interest? Yuuji chuckled. I am only interested in his Mangekyo Sharingan. I am more interested in the eye organization. Obito snorted coldly. No matter how much he looked down on Shin, it was still a pair of Mangekyo Sharingan. Just this alone was enough to attract his attention. Moreover, considering the style of Shin's mask, although it was a temporary trash, it might have something to do with the eye organization. Recently, he planned to observe Uchiha's clan more, and maybe he would find something. First immortal, now it is the guy who is pretending to be me. 2 pairs of Mangekyo Sharingan, only Uchiha's clan is possible, see who the 2 of them are? Obito's figure quickly disappeared. After standing in place for a while, a trace of haze flashed in Yuuji's eyes. He quietly sent out a clone under his feet. The Valley of the End, Shin, who was trying to heal himself, looked at Yuuji in front of him with a terrified expression. You attacked without permission, causing us a little bit of trouble. From now on, your value only exists as an experimental subject. Yuuji said coldly. No, wait, I also want to obtain a powerful divine artifact. I have already obtained this jar. If I snatch that woman's 2 swords, I will have a stronger power and can help the organization better. Shin was a bit excited. He bit down on the amber bottle and offered it to Yuuji. The face under Yuuji's mask was indifferent. He looked at the guy who was full of holes in front of him. I need to beat him up. This guy, it's better to put him on the experiment table first. In the next moment, Shin felt a great horror coming. Chapter 227, Routine. After Kumigakure's claws were cut off, the entire ninja world finally welcomed a precious peace. The 2 villages argued for several months before barely signing a so-called peace agreement. This agreement did not mention anything about the second tail, which had already made everyone understand. Kumigakure was forced to give up the second tail, especially after seeing the corpse of Yujito. Persistence was meaningless. Konoha. In the end, they is still the strongest ninja village. Has been there since decades ago, and is still the same now. Many people sighed with emotion. Konoha is too strong. It is at the center of ninja world, occupying the most fertile land, has the most population, resources and ninjas, and countless secret arts and forbidden arts. This made the other ninja villages jealous. Now, they had even snatched 2 tails from Kumigakure and had 2 Bijuu. This made them even more uneasy, but they had no way to deal with Konoha. Many people thought about it carefully and were shocked to find that after the bloody baptism of the 3 battles, not only had Konoha not been weakened and crippled to a certain extent, he had become even stronger. The top experts actually surpassed the 3 before the war in terms of numbers. The key was that these cage level included many ages. The younger ones had already revealed their brilliance and revealed the brilliance of geniuses. The rest is nothing more than recuperating, relying on time to mend the wounds of the 3 wars, and replenishing the middle and lower ninjas little by little. Many villages were silently paying attention to Kumigakure's movements. After signing a peace agreement with Konoha, they left decisively, without stopping for even half a second, nor did they have any plans to continue causing trouble. Even the small conflicts at the border never erupted again. Peace had truly arrived. Only 4 years after the end of the 3 battles did peace truly begin. The various villages began to recuperate and prepare for the new round of Ninja World battles that would break out at some unknown time in the future. It's over. Yuuji sat on the roof, looking at the fleeing messenger Kumigakure. These guys were afraid that they would be eroded by the radiation if they stayed in Konoha for too long. Konoha was no longer the village that cared about face and diplomatic etiquette. After a while, Yuuji got up and stretched. He turned around and walked to the land of Uchiha. Sasuke was practicing hard in a training field. Sasuke, who was already 4 years old, was practicing the Grand Fireball technique more and more diligently. This was the only offensive ninjutsu he had mastered, not to mention, this was the signature ninjutsu of Uchiha's clan. Fire release, Great Fireball technique. Sasuke spat out a fireball the size of a head, and immediately sat down on the ground, gasping for breath. Not bad. Your progress is pretty fast. Yuuji walked over slowly and praised with a smile. Sasuke scratched his head. Really? I feel that my progress is a little slow. It took me such a long time to raise it from the size of a fist to the size of a head. Yuuji touched Sasuke's head. Yes, he injected another bunch of Naruto cells into it. He completely repeated what he had done many times in the past. This is different. Last time, you used the Grand Fireball technique on those 2 outsiders, but it didn't work at all. Now, it might cause a little trouble for the enemy. Yuuji said. At that time, in order to show off in front of Naruto, Sasuke just spat out a strand of unknown fireball at Tonari's father, shocking Naruto for an entire year, causing Naruto to shout that he also wanted to learn ninjutsu. It was just a contest between children, so there was no need to take it to heart. Brother, at my age, is your strength not as strong as mine? Sasuke looked at Yuuji with a hopeful expression. Yuuji pondered for a moment and slowly shook his head. When Itachi was 4 years old, Senior Fugaku had already brought him to the battlefield. Even if he only wandered around the battlefield and witnessed the corpses everywhere, it still showed many problems. Itachi's talent was absolutely at the top of Ninja World. If not for Indra's chakra or Hashirama's cell hanging, he would have hung Sasuke up and beaten him up in minutes. Even though they were both 4 years old, Itachi still walked in front of Sasuke. The only difference was that this time, they did not walk that far. Yuuji had been teaching Sasuke properly, which made Sasuke grow a little faster. The 4-year-old Sasuke already barely had the qualities of enduring. Is that so? As expected of my brother. When will I be able to catch up to my brother? Sasuke asked with a face full of admiration. You have to understand one thing. You and Itachi are 2 different types. He is a combination of genius and hard work. He is a perfect ninja that rarely appears in many years. And you, your future is not on this, in other aspects. Sasuke's eyes lit up. Then where exactly is it? Well, you'll know in a few years. Yuuji evaded it. He couldn't say that he was cheating. In the past, because of Indra's reincarnation, to some extent, he was accumulating inheritance for Sasuke, not to mention that Rikuta Sennin's undead were staring at Ninja World in the Pure Land. Hard work? Well, hard work was indeed important, but hard work could never make him step into the level of Rikuta Sennin, and it was impossible to make Sasuke a savior. Only the cheat could be used. Next, Yuuji began to train Sasuke's physical skills. He mainly trained the 2 of them in physical skills. Because they were too young, they did not have much chakra to use ninjutsu and illusion skills, so it is better to lay a solid foundation for the body. It was also convenient for Yuuji to observe and see what kind of changes would happen to the two people who had been injected with each other's cells. But compared to Sasuke, Naruto had obviously changed a lot. Oh, Sasuke has changed very little. But speaking of which, when he was a child, Sasuke was not a cold-blooded guy. On the contrary, his character was very similar to Naruto. When he grew up, he became more and more extreme due to the influence of clan extermination, Orochimaru, and Obito. Yuuji practiced with Sasuke. He used only one hand to block Sasuke's attack, while thinking in his mind. But obviously, because Indra's chakra would change the pure Sasuke into a cold-blooded character. The changes on Naruto's side were even greater. The darkness in his heart was constantly increasing, and it began to erode the side of the light. Yuuji speculated that there was a high probability that there was the addition of nine-tailed. This ferocious strongest Bijuu really liked Naruto's dark side. Originally, Naruto's dark side was firmly suppressed on the timeline. It must be the effect of Asura's chakra. Otherwise, how could a normal person endure Naruto's experience and not turn dark? How could there be no resentment in their heart? However, it was a pity that Naruto mediated with Naruto in the dark. But this time, Naruto obviously would not have a chance to reconcile. The darkness in his heart was being guided out bit by Indra's chakra. Perhaps, the relatively real Naruto will become immortal in the future. Very good, let's stop here today. Suddenly, Yuuji's expression changed slightly. He grabbed Sasuke's ankle and easily threw him away. Sasuke turned over and sat down on the ground, panting. He looked at Yuuji with envy. It would be great if I could be so powerful. In this way, I would definitely be able to defeat that yellow-haired brat. Sasuke clenched his fists and bowed to Yuuji before returning home. Yuuji stood in place and said lightly, "Why are you still not coming out? Do you want me to personally pull you out?" "Hehe, I still can't hide it from you." "Yuuji." A hoarse voice sounded. Rustle. Along with a slight noise, a figure calmly walked out from behind the tree trunk. "Orochimaru, are you alive again? Do you want to be killed by me for the third time?" Yuuji said casually, not surprised at all. Orochimaru, this guy, as always, was courting death, and even dared to sneak into Konoha. "Hehe, even if you kill me again, so what? I can still be resurrected, and the one standing here is just a substitute for me." Orochimaru did not mind. He directly walked into the training ground, and his pale face revealed an evil smile, making people want to punch him. "Cut the crap and tell us your purpose. If it's cooperation, I really can't think of anything between us that we can work together," Yuuji said lightly. "Hehe, I came here on behalf of peace. Otogakure has already invited Monkey to form an alliance with Konoha. Minato will definitely agree, even if he knows that it is my village." Orochimaru licked his lips. Swish! What responded to him was a super vibration wave from Yuuji, which immediately injured Orochimaru's clone. Well, Yuuji, are you interested in the position of Hokage?" Orochimaru got up in a sorry state and observed Yuuji's expression. But he was disappointed and could not see anything. "Are you not interested in the position of Hokage? Your sensei also hopes that you can find a way to free him and give him freedom. I know that you can't give him this opportunity, so I came to you to talk about something else." Orochimaru laughed in a low voice, "You have control over Root, and you are one of the higher UPS of the village. How about we make a deal? I don't have enough Sharingan in my hands. I need you to provide me with some high-level experimental materials. So, can I ask Yuuji to trade with a few Uchiha clansmen? That child just now is very suitable. Don't challenge my patience. Otherwise, I don't mind going to Otogakure again and killing all of your poor subordinates. Uchiha Sasuke are not people you can touch. If you rashly intervene, you will die very miserably," Yuuji said lightly. What a joke. Sasuke was a disciple he valued very much and was related to many things in the future. How could he give it to Orochimaru? It's really a pity. Then I can give it to the other Uchiha clansmen. In return, I can give you my latest research results, such as the secret technique of eternal life. Orochimaru tempted. He is very confident that the mystery of immortality will definitely attract the interest of an ambitious guy like Yuuji. But he once again miscalculated. Corpse reincarnation? I'm not interested in this rubbish forbidden technique. Even if I really want to pursue eternal life, I won't use the technique of undead reincarnation," Yuuji said, and began to walk towards Orochimaru step by step. Orochimaru's face darkened. His most proud work in his life was humiliated by Yuuji like this, and even he felt unhappy. But even more, there was a sense of uncertainty. This guy. Could it be that he found another method of immortality? But how was this possible? This forbidden art of not being reincarnated was developed by Orochimaru after spending half his life killing countless people. Orochimaru still wanted to say something, but in the next moment, he was sent flying by Yuuji, who was moving quickly. This body was also smashed on the spot, and it fell to the ground powerlessly. Humph, as expected, this was originally a controlled corpse. Yuuji looked at the corpse in front of him and shook his head. Inside Konoha, on a certain commercial street, Orochimaru, who had changed his face, casually walked on the street and brushed past countless pedestrians. He even stopped from time to time to watch the activities of the shops on the street. Suddenly, his figure imperceptibly paused. It's still a talk. That guy is even harder to deal with than Danzo. It's fine if he's strong, but he doesn't need me in terms of research. Orochimaru frowned, feeling a little irritated. Then we can only use another method. After thinking about it, he turned around and walked in another direction. In the ninja school, a group of interns who entered the school were working hard. They hoped to perform well and successfully become a full-time intern so that they could stay in the ninja school as sensei. At least for Irika, being a school sensei was his biggest dream. This child was more desperate than anyone else. Hey, you've been busy for a day, haven't you? Didn't you notice that sensei likes to push meaningless work to us all at once? A grey-haired teenager complained. This is also a kind of cultivation. Mizuki, we are still rookies. We need to learn more from the seniors in teaching. But is it really useful to do this kind of meaningless repetitive work? Mizuki looked irritated as he criticized the homework of the first-year students. In a bad mood, he also wrote harder to vent his dissatisfaction. He felt that he had become a coolie. But if everyone felt uncomfortable, it would be fine, but there was a willing idiot beside him, which made Mizuki feel that there was a traitor among the crowd. Irika was tired, but he did the work in his hands. After greeting Mizuki, he stood up with satisfaction. Mizuki threw the pen away. From an angle that Irika could not see, that warm face had already become overcast. When Irika looked over, he immediately returned to his harmless expression. At most, he revealed a bit of helplessness. The two of them joked with each other for a while before separating at a fork in the road. Ah, it seems that you are not living well. Mizuki, as one of the spies I have left for Konoha, I have a good task for you. At the corner, Orochimaru leaned against the wall and said in a hoarse but seductive voice. Be Orochimaru-sama, you are back. Mizuki's eyes lit up, and his face was full of excitement. If you are still willing to acknowledge me, go and help me do this. As long as you succeed, I will give you everything you want. Orochimaru-sama, please do as you wish. Mizuki only hesitated for a moment. He understood that if he did not agree, he would definitely die here, so he decisively knelt down on one knee and said respectfully. I like smart people very much. Think of a way to get close to Yuuji. It is best to find a chance to worship him as a master. How about it? Don't worry that your talent is not enough. I will help you. Use my method. Chapter 228, finally waited. Mizuki did not feel any psychological pressure regarding this matter of acknowledging a master. He was originally born as a commoner and did not have any blood stains on him. His aptitude and potential were limited, but his temperament was also very jealous. Mizuki was very willing to do this kind of thing in order to obtain stronger power. In order to motivate Mizuki and also to increase Mizuki's strength, Orochimaru directly took out a part of the results of the human body transformation secret technique. Train well. This technique can better unearth the potential of your body, allowing the cells in your body to have better activity. Orochimaru said hoarsely. Thank you, Orochimaru-sama. I won't let you down. Mizuki impatiently took the scroll and immediately opened it to take a look. However, the complicated content inside made him a little embarrassed. Orochimaru-sama, if I want to complete this cultivation, it will take a long time, and my aptitude is very poor. Humph, greedy fellow, but I have already prepared it for you. Orochimaru directly shot out a syringe and injected a pile of unknown substance into Mizuki's neck. Under Mizuki's horrified gaze, Orochimaru sneered, this is a medicine that I specially concocted. It can stimulate your body and make your cultivation smoother. You have to work hard and get that guy's appreciation as soon as possible. Mizuki said happily, "Thank you, Your Excellency." He took the scroll and immediately fled, pretending as if nothing had happened. Orochimaru was also secretly observing him, and after looking at him for a while, he retracted his gaze. There are fewer and fewer useful tools, otherwise I wouldn't have found this kind of thing. Orochimaru showed a trace of helplessness on his face. Originally, he was very optimistic about Shin. He had even listed Shin as a candidate for the reincarnation vessel. Unfortunately, that guy Shin was actually snatched away by the members of the I organization. It was really a pity. This made Orochimaru, who was already unable to make ends meet, lose another talent. He urgently needed to bewitch some young geniuses to enrich the strength of his subordinates. Orochimaru continued to stroll on the big street. If nothing went wrong, he would stay until the arrival of Otogakuru's messenger and signed an alliance agreement with Konoha before he really left. Although it was an alliance, everyone understood it. The people on Konoha's side also understood it. In essence, it was Otogakuru who took the initiative to come and become Konoha's vassal village. Even if Minato knew that Otogakuru was Orochimaru's village, he still couldn't help it. However, this had risen to the level of politics. Unless Minato decided to use a large amount of Konoha's power to destroy Otogakuru in one fell swoop, he would definitely agree to it. He would use all sorts of methods to infiltrate Otogakuru in the future, searching for Orochimaru and waiting for an opportunity to kill him. However, Orochimaru did not panic at all. He was dying of laughter. This was the third time he had been resurrected. He was not afraid of death. Well, this village, compared to when Sandame still around, has a little more vitality. Orochimaru kept strolling around Konohagakure, observing him. He had to admit that under Minato's governance, the essence, energy, and spirit of the entire village had undergone slight changes. This was something that had never happened during Sandame's time, and it seemed to have become even more genial. That was true. With someone as friendly as Yandere controlling the village, these villagers and ninjas would naturally be infected. All of a sudden, Orochimaru stopped and glanced at Anbu and Roots ninjas who had gathered over. He seemed to have casually turned around and walked into a noodle shop. "Wow, it smells so good! Give me another bowl!" Naruto shouted loudly. "Shut up, you bastard! You ruined my mood!" Sasuke looked unhappy. "What did you say? Smelly fart Sasuke, do you want to get beaten up?" "Ha, a little brat with a long beard on his face doesn't have the qualifications to talk to me." One roared loudly and the other mocked. "Measure for tit for tat." Orochimaru looked at the two children with interest. The one with yellow hair should be Minato's son. Look at this beard, it's clearly this generation's nine-tailed Jinchuriki. So that's how it is. Many people are saying that Kakashi is Konoha's nine-tailed Jinchuriki. Is it a smoke bomb, or did Kakashi get a part of the nine-tailed chakra? But what attracted Orochimaru even more was another child. Uchiha Sasuke, one of Shiranui Yuuji's disciples, the second young master of Uchiha's clan. Although he was only 4 years old, he had already revealed his talent as a genius. After all, everyone knew that Shiranui Yuuji would never accept trash as a disciple. Dudu and Yamato had already revealed astonishing talent. They were called the three great geniuses of the new generation together with Uchiha Itachi. Many people were looking forward to someone becoming Kage level in the future. Whoa, these two children, could it be? One is from Uchiha's clan, and the other is Jinchu. Yandame's child. Some of the passers-by showed a trace of disgust on their faces. Although it was very faint and they would not directly say evil words, it did exist. Jinchuriki would always be rejected, and even Konohagakure could not avoid it. It's this kind of look again. Naruto felt the gazes of the people around him and secretly gritted his teeth. Why did everyone look at him with this kind of gaze? What did he do wrong? Naruto, this is the ugliness of human beings. These damned guys are easily influenced by others to become and do some inexplicable things. Even if you are the son of Hokage, you have to bear this kind of treatment. Kyuubi will not let go of any opportunity to sneak in. This big fox with a belly full of malice, under the restraint of the 8 trigram seal, stared fiercely through the huge cage. It saw with its own eyes that in the depths of this sewer, the dark side of Naruto was gradually growing. Kurama was very satisfied, and that was right. So what if he was the son of the Hokage? The son of the Hokage must be sunshine? Speaking of which, to some extent, he was still the son of the Jubi. He was much more noble than the Hokage. It was right to follow the thoughts in the depths of one's heart without any form of interference. In the outside world, Naruto unconsciously clenched his fists, his entire body trembling. Unconsciously, a layer of fog appeared in his eyes. "Hey, Naruto, what's wrong? You're afraid to fight me anymore?" Sasuke frowned. "Humph, come on." Naruto walked onto the street and immediately rushed towards Sasuke. Shua! He immediately kicked Sasuke. At his age, his speed was very impressive. So fast. Sasuke's heart skipped a beat. He raised his arm and blocked it. He raised his elbow and smashed it hard. The two soon began an intense physical battle. Very strong. These two children really make people's hearts surge. This young and promising body. Orochimaru was extremely excited. Every time he saw an outstanding young man, he couldn't help but want to recruit him to enrich his container warehouse. The people on the side also praised the two children who were fighting. As the villagers of Ninja World's first village, they also had some eyes, especially the ninjas. They were even more shocked. How old are these two children? They clearly have the strength to endure. This is too exaggerated. Even during wartime, there are no genin of this age, right? Really amazing. One is the son of the Hokage-sama, the other is the son of the chief Uchiha, and the disciple of that one. The eyes of many ninjas shone. This was the future of the village. Anbu and Root ninjas secretly protected these two people, but they did not stop them. It was normal for children to fight. They just stared closely at the villagers around them. Well, this person. Soon, Iroha found something unusual. He used Byakugan to directly see Orochimaru. This person had abundant chakra in his body, which was unusual. In my impression, there is no such person in the village. Is it an envoy from another village, or a spy? Iroha felt a chill in his heart, but he did not immediately speak out. But in the next moment, Orochimaru suddenly turned his head and looked at Iroha. His pale face with a charming smile could not help but reveal some bad luck. "Tisk, have you been discovered? These blood warriors are troublesome." Orochimaru shrunk into the crowd, intending to take the opportunity to slip away. "Get out of the way, don't hinder our Uchiha's garrison." "That's right, you commoners, don't block our way, we are the ninjas of Ninja World's #1 clan." Several members of Uchiha's garrison shouted loudly, roughly pushing open the crowd and breaking in. Many villagers did not dare to voice their anger and could only retreat in anger. Seeing this scene, those Uchiha clansmen were very satisfied. In their understanding, they did not need to give these weak people any explanation. Facing the noble Uchiha, these people only needed to bury their heads and take the initiative to accept the leadership of Uchiha's clan. "Hey, get lost! Didn't you hear that? Hey!" As the vice-captain, he pushed Orochimaru away violently and glared at him fiercely. But at this moment, he shuddered violently and broke out in a cold sweat. "You!" Yatsushiro looked at the man in front of him with a half-smile, and was speechless for a while, as if something terrible would happen if he spoke. "Respected lords, these two children fighting in the streets has caused a lot of trouble for everyone's journey." Orochimaru stepped aside and lowered his head. Yatsushiro took a deep breath, suppressing his doubts in his heart, but silently remembered the face that Orochimaru used to pretend, and stood directly in front of Naruto and Sasuke. At this time, the two of them had already punched the other party several times. With their physiques, they directly smashed the other party's face until it was swollen. "Damn Sasuke! Naruto, how dare you hurt me?" The two children were a little flustered and embarrassed. Sasuke couldn't bear it anymore. He felt that he had to act tough, especially in front of his clansmen. "Fire release, Grand Fireball! Enough, don't use this technique on the streets. Young Master Sasuke, you know, if you use this technique, even if the other party is the son of the Hokage, you will easily defeat him. It is best not to use it casually." Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Sasuke frowned and said, "Is that so?" "That's true. I don't want to kill him." "Hey, Naruto, you're so lucky that you managed to save your life. If I were to be recognized and killed so easily, I would be in a difficult position. After all, I am a genius of the Uchiha clan." Sasuke slowly released his hands, as if he had given up on using some kind of terrifying forbidden technique that could kill in one strike. Some of the villagers who didn't know what was going on had beads of sweat on their foreheads, and they were extremely nervous. Yatsushiro also nodded again and again, "That's right, our Uchiha is the strongest clan in the ninja world, none of them. Master Sasuke, at the age of 4, you already have the strength that surpasses most people. Well, counting those civilians who are not even ninjas, the so-called miscellaneous hybrid ninja who are not even ninjas, the 4-year-old Sasuke, is strong. Sasuke himself also thinks so, I am strong." A group of people surrounded Sasuke and majestically left. It seemed that this time, it was Sasuke who showed mercy. "Damn it, did I lose? I obviously worked so hard, but I still lost." Naruto was unwilling. "Humph, the other party not only has a teacher, but also parents and elder brother who can help him. Naruto, what do you have? Besides your elusive teacher, what else do you have? Fourth Hokage simply has no time to waste on you." Kyuubi fanned the flames desperately. Naruto did not say anything. He just ate the unfinished bowl of ramen, then put his hands in his pockets, buried his head deeply, and silently walked home. Orochimaru stood in the crowd, and gave Naruto a meaningful look. The restless chakra in Naruto's body was slowly dissipating, that was the power of Kyuubi. If Sasuke had really hit the fireball just now, I don't know what would have happened. Orochimaru chuckled, turned around, and left. Soon, he was stopped by Yatsushiro and others who suddenly appeared. "Stranger, I have never seen you before," Yatsushiro coldly said. Orochimaru licked his lips, "I'm just a traveler from another city. I have no intention of offending you. Do you think my Uchiha clan will believe your nonsense? Ha ha ha, I originally planned to wait until we signed the alliance agreement before finding an opportunity to make a move. I didn't expect you to deliver yourselves to me." A gust of wind suddenly blew. When Anbu arrived, these guards were lying unconscious on the ground. Except for the most powerful Yatsushiro, everyone else's Sharingan has been poached. "Damn it, the other party is Orochimaru. He's back." Yatsushiro was poisoned by the snake venom, and he could not move at all. His face was full of anger. "Orochimaru? Isn't this guy already dead several times? How is he still alive? Hurry up and report to the Hokage." At this time, Minato had just learned about the fight between Naruto and Sasuke, and was about to go home, but he received a message about Orochimaru. "Orochimaru, you dug up Sharingan from Uchiha's clan? What a restless snake! We have to sign the alliance agreement, but at the same time, we have to find a way to kill him completely." Minato pondered for a moment and secretly issued a few orders. The 3 battles were completely over. In order to protect themselves, the surrounding small countries also moved closer to Konoha, wanting to hug Konoha's thigh. However, a village on the edge of the continent like Otagakur did not have much strategic value. Minato did not mind doing something to this village secretly. Just as Minato issued the order and comforted Uchiha's clan at the same time. In Uchiha's clan, many clansmen were furious. If Yatsushiro and the others were just defeated and killed, it would be fine, as their skills are not as good as others, they have nothing to say. But the truth was, none of them died, but their eyes were dug out, and only Yatsushiro was spared. "Bastard, how dare you humiliate us like this? Are you eyeing our eyes? Does Orochimaru know how noble our bloodline is? Let him use his life to apologize to us. Lord Clan Leader, let's do it. Our clan is full of experts. We doesn't need to pay attention to the village's orders. We can kill Orochimaru with our own strength." At the clan meeting, the clansmen were extremely angry and shouted. Fugaku sat in the head seat, expressionless. After the quarrel calmed down a little, he suddenly looked at Uchiha Setsuna. "Elder Setsuna, you are the most experienced person in the clan. What do you think?" Fugaku said. Many people also looked at Uchiha Setsuna. In the past 2 years, Elder Setsuna had been too quiet. One must know that he was the leader of the clan's radical faction. "Ah, I don't have any opinion. I still want to see what the Hokage-sama has to say." Setsuna was extremely old. When he spoke, his body was trembling, making people feel like he was going to die at any time. To be able to live to more than 70 years old, from the 2nd generation of Hokage to Yandere, from one battle to the end of the 3rd battle, Setsuna had a very high prestige. Even though he had been slapped in the face by a freshman like Kazue in the past, his position was still stable. However, I think we should still send a team to search for Orochimaru. I believe that the Hokage will also agree. So, how about I lead the team? Setsuna said slowly, a strange luster flowing in his eyes. Finally, now. Chapter 229, Izumi's Izanami. Fugaku stared at Setsuna for a long time. Setsuna also kept his head down and spoke intermittently. His thick eyelids almost covered his eyes. This made Fugaku unable to see any useful information. Is that so? It's a very pertinent suggestion. However, for Elder Setsuna to personally lead the team. Fugaku said slowly. Lord Patriarch, this old man won't be able to live much longer. It would be better for this old man to die as a ninja when I still have some strength left. Setsuna's voice suddenly rose a little, and then he began to cough. This caused many of the Uchiha clansmen to be moved. Some of the young ninjas were even moved to tears. They felt that Elder Setsuna was truly too great. As an elder of the clan, the leader of the radical faction, even if he didn't have much time left, he was still considering the clan. Lord Clan Leader, I am willing to follow Elder Setsuna on a mission. Count me in. Fugaku looked at the excited clansmen in front of him with a headache. What should he say? Should he praise these clansmen for being loyal to the clan and uniting in love? But why did he feel that there was a problem with Setsuna? Fugaku continued to observe Setsuna, but he still could not see anything. This made Fugaku's eyes flash with a trace of deep doubt. Setsuna, this oldest elder of the clan, what exactly is he planning? He really just let it go. Is that why he gave up on radical political ideas? Or is it because the strength of the Hokage is unprecedentedly powerful that he gave up? Choosing to go into hibernation? Fugaku felt that it was very tricky. He did not think that someone like Elder Setsuna would be able to settle down one day. At this time, Fugaku's somewhat indecisive character also became prominent. After hesitating for a while, he decided to start discussing the next topic. That is, who the hell is that Madara? As soon as this topic was thrown out, everyone erupted with even greater enthusiasm. Many people even stared at the people around them with suspicious gazes, and they had an expression of don't hide it. I know you have Mangekyo Sharingan. Those two are members of our Uchiha clan. There is no need to doubt this. If it was an outsider who obtained Sharingan through some means, it would absolutely be impossible for them to advance to Mangekyo Sharingan. Only our clan's bloodline can do this. Fugaku said. That's right. Outsiders are not qualified to open such eyes. We have the most expensive bloodline in all of Ninja World. Other than our own people, outsiders are absolutely not qualified to touch our Mangekyo Sharingan. Many clansmen discussed at once. They were extremely excited and seemed to have thrown everything else to the back of their minds. My Uchiha clan is very strong. Even if there were two people who refused to listen to the family's orders and disguised themselves, it did not matter. These two people had Mangekyo Sharingan and were qualified to ignore the family's orders. This showed how powerful the Uchiha clan was. We have to find out the identity of these two people. Hikaku, how is your investigation going? Fugaku asked. The superior ninja called Hikaku stood up and said solemnly, I have checked the entire family tree and indeed have some experience. Although I am still uncertain about the identities of those two Madara, I have already found out the results of the investigation of Lord Immortal. It is just that this result is a bit shocking. Everyone held their breaths. Firecore met the gazes and said with a stiff face, I suspect that Lord Immortal is actually Uchiha Nairi. Silence. Everyone looked at each other in confusion. Who was Uchiha Nairi? Fugaku and Setsuna, on the other hand, had slightly moved expressions. They vaguely felt that this name was very familiar. Who is Uchiha Nairi? Is there a senior in our clan called the Nairi? I've never heard of it. Hikaku wiped the sweat from his forehead and explained in a low voice, it's no wonder everyone doesn't know that this person is too far away from us. Moreover, because it involves Mangekyo Sharingan, the files stored in the clan about her are top secret content. In addition to the perennial war, many records about her have been lost. So, who exactly is Nairi, and how far away? One person asked. Senior Nairi is from the Warring States period and the founder of the legendary forbidden technique Izanami. She opened the kaleidoscope Sharingan and defeated Izanagi with Izanami, which shocked the ninja world. Silent. The entire Nakano shrine was deathly silent. After a long time, a dry voice rang out. Someone from Warring States period's era? In other words, she was even earlier than Uchiha Madara. Maybe she was an ancient person from 100 to 200 years ago? Did you make a mistake? According to the limited information we have gathered, and combined with the records on the genealogy, she is the only one left after all the possibilities are eliminated. Hikaku braced himself and looked at Fugaku. Fugaku did not say anything. An old lady who was at least 100 or 200 years old. Was this possible? Oh, actually, it was also possible. In fact, Uchiha Madara was almost 80 years old. He was still alive and kicking, and there were even 2 fucking Madara. Kazue, what do you think? Fugaku turned his head and called out a certain bored woman. Kazue was the closest to Fugaku, but she never spoke. Master Kazue, your pupil technique is probably Izanagi? Then for this immortal Sama who may be the founder of Izanami. Hikaku hesitated. Kazue paused. In fact, I have no opinion. As you know, intelligence analysis is not my specialty. I don't have any understanding of that rule. Uchiha Nairi? Oh, Hikaku is really a talent, digging out this old lady. Moreover, Izanami seems to be able to suppress Izanagi or something. This, on the contrary, attracted Kazue's interest. Her pupil art was one of the most unsolvable abilities. Kazue knew this deeply, especially with the ability to repair, the possibility of repeatedly using it, and the things that could be modified outside. She had always been proud of her eyes. Now suddenly an Izanami appears. Izanami. Speaking of which, I should also be able to train this technique. Kazue fell into deep thought. While she was silent, the other clansmen began a fierce discussion. Everyone was shocked and confused by the fact that an old ancestor was still alive and kicking, but after arguing for a while, they simply accepted it. No matter who she is, let's make one thing clear. Our Uchiha clan has the most expensive bloodline in all ninjas. Yatsushiro finally shouted. That's right, that's it. Humph, we also have to work hard to cultivate and bring out enough strength to welcome the senior back to the clan. Speaking of which, it's still Orochimaru, that bastard, who wants to be the first to get rid of him. He dug out the eyes of our clansmen, and we have to get them back. The clan meeting ended just like that. A group of emotional Uchiha clansmen walked out of the Nakano shrine. What they couldn't predict was that before long, the entire content of this clan meeting would be spread to all of Konoha. There was no doubt that in the original timeline, the #1 clan that could make a coup so hard that almost everyone knew, these clansmen would definitely not let go of any opportunity to act tough. Fugaku looked at the empty Nakano shrine and sighed, feeling a myriad of thoughts. Compared to this, his second son, Sasuke, had a fight with Naruto, and it was not that important. Kazue, what's the matter? Fugaku asked. That is Izanami, I need this forbidden technique. Kazue directly extended her hand. Well, you, who have mastered the art of changing fate, are you interested in the art of deciding fate? Fugaku did not show any surprise. He directly summoned a seal scroll and handed it to Kazue. After obtaining the Izanami, Kazue did not say a word. He left Fugaku in the same place and walked out of the Nakano shrine. Ha ha ha, young people are really swift and decisive. If you want to use the forbidden art, you really only take the forbidden art. You don't even want to talk nonsense with an old man like me? The generation gap is really terrible. Fugaku scratched his head awkwardly. Speaking of which, he was already 36 years old. He was a middle-aged uncle who was running for 4 years. Kazue returned home. It was already evening. Her mother, Uchiha Hajiki, was preparing dinner, while her father, who changed his surname to Uchiha after entering as an outsider, was reading a newspaper. You're back, what happened to the clan today? Your strength is so strong, the patriarch must let you share more affairs. The father looked at his most proud daughter and said with relief. My child's father, don't ask this kind of question, it will embarrass my daughter. Hajiki brought a plate of fried dishes to the table and blamed. It doesn't matter. Anyway, the whole village will know soon. Kazue casually put the scroll that recorded Izanami on the table with a look of indifference. She finally saw through the style of the clan. Sister, look, I got 4th place in the whole year. Izumi immediately skipped over and immediately handed the report card to Kazue as if she was presenting a treasure. She crossed her hands and shyly wanted to hear her sister praise her. Well, the Will of Fire course scored 92 points, and the Konoha Ninja Comprehensive Quality course scored 94 points, A&D. It's pretty good. It's incomparable with those three freaks, but the actual combat class is beyond my imagination. The comprehensive level actually took the third place in the grade? You actually beat Kabuto. Kazue was really surprised. What happened? Kabuto, that guy with glasses, who looked gentle and refined, was a social king who had a good relationship with everyone. In fact, he was the leader of Root's human experiments. When dissecting the experimental subjects, he was more vicious than anyone else. How did he collapse in the actual combat lesson and be overtaken by his sister by 1 point? However, all the theoretical courses in Kabuto were first place, and the overall grades were second. Kabuto is not good at fighting. He himself said that he preferred to learn new knowledge and scientific research. He will be an excellent medical ninja. Izumi's voice was soft. You, be careful of being deceived by him. Kazue couldn't help but rub Izumi's head, feeling a little helpless. Not good at fighting? These words are used to describe others that she barely believes, but to describe this brat who is extremely good at disguising, whoever believes is an idiot. Moreover, I prefer learning knowledge and scientific research. It's not so much that Kabuto likes it, it's better to say that Yuuji likes it. Yuuji wants to make Kabuto develop in this direction, and this guy Kabuto did it without hesitation. Really, silly sister. Kazue unconsciously increased the strength, rubbing Izumi's head in pain and tears. Ah, sorry. In short, in the future, stay away from Kabuto. It is better to be closer to Itachi. Kazue said. Itachi, who wants to get close to him? Izumi became more twitchy. In fact, everyone had seen the trivial matter between the two of them. The clan was also very happy to see the union of their own people. In the past 2 years, Izumi's talent had also begun to show. Although she still couldn't compare to those 3 people, she was still a genius. In other grades, she would definitely be a strong candidate for the first place. What Kazue didn't know was that this sister of hers, to some extent, was a genius that even surpassed Itachi. In the original timeline, Izumi opened her eyes much earlier than Itachi. Sister, what is this? Izumi was quickly attracted to the scroll on the table. Well, it doesn't matter if I tell you. This is the Izanami, the legendary forbidden technique that determines fate. It is very compatible with my Izanagi. I am very interested in this technique, so I came to study it. Kazue said casually. Can it be comparable to Sister's Izanagi's forbidden technique? Does Sister really need this forbidden technique? Izumi asked very seriously. I don't really need it. I already have an even more unsolvable perfect Izanagi. I already have the technique to change my fate. I don't need the technique to decide my fate to increase my strength. Kazue shook her head. In fact, she was not that obsessed with learning this technique. She was more curious. If learning this technique was difficult and the price was too high, she would decisively give up. Kazue is very clear about her aptitude. She is not a genius like outsiders say at all. She is far inferior to real geniuses like Itachi and Kabuto in practicing forbidden arts. Even if she can practice, it will take more energy and time several times and dozens of times that of real geniuses. The worst result is that time and energy are consumed, but there is no success in cultivation. Therefore, once it was difficult to get past the top, she would decisively give up. She would rather continue to strengthen her body and find a way to dig out more strength from her own mangekyou. However, Izumi really looked at the scroll on the table and took it seriously. It is also a forbidden art of fate, but it matches Sister's forbidden art very well. Sister, I want to learn this. Izumi looked at the scroll very seriously. You? It's too early. Kazue shook his head. No, I want to learn it. Izumi stubbornly repeated. All right. I can give you a look. If you really want to learn it, let's talk about it when you grow up. Kazue did not take it to heart. In fact, she had never intended for Izumi to truly learn this technique. She was already strong enough and had enough confidence to protect her younger sister. Izanami, the fate-determining art, is a forbidden art that sacrifices Sharingan just like Izanagi. Chapter 230, Jougan. More and more small villages arrived at Konoha. Since the war had ended and Konoha had become the winner of the Third Ninja World battle, these small villages that had been slowly building up for the war immediately sent envoys to show their goodwill to Konoha. It could be predicted that in the next few years, Konoha's reputation would improve further. Otogakuru's envoy also rushed to Konoha at this time and officially handed over the documents called an alliance but a vassal. Minato quickly stamped on it and signed the warrant. The contract officially took effect. Didn't Otogakuru's leader come to Konoha? Minato suddenly asked as he signed his name. Hey? Sorry, I don't know the leader's whereabouts. The ninja of the Fuma clan respectfully said. Is that so? It seems that I was mistaken. 2 days ago, I received news that Otogakuru's leader was inside Konohagakure. I thought your diplomatic mission was divided into 2 groups. Minato said lightly. The other side's eyelids trembled and his mouth was bitter. Facing a strong man like the 4th Hokage, who came from a declining ninja clan and defected to Orochimaru, he was under a lot of pressure. Well, maybe it's someone else. I don't know. The ninja of Fuma clan braced himself and said. I understand. It seems that the information is wrong. I need to investigate again. Maybe it's a spy sent by other villages to destroy our relationship. This, Hokage-sama. There is no need for that. It has been hard on you all the way here. Please go down and rest. A group of Anbu ninjas forced Otogakuru's messenger away. Minato then issued a new order to kill Orochimaru. This poisonous snake has already attacked the people of Uchiha's clan. Find a way to find it and then kill it. No, the more important thing than this is to find a way to crack the mystery of his continuous resurrection. Minato kept thinking. As far as he knew, Orochimaru was killed by Yuuji once, killed by the leader of the Eye organization once, but he was resurrected. The specific resurrection mechanism. Minato racked his brains but still could not figure it out, let alone what kind of technique could do this. Orochimaru, that guy, learned a lot of forbidden techniques from the Book of Seal, such as the Yamata no Orokai, but other than Edo Tensei, I really can't think of any other forbidden technique that can make him constantly revive. Is it his own forbidden technique? Back then, he crazily did human experiments and did not hesitate to defect, just to perfect this forbidden technique. In the end, Minato gave this task to Yuuji. In the entire Konoha, only Yuuji had killed Orochimaru, so he would definitely understand Orochimaru. An order to kill Orochimaru? Minato is also anxious. He doesn't want Uchiha's clan to go berserk. Yuuji waved his hand. Anbu, who was in front of him, respectfully left. Killing Orochimaru is really nothing to Yuuji, because after the resurrection, Orochimaru has all kinds of strength to stretch his hips. On the contrary, Orochimaru, who was chased and killed by him after defecting to Konoha, was at his strongest, with the strongest soul power, and aggressively wanted to use the reincarnation of the corpse to take him away. Since it is the order of the Hokage, I will obey it. In the end, it is just to kill a dead snake. Yuuji got up and stretched. In the command of Root, all kinds of information gathered at all times. From the movements of the ninja clan in the village to the movements of Ninja World and the other great ninja village, a lot of information would be transmitted to Yuuji. Generally speaking, Yuuji would arrange a clone to deal with these matters. Sir, the operation for Iroha has basically been completed. At this time, Kabuto walked out of the most heavily guarded laboratory with a face full of joy. Really? It's been hard on you. How is the effect? I can't give detailed data on the long-term effect, but for the time being, Iroha barely bears the corpse of Otsutsuki. Kabuto wiped the sweat from his forehead. He dismantled Otsutsuki Tonari's corpse bit by bit and continuously transplanted it into Iroha's body. This operation had been going on for more than a year. From the first heart transplant to other organs, then skin, bones, muscles, and marrow. It could be said that apart from the brain, Otsutsuki Tonari's entire body had been torn apart and pieced together into Iroha's body bit by bit. For now, the best news was that Iroha's self-reflection and willpower had not been replaced by Otsutsuki Tonari's remaining instincts. This was a ninja from Root's clan of Yamanaka, who had repeatedly confirmed it. Very good. A smile appeared on Yuuji's face. He waited patiently. It took 2 whole days. Only then did Iroha complete the unification and barely managed to stabilize his vital signs. At this moment, the state of his entire body welcomed an unprecedented leap. The part that belonged to Otsutsuki was crazily merging into his body, continuously sublimating his old existence and turning it into a new life. At this moment, Hyuga Iroha, who came from a branch family and had a thin bloodline, welcomed his own transformation and rapidly approached Otsutsuki's clan. Lord Yuuji. Iroha knelt down on one knee with a face full of respect. Yuuji looked at him and nodded slightly. His right eye quietly turned into Rinnegan, observing the changes of Iroha. At this time, Iroha only felt a strong pupil power descending, which made him puzzled in his heart, because according to what he knew, Yuuji did not have special eyes. But in the end, he did not raise his head, silently waiting for the order of Yuuji. Well, although the change is not small, it still barely maintains the shape and appearance of a normal person, vitality and chakra far more than before. More importantly, Yuuji observed Iroha's right eye. This Byakugan that came from clansmen was currently undergoing a drastic change under the stimulation of its Satsuki's power. The entire eyeball slightly swelled up. The white pupil hole was constantly undergoing subtle changes. Just inside the eyeball, there were astonishing changes that quickly occurred. "How do your eyes feel?" Yuuji said lightly. "It's very uncomfortable, but it gives me an unimaginable power. I feel that my eyes are evolving." This feeling was very strong. The entire right eye seemed like it was about to explode, but there was a new power that was growing in the depths of his eye socket. It was a very slow transformation, but it was a power that truly existed. When the power that continuously surged from the depths of the eye crossed a critical point, a new change appeared. The whites of his eyes were slowly turning grey. The pupils also began to appear in a color other than white. A power that far exceeded Byakugan's limits was gushing out. "Looks like I succeeded. I only obtained the eyes by sacrificing one Otsutsuki and one clansman." Yuuji continued to observe. At this moment, he nodded slightly. His efforts in the past had not been in vain, and Otsutsuki Tonari's corpse had not been wasted. It had displayed sufficient value. It had actually pushed Iroha's transplanted eyes to a whole new stage. Although it can't be said to be a complete success yet, what remains is only a matter of time, as long as Iroha's patchwork body has a higher degree of fit, a higher degree of adaptability, and the accumulated pupil power reaches the standard. This right eye would naturally step into a completely new stage. "Sir, did my eye succeed? I can feel that a brand new power is brewing," Iroha said in a low voice. "It barely succeeded. The power you feel should be the pupil technique that this eye gave you," Yuuji said. "Pupil technique? I also have eyes like Mangekyo Sharingan?" "Sir, the name of this eye is Jougan, it should be called this name. As for the specific ability of pupil technique, the most basic is to further strengthen Byakugan's ability," Yuuji replied. Excluding the exclusive pupil technique, Jougan is an upgraded version of Byakugan, which naturally possesses various abilities of Byakugan. Needless to say, perspective and farsightedness, you can also see the materialization of chakra, the flow of special chakra, and the weakness of chakra. Iroha had this kind of special eye. Even if it looked extremely reluctant, he sacrificed a Otsutsuki to let one of his eyes successfully advance. However, this was not important. In any case, Yuuji was just trying. He was already very happy that he could barely succeed. He stretched out his hand and patted Iroha on the head. The birthmark on his forehead made a sizzling sound. "You are no longer the you of the past. Try to use this eye to crack Caged Bird Curse," Yuuji ordered. Iroha took a deep breath and closed his eyes. In the next moment, through this eye, he saw all the chakra lines in his brain, and every tiny bit of chakra couldn't be hidden from his eyes. This kind of vision was already far beyond the limit of Byakugan. In the vision of Iroha, his brain, especially the part connected to the eye nerve, was spreading a terrible seal. Under the stimulation of chakra, the seal appeared in his vision. "I can crack it." Iroha's voice was cold. He had enough of this damn seal. His eyes and brain were all bound by this ghost thing. "Then destroy this thing and give me the detailed method to crack it. Iroha, maybe you will become the savior of the entire Hyuga branch family." Yuuji smiled. Caged Bird Curse was very complicated and dangerous. The main reason was to use it directly to the brain. If he was not careful, his brain would be damaged. If Konoha's sealing art masters, such as Minato and his ilk, really wanted to crack the caged bird at any cost, it would be possible to succeed, but that would definitely cost the lives of countless Hinata family members, and the loss outweighed the gain. Now, the bug of Iroha has appeared, and the structure formed in the brain by the caged bird technique has no secrets for Iroha. The weakness of this technique is here. As long as this chakra is cut off, the entire seal cannot be affected by the chakra. Iroha worked hard to improve his pupil power, and he was seeing more and more clearly. Jougan, having the ability to see through the weakness of chakra, was the nemesis of Caged Bird Curse. In the next moment, Iroha did not hesitate to attack his brain. He took out a scalpel from his pocket and attached his chakra to it. After pondering for a moment, he directly stabbed his left eye. Pucci! Blood splashed. The left eye that was already blind was forcibly dug out a hole by Iroha. As the scalpel went deeper, more chakra blades also extended in and gently cut off a certain chakra meridian related to Caged Bird Curse. The bird seal in the cage was immediately affected. Did you succeed? Yuuji said lightly. Iroha was silent for a while. Successful. Even if the clansmen use the caged bird technique on me again, it may affect me, but it is absolutely impossible to control and kill me like in the past. This is enough, you just have this kind of eyes, for you, breaking the seal is only a matter of time. Yuuji said. As long as the pupil power is strong enough, the seal can be broken at will. Suzuki was sealed by Danzo, and he broke it forcibly with Susanoo. Madara was sealed by Gaara and Shikaku, and he also forcibly broke it. As long as the pupil technique and pupil power are strong enough to ignore most seals. In this way, the entire Hyuga branch family would become a bargaining chip in Yuuji's hands. Of course, he would not use the bargaining chip of the branch family to threaten clansmen. It was very stupid. The huge population of the branch family far surpassed clansmen, so their value was destined to be much more than clansmen. You know, the Tensagan thing needs to be born. Use this eye well. If you can really control it well, you will have the qualifications to touch cage level. This is the power that can suppress the entire Hyuga family. Yuuji warned Iroha. Then, we should think of a way to find Orochimaru. At this time, that guy should have already escaped. Yuuji turned and walked out of Root's base. Only Kabuto and Iroha were left. Senior Iroha, you must take good care of your eyes. If you encounter any problems, you must tell me. I can help you. He took a step forward. Iroha took a step back. I understand. No, Senior, you don't understand. This eye will not only bring unprecedented upheaval to the Hyuga clan, but also involve the descendants of Otsutsuki on the moon, and it may also be related to the creation god. As far as the existing information is concerned, we know too little about the eyes beyond the Byakugan. Within the ninja world, you are unique, and you definitely represent more than yourself. Kabuto tried his best to move closer to Iroha, with a strange look on his face. Iroha looked at Kabuto with indifference. He had been dealing with this seemingly harmless fellow all this time, and he knew very well what kind of obsession and madness was hidden under Kabuto's gentle and refined face. It was very dangerous to be with this kind of person, and the instinct to avoid harm made Iroha very vigilant. I will make good use of my eyes. Iroha directly left Root's base with a flash technique. Even though his heart was in turmoil, his face was still paralyzed, and he returned to Hyuga's territory. Some guards glanced at Iroha and did not stop him. As soon as he entered the street of the clan, he bumped into Hoito, who was walking in a hurry. Iroha? Why are you here? Hoito frowned and subconsciously took a step back, taking precautions. But soon, his face changed and he looked at Iroha's right eye with shock. Your eyes have become stronger again. This has nothing to do with you. You are blocking my way. Iroha used an extremely oppressive gaze to press down on Hoito. The two of them were geniuses from the branch family and were also in the same period. However, the path that the two of them took was completely different. Hoito's expression was uncertain, and a trace of anxiety flashed through his eyes. He said coldly, "You bastard. Although I don't know what Yuuji did to you, you are essentially a member of Root's department. You are a spy sent by Root to monitor the family. Do you think you are very smart? Everyone knows my identity and significance. Hayashi and Lord Hisashi know clearly." Iroha directly ignored Hoito and walked into the clan grounds. What are you proud of? Bastard. Why did such powerful eyes appear on a fellow who almost betrayed his clan? Hoito gritted his teeth. He will also have eyes that surpassed Byakugan's. Chapter 231, Separation. Each person had their own plans, but those who could actually take action and even abandon their clan were extremely rare. Now, Hoito clearly couldn't bear it anymore. The anxiety and desire in his heart tortured him crazily. He didn't know how Iroha did it, but Hoito was indeed very hostile to this guy who abandoned Hyuga's clan and joined Root's clan to obtain great power. The power that surpassed Byakugan should not be controlled by someone like Iroha. I have already stolen clansman's forbidden scroll. It must have recorded the secrets of the bird secret art in the cage. Hoito turned his head and glanced at Iroha's back that was neither fast nor slow. He secretly gritted his teeth. It had been delayed for too long. On the night when the leader of Kumigakure attacked Hyuga Hinata and the entire Kumigakure diplomatic mission was massacred by Hyuga's family, Hoito seized the opportunity to sneak into the secret forbidden land of Hyuga's family and found the scroll that recorded the core secrets. The significance of this seal scroll to Hyuga's family was the same as the meaning of the seal book to Konoha. According to Hoito's plan, breaking the seal of the seal was only a matter of time. In the past few years, he had been secretly studying sealing techniques and successfully breaking the seal in the core region of the clan. He had stolen the seal without alarming anyone, so it should be logical for him to spend some time breaking the seal on the seal scroll. However, reality made Hoito suffer. He had failed. Originally, he had thought that the war between Konoha and Kumigakure would continue for a period of time. In order to atone for their sins, the entire Hyuga clan had to send a large number of clansmen to the battlefield. This gave Hoito some time to buffer. However, the situation of the battle had directly exceeded his expectations. The Great War had not started, and only a surprise attack of less than 1,000 people had erupted. Under the leadership of Shiranui Yuuji, Kumigakure was easily defeated. I can't wait any longer. The seal scroll I forged can't be hidden for long. Once it is discovered by Hayashi, I have no way out. I will be exposed sooner or later. At that time, I will either be secretly executed by the clan or I will have to defect. Hoito's face was cloudy and uncertain. The clan rules of Hyuga's clan, the harshness and rigidness of root was not something that outsiders could imagine. The people of the branch family dared to covet the eyes of the people who surpassed head family's clan. This was the original sin. Even if there were benefits, it should be head family's people who possessed it first. If they were lucky, the people of the branch family might be able to get some leftovers from clansmen. Conservative, imprisonment, killing one's own potential, this kind of Hyuga. Hoito felt that he couldn't wait any longer. I have no choice. I have to work with the others to break the seal scroll as soon as possible. Caged bird curse's secret must be recorded in this scroll. Gritting his teeth, Hoito decisively turned around and left the clan grounds. He wanted to contact the Otsutsuki clan on the moon, but he couldn't. The main family and the branch family are not trustworthy. The entire Konoha can't provide what Hoito needs, so he can only find outsiders. Sure enough, we still have to contact that guy. Hoito secretly opened Byakugan. After confirming that no one was following and monitoring him, he immediately activated a shadow clone and let the shadow clone use the transformation technique to go to a secret stronghold. Ha ha ha, what a pleasant surprise. I just got Sharingan from Uchiha's clan. I didn't expect Hyuga's clan to come looking for me. Rustle. A poisonous snake emerged from a dark corner, spitting out a letter, and the sound of Orochimaru came out. Enough, Orochimaru. I'm no longer your subordinate. Don't use that method to deal with me. I'm your collaborator now. Moreover, your current situation is very bad. As soon as you show up, Kazue and the others will kill you immediately. To a certain extent, you need me more than I need you. Hoito's face was gloomy. The kid who almost died on the battlefield in the past knows how to take advantage of the situation, but you should know that you have to lose as much as you want. Tell me, what do you want? The poisonous snake kept spitting out messages. From his tone, Orochimaru, who was hiding somewhere, did not seem to mind Hoito's tone. However, Hoito knew that whether he minded it or not depended entirely on his own interests. If he could not bring out enough chips, Orochimaru would find an opportunity to kill his real body. I need you to tell me the method to break this seal. Hoito took out a scroll and opened it on the spot, showing it to the poisonous snake in front of him. This is a combination seal made with many sealing techniques. Moreover, there is a warning spell sealed on it. No wonder you want to ask for help. In the entire Konohagakure, only Minato or Yuuji can quickly break it. Orochimaru looked at it and immediately became interested. His skill in sealing was also very amazing, but if not for something like the 8 trigram seal, he could easily break the 4 symbol seal. So, Hoito, this child, stole something good from Hyuga's clan, so much so that he didn't hesitate to cooperate with him, this dangerous S-class rebel? Well, from this child's attitude, it seemed that as long as he could break this seal, he would have the confidence to fight against him. What could it be? Orochimaru was also curious, but compared to this, he had more important things to do. I can give you a way to crack it, but in return, I need Byakugan from Hyuga's clan. Impossible. Hoito refused with a cold expression. The entire clan, from the 4-year-old Hinata to the elders in their 60s and 70s, there are no more than 5 people in total. It is impossible for me to attack a certain member of the clan, and then give you the Byakugan. Humph, don't be joking. The matter of Iroha transplanting main family Byakugan had caused a huge stir back then. I think that with main and branch families sharing Byakugan, at least there will be a greater room for development in Byakugan's potential. If you want to go further, you must lay your hands on your people. Our interests are the same. Hoito's heart sank to the bottom. Indeed, in his plan, killing a person of clansmen and seizing Byakugan was one of the choices. Once he cracked Caged Bird Curse, if his potential had been destroyed by the Caged Bird, then he would have to change his healthy eyes. I will give you an eye, this is my bottom line, if you can't do it, forget it. Hoito said. Very good. Happy cooperation. The poisonous snake brewed for a while. In the next moment, it slowly spat out a new snake. This snake opened its mouth and spat out a scroll. It recorded the method to break the seal. Hoito took the scroll and checked it, feeling slightly relieved. You first poached Sharingan from Uchiha's clan, and now you have your eyes on Byakugan from our clan. Orochimaru, what exactly do you want to do? Hoito frowned. Humph, it doesn't matter to tell you. Because of Rin Egan. I am very interested in these special eyes. Maybe there is some connection between them. Orochimaru's voice rang out. Absurd. How can a pupil technique be related to the other? Hoito shook his head and turned to leave. He circled around Konohagakure many times before taking the opportunity to pass the scroll to his body. Find a corner where no one else is around and remove it on the spot. Orochimaru. When I have the power to surpass Byakugan, the first one I'll kill will be you. Hoito snorted coldly and returned home. He couldn't wait to start breaking the seal scroll. He carefully cast a jutsu, his back drenched in sweat, but he was in no danger. The core scroll of Hyuga's clan was opened by Hoito. The contents recorded on it were also reflected in Hoito's eyes. He saw a lot of vague legends and read a lot of secret information about Hyuga's clan. He even saw that strange portrait. A person with Byakugan was standing beside Rikuta Sennin. Is this ancestor of Hyuga's clan? He's on par with Rikuta Sennin. Hoito was extremely excited, and he continued to look through it while trembling. He had successfully found Caged Bird Curse. According to the contents of this scroll, he understood a little bit, but the final discovery caused his face to turn pale. Caged Bird Curse, there is only a method of performing the technique, and there is no way to reverse it at all. This is a technique that leaves no room for repentance. Who is so vicious and developed such a vicious thing? Hoito looked in disbelief. But fortunately, there were other amazing harvests. Hoito noticed that the Forbidden Scroll was the center of the bird secret art in the cage. All the caged birds that had been used could be influenced by this Forbidden Scroll. Main family's people control the life and death of the branch family. Even if a branch family member is taken away by the enemy and is controlled to give birth to Hyuga's bloodline, clansmen's people can instantly blow the head of the branch family member thousands of miles away. As long as I can control this scroll, I can also have the ability to detonate the seal of the bird in the cage. A look of excitement appeared on Hoito's face. It is even more convenient than the people of the main family. He can master the sequence of all the caged birds by sealing the caged bird center on the scroll, and control many branch families at the same time. He does not need to control one by one like the main family. Using the bird secret art in the cage could at least control the life and death of the branch families. First, I would find an opportunity to control a group of branch families and try to find a way to avoid the bird secret art in the cage. I remember those 2 distant relatives who wanted to poach Hinata's high-purity Byakugan, combined with the Tensagen they mentioned, and based on Iroha's example of transplanting the main family's right eye. If I'm not wrong, changing eyes should be the key to improving Byakugan's strength. The higher the purity of the eyes, the more obvious the effect. Hoito's brain worked quickly. Yes, a corpse of Otsutsuki had fallen into the hands of Yuuji. Perhaps this corpse had also played a role. In the end, he still could not avoid main family. He wanted to secretly control a group of people from the branch family to find an opportunity to attack main family. Hoito suppressed the anxiety in his heart and memorized the bird secret art in the cage in his mind. Then he carefully put away the forbidden scroll and walked out of the house. He couldn't put the forbidden scroll back secretly now. Absolutely not. Hoito had to use this to avoid the caged bird in his brain bag and control the people from the other branches. Hoito tried hard to maintain a nonchalant appearance and wanted to go to the training ground to practice soft fist as usual. In fact, he had already begun to search for targets to control, and gradually controlled the entire branch family. A member of the branch family walked over and nodded at Hoito. Hoito knew this person. He was 2 years older than him and was a genin with mediocre talent. Let's start with you. Hoito had a cold expression. On the street, there were people from other villages walking by. The symbol of this forehead is a ninja from Kyusagakuer. Another village has come, but it is also very normal. After all, we, Konohagakuer, have just defeated Kumagakuer and are worthy of being called the number 1 ninja village. It is very normal for these small villages to fawn on us. The people on the road talked in low voices. Especially the members of Konoha's garrison, who were responsible for security, often appeared and stared at every outsider. The arrogance and disdain in their eyes were not concealed. Even if they were talking, they deliberately raised their tone, as if they were afraid that others did not know what he was talking about. But this time, many villagers who did not like Uchiha's people nodded in agreement. In this regard, the expressions of many of the ninjas from the smaller village changed, and they could only suppress their anger. Uchiha's clan was full of strong people, and just cage level alone had 3 people. If they included the other Mangekyou that appeared in Ninja World's group, the number would be even greater. Facing the contempt of this family, they dare not refute anything at all, for fear of being targeted. They were from a small village, and they could not even bear the invasion of a strong expert like Mangekyou. Master Mui, these guys are so rude. A grass ninja was indignant. Shut up. In other people's territory, you have to know how to restrain your emotions, especially anger. This kind of emotion will kill you. The man named Mui was expressionless, as if no humiliation or abuse could change his expression. The other migratory ninjas were filled with unwillingness, fear, and anger. But since Mui, the leader of the diplomatic mission, had said so, they did not dare to say anything. As the lord of Hojiki Castle, Mui had a very high position in the country of grass. Moreover, his methods of dealing with enemies and criminals were extremely cruel. Hojiki Castle, which he had created, was a place specially used to imprison criminals and prisoners. No enemy who entered this city could come out alive. Mui led the diplomatic mission through the streets of Konoha, and under the guidance of a ninja, they headed to the Hokage building. The number 1 ninja village in the ninja world, where strong people gather, is really enviable. The average level of ninjas is not comparable to that of our ninja village. Mui observed coldly, and a trace of greed flashed in his eyes. So many excellent ninjas, it's really good. If we can throw all these ninjas into that thing, I think we can gather a large part of the chakra. Mui led people into the Hokage building. Greetings, Hokage-sama. I am here on behalf of the Kyusagakuer. I hope to form an alliance with Konoha. Mui respectfully handed over the letter. Konohagakuer and the Kyusagakuer used to be allies. Now, they have welcomed a long period of peace. That's great. Minato revealed a gentle smile. Mui said cautiously, according to the leader's instruction, our Kyusagakuer will respect Konoha, and we will transfer 5% of the mission gold to Konoha. Only 5%? Is Kyusagakuer humiliating Konohagakuer? At least 20%. At this time, Yuuji suddenly opened his mouth. Mui's expression changed slightly, and he looked at Yuuji seriously. Shiranui Yuuji. It is said that this person's chakra is very large, no less than Bijuu. Chapter 232, Bounty. Kyusagakuer, this village is a small country around the Kingdom of Fire. It seems that its only value is to exist as a strategic buffer zone. If any big ninja village did not want to keep the buffer zone, they could destroy the village at any time. But if they really wanted to think this way, they were wrong. Yuuji stood in the office of the Hokage with an indifferent expression, looking like a politician who wanted to seek benefits for Konohagakuer. You must be Lord Yuuji. I've heard a lot about you, but 20% of the reward is too much. This is the price that the defeated country should pay. We are here to form an alliance with Konoha. Mui frowned slightly, with the appearance of worrying about the country and the people. Yuuji sneered, alliance? You know the meaning of this alliance better than anyone else. It is nothing more than seeking Konoha's protection and not launching a war against you. If you want to be safe, you have to pay a price, and 20% of the bounty is already generous. Mui looked worried. But in fact, he was not flustered at all. It doesn't matter to him even if it's 40%, anyway, he's just the lord of Hojiki Castle in the Kingdom of Grass, not the leader of Kyuzagakur. Mui personally did not care about these things. As long as he signed the contract, he would return to Hojiki Castle. He did not need to pay attention to the rest of the things. Compared to this, it is obvious that Yuuji himself is more attractive to him. If he can bring him back to Kyuzagakur. A trace of regret flashed in the eyes of Mui. It's a pity that this guy is too strong, no matter how much chakra there is, he has to live to enjoy it. In the end, Minato made the final decision, demanding that Kyuzagakur pay 15% of the mission gold as a reward, and ruthlessly slashing Kyuzagakur. Yuuji looked at the departing figure of Mui, and the corner of his mouth revealed a trace of ridicule. This guy seems to be very interested in me, Yuuji said. Well, I also found out, probably because I have heard of your notoriety, what you did to the Kyuzagakur's diplomatic mission made these messengers very scared. Minato laughed. Yuuji also nodded, as if he agreed with this point of view. He estimated the time. Speaking of which, there were quite a few good things in this village. Uzumaki's descendants were one thing, and the other was that thing, the box of ultimate bliss. In the legends, it could grant any wish, but in reality, it was to create monsters that gathered negative energy to devour fear. It was said that the ninjas of the Kyuzagakur used this thing back then and almost ruled the world in Rikuta Sennin's era. Well, this almost was very interesting. Kakuzu almost killed the original Hokage. Danzo almost killed Pain and Rikuta Sennin. Mui suddenly said, Hokage-sama, we hope that Konohagakur can send a team to our country of grass. Not long after, Mui walked out of the building with no expression on his face. According to the normal procedure, after signing the contract, they could prepare to leave. But Mui took advantage of this time to wander around Konohagakur. He looked at these high-quality ninjas with admiration. Many Konoha ninjas looked at this outsider wearing a grass ninja forehead, and looked at the expression on this guy's face, feeling satisfied and proud. However, they didn't know what would happen if they stuffed all these ninjas into the chest of bliss. I spent so much time and effort to collect chakra, but I didn't manage to gather enough chakra to open the chest of bliss. If it was Konohagakur, it would be very easy to open the chest of bliss, not to mention that there is Bijuu in this village. Mui sighed. He really felt envious. In the big village, there were countless talented ninjas. 2 Tails, 9 Tails, and Yuuji. If he could grab any one of these 3 guys, he would definitely be able to open the chest of bliss to make a wish. Lord Mui, we have finished our preparations. We can leave at any time. A grass ninja found him and reported. Mui said, in that case, there is no time to lose. Let's go. Suddenly, he saw Naruto. He felt the terrifying chakra on his body, and his eyes lit up, but then dimmed down. Unfortunately, I can't take this guy back. But I thought of another way to get the chakra together. I can't do it myself, so I can hire someone else to do it. Mui thought that there was another guy among Ninja World who had Bijuu level chakra, and that was the man who was called Tailless Bijuu. Akatsuki. It seems that he will have to spend a lot of money to hire this organization. Only this organization can bring him what he wants. Mui silently pondered. No one knew his plan. After leading the team back to the country of grass, Mui first reported the agreement to the leader of the Kyuzagakur. He actually asking for 15% of the task reward? This kind of amount? Forget it, it's barely acceptable. The leader of Kyuzagakur looked livid, but there was nothing he could do about it. Right now, Konoha was really too powerful. Any random cage level could defeat their village, and they had no choice. From now on, every time Kyuzagakur completed a mission, they would give all 15% of the bounty reward to Konohagakur to obtain safety and protection. The expenses for next year will have to be reduced a little. 15% of the bounty. We will not be able to nurture a number of ninjas like in the past. The leader of Kyuzagakur waved his hand. Mui respectfully retreated and returned to Hojiki Castle. Hojiki Castle is notorious in the entire Grass Kingdom, and it is a veritable city of criminals. The reason why MUI was able to rule this city with his identity as the Lord and control those vicious criminals was in essence because he had mastered an extremely powerful sealing technique. As long as anybody was hit by this technique, even Bijuu would not be able to break free easily. That's right. MUI's strength was much stronger than what ordinary people imagined. The reason why his name was not spread among Ninja World, his low-key style of doing things, and his lack of battle achievements that he had never fought against Cage Level and Bijuu, was also one of the reasons. MUI himself also did not value those false reputations in the first place. Whoosh! The gate of Hojiki Castle slowly opened. MUI walked in with an indifferent expression. In the city, the criminals who were fighting each other were still shouting and fighting. When they saw MUI, they suddenly became silent, and their faces showed resentment and fear. MUI! He came back so quickly? Bastard, I missed a good chance to escape. Ha, your body is sealed. How can you escape? Stop joking. Many criminals glared at MUI. At this time, a strong man rushed out with a ferocious expression. MUI, I want to challenge you. Yes, I like challenges. According to the agreement between you and me, you can leave here if you beat me. MUI nodded casually. He stood in the center of the square. That strong man raised his fist, roared and rushed towards him, but with just a light kick, he was sent flying. Bastard, if my chakra is not sealed, I can kill you with one move. The other side was very angry. More people could not hold back and rushed towards MUI, but they were all easily defeated by him. These people were all sealed and could not use chakra. They had essentially become a group of strong ordinary people. They were not a match for someone like MUI. In addition, there were many ninjas stationed in Hojiki Castle. As long as they were caught, they would not have a chance to escape. Even Jinchuriki could not do it. After dealing with these tools, MUI planned to take a final gamble. If all these criminals were stuffed into the chest of bliss and still could not be opened, he could only ask Akatsuki for help. Father, please teach me how to train. His son ran in. Muku, I am very busy. Don't bother me. MUI said coldly. The young Muku was stunned on the spot, his face full of disappointment. MUI gathered all the ninjas he had, came to the front of a huge building, and threw one criminal after another into it. On the other side of the huge door, there seemed to be a monster that swallowed everything, swallowing one living person after another. The screams of the criminals paved the ambition of MUI. Sir MUI, we have already thrown in 90 of the criminals, but we still can't open this thing. A ninja knelt on the ground, trembling with fear. MUI looked at him coldly. The ninja trembled fiercely, and the ninjas around him also looked strange. MUI really intended to stuff these ninjas into the chest as well. He even planned to throw his son into the chest of bliss. However, he did not do so in the end. The chest of bliss is our only chance to get rid of the weak. Otherwise, with our own strength, it is impossible for us to have a foothold in Ninja World. Since that is the case, let's give up for the time being. I have found other ways, although it is very risky. MUI snorted and immediately ordered that he would issue a bounty mission to the underground bounty and ask Akatsuki to take it. This made the other ninjas relieved, and they immediately went to carry out the mission. Soon, the man who had been in the underground bounty centers of various countries all year round, who had cheated countless people into bankruptcy, also found this extremely targeted bounty. Humph, the content of this bounty is very interesting. Not only did it request us, Akatsuki, to accept it, it also asked the person with the most chakra to carry it out. Isn't this prepared for Kisame? Understood, I will use the transformation technique to turn into Kisame to ask for the bounty. Kakuzu sat in a bounty center, facing the frightened and respectful gazes of the surrounding people, pointing at the mission catalog in front of him. The fraudulent man, Kakuzu, has deceived countless people, and his strength is outstanding, which makes people admire him very much. In the legends, he almost defeated Shao De Hokage. This man was sitting in his seat with a fierce look in his eyes. He forcibly suppressed this bustling underground bounty and the gathering place of the underground bar. If you really dare to do this, the leader will kill you, unless you think you can make a 50-50th split with the leader. Beside him, Hirako said with a sneer. Humph, it's not impossible to be a leader or something. And how would I know that Zero is actually a puppet controlled by the leader? Kakuzu had a tough attitude, but his tone clearly softened a little. Inside Akatsuki, the atmosphere was actually very subtle recently. Many vicious villains joined this organization. On one hand, they were defeated by pain by force. If they did not join, they would die. On the other hand, they felt that they could gain benefits from this organization. For example, Kakuzu, he joined this organization because of financial power. In any case, he would not be like others who wanted to achieve eternal peace. He had no interest in such a far-reaching goal. Similarly, as a partner he had tried to kill several times but failed to kill, Hirako did not believe it at all. He only joined because he wanted to obtain a better blood limit. These two people can be said to be the most dangerous combination of thinking in the Akatsuki organization. They only run for profit, without any strong beliefs to support them. Lord Kakuzu, Hirako-sama, our bounty center is only a small bounty center, we don't have much liquidity. And look at this mission. The manager of the bounty bureau nodded and bowed, his face humble. Oh? But I think the scale of your bounty shop is not small at all, and there are so many people drinking, the daily turnover must be very rich. Kakuzu stared. Master Kakuzu, please forgive us, we actually can't make any money, this is for your subordinates, a little care is not enough to show respect. Are you insulting me? Why should I accept bribes from you when I can cheat money? Or, do you suspect my deception? No, how would I dare? No one knew what kind of crap the bounty manager was in. Deception? The major bounties in the ninja world have long heard of Kakuzu's notoriety, and for this reason they have specially developed many ninjutsu to prevent fraud and improve detection capabilities. But most of the time, in order to avoid trouble, some bounty people pinched their noses and pretended to be deceived, giving Kakuzu a sum of money, treating it as breaking money to avoid disaster. But Kakuzu doesn't have the slightest self-knowledge, and firmly believes that he is a master of deception and invincible. Cheating money was more efficient than working to make money. No way, no way. Kakuzu, do you really think you are smart? Hirako said sarcastically. Get lost. I will find a chance to kill you sooner or later. I can only ensure your speed and not your survival. Kakuzu snorted. Hirako nodded. That's right, so I am looking for the next target to swallow. Beads of sweat appeared on the forehead of the bounty manager. The two men in front of him were very famous in the underground world. One had lived from the era of Shao De Hokage until today, and the other had threatened to eat blood. In short, report to the leader first. Let him decide. If there are no accidents, he will agree. The two of them got up and left. Using the ring on his hand, he created a projection of the chakra in a Megakure's huge hole and reported this news to Nagato. An individual who needs a huge amount of chakra? Interesting, then let them do this. No matter what the purpose of the employer is, it is impossible to hurt them. Nagato's entire body was in the shadows, making it impossible to see his body shape. His voice was cold as he spoke. White Zetsu, send another clone to the grass country for surveillance. I want to know the details of the process. Nagato gave orders to White Zetsu, who was growing on his body. After controlling Black Zetsu and White Zetsu, Nagato discovered that not only had his strength become stronger, but it was also much more convenient for many things. Chapter 233, Make a Wish. Since being defeated by Hitomi, Nagato has fallen into a state of crazy practice. If he had time, he would not waste it. He would try his best to increase his strength. In the past, he had never worked so hard. It was because he had been stimulated too much. He, who boasted of being a god, was defeated by another god and almost died. If Black Zetsu had not suddenly appeared and used the ability to possess and control, he would not have been able to protect his Rinnegan. This deeply stimulated Nagato, making this originally cold and extreme man more and more crazy. Leader, in fact, I can also investigate the situation. In terms of camouflage and stealth, I am not inferior to White Zetsu. In terms of strength, I am stronger than him. At this time, Black Zetsu, who had half of Nagato's body attached to him, said darkly. Nagato said coldly, no need. Anyway, it is just a mission issued by a small village. It is enough to send White Zetsu's clone. But there is no but. Your greatest value is to exist as a part of me. Don't think of a way to escape. You will not have this opportunity. Nagato said. He sensed the benefits of controlling Black Zetsu. White Zetsu formed his new body, bringing him a steady stream of life force. Black Zetsu, on the other hand, strengthened his consciousness and refined his chakra, which had an upgrade effect. Moreover, Nagato also suspected that Black Zetsu, this strange thing, was actually some kind of special yin-yang creation, but he could not find reliable information to verify this speculation for the time being. Nagato's response made Black Zetsu burn with anger. He still had a lot of things to do and had no time to waste on trash like Nagato. This guy, ever since he obtained White Zetsu's body, his strength has grown a bit faster. This might be a hindrance to the plan. Black Zetsu thought maliciously. How to guide Nagato to use the reincarnation art and revive Uchiha Madara was also a difficult problem. Black Zetsu had been thinking about this for a long time, but he could not think of a feasible plan. He could only wait until Bijuu's plan was officially launched, and then he would find an opportunity. Kisame, I will leave it to you too, Nagato said coldly. Oh, I can finally move around, but leader, I apply to act alone. If I am alone, I can complete the task more efficiently. I am fed up with this precious beast. Kisame rubbed his teeth, looking at the guy beside him from the corner of his eye. Might do. Oh. Don't worry, Kisame, I will not disappoint your trust. Might do gave a thumbs up, and the light from the corner of his mouth illuminated the dark basement. Don't give me a thumbs up, and don't give me any more light. Otherwise, I'll find a chance to kill you. Kisame suppressed the inexplicable restlessness. Be more confident, Kisame, you won't be able to beat him at all, Nagato said. What? Even you think so? I clearly still have the strongest technique that I haven't used. With my strength, how could I not defeat this precious beast? However, he had to obey the orders of the leader. Although Heavenly Pain had already been killed by another Rinnegan, and his main body, Nagato, had returned with a crushing defeat, nearly losing his life. This crushing defeat had indeed shaken Nagato's position to a certain extent. However, Nagato had united with Black Zetsu and White Zetsu. He directly walked up to the front desk from behind the scenes and stood in front of all the members of Akatsuki. He even displayed battle prowess that far exceeded that of Heavenly Pain. He had forcefully suppressed these unruly fellows. Especially Kakuzu and Hirako, these two are the most selfish and like to act without authorization, they only run for pure profit. The others, such as Konan, Kisame and the others, were gathered together for the sake of peace on the surface. They would be able to appear even more calm and composed in a face-to-face battle against the defeated Nagato. Kisame sized up Nagato. Looking at this strange guy, he wiped away the strange thoughts that arose in his heart. Forget it, then I will try to get along with this guy. Kisame met Nagato's extremely oppressive gaze and immediately snorted. Before Kakuzu left, he said coldly, don't fail, you two, this is a lot of money. One figure after another began to disappear. Only Kisame and Might-do were left. Speaking of which, you are also in Omegakure. It is not too far from Grass Country. If we travel now, we will arrive in less than 2 days at most. Senior Do, this is the first time we have cooperated. Don't drag me down. Kisame looked at Might-do. Don't worry, I will protect you. I will kill you. The two of them began to move. Both of them had astonishing physical strength, and their movement speed was extremely exaggerated. They quickly arrived at the country of grass. However, they did not rashly enter Hojiki Castle. Instead, they stayed in the surrounding towns and spent some time gathering information. When White Zetsu's clone found them, the gathering of information about Hojiki Castle finally came to an end. The two of you are in trouble. Hojiki Castle's Lord Mui also hired a team from Konoha. Not only that, I also discovered that many people are hiding their identities and are also searching for information about Hojiki Castle. Said White Zetsu. What? Kisame frowned. It's understandable for that guy to hire us Akatsuki and Konoha, he is worried about us and wants us to check and balance with Konoha. But what happened to the others? I'm not sure. Perhaps Mui also hired some ninjas from other villages. Understood. Continue to investigate. If you have any news, tell me as soon as possible. Kisame revealed a sinister smile. He realized that things had suddenly become interesting. Let's go, senior. No matter what that guy, Mui, wants to do, he can't stop the two of us. Kisame took the lead and walked to Hojiki Castle. Might-do's eyes focused on Kisame's back. After a moment of silence, he immediately followed. Although he was not very smart, he was never a fool. Konoha's people were involved, but I didn't get Lord Yuuji's secret order. Was it because it happened so suddenly that I didn't have the time to issue an order to me, or was it just an ordinary mission? A hint of doubt appeared in Might Du's eyes. Hojiki Castle. Recently, some strange guys have entered this city. For this reason, MUI even went against the norm and directly opened the door, allowing entry and not exiting. All the people who came in would not be allowed to leave this place. Some of the troublemakers were even fortunate to be attacked by MUI, and their bodies were sealed, so they could not use chakra, so they were imprisoned in Hojiki Castle. Just like that, Kisame and Dua entered Hojiki Castle. After revealing their identities, there were naturally ninjas leading them. You guys came early, the people from Konoha will arrive tomorrow, said the ninja who led the way. Hehe, this time you gave our Akatsuki organization a bounty of 40 million, but now you have hired Konoha, maybe there are other ninjas. Are you so rich in Hojiki Castle? Let's talk first, I won't share the 40 million with those trash. Kisame asked suddenly. This is not something I can know. Perhaps only the lord of the city can answer your question. The ninja leading the way lowered his posture. The muscles all over his body were tense. This was not just vigilance, but also fear. Ever since the 3 battles, all the big ninja villages began to lay low and recuperate. However, Akatsuki stood at an astonishing speed in front of Ninja World. The core members all had Cage Level's strength, and his might shocked Ninja World. Sage's Eyes, Shao De Hokage, and Uchiha Madara. Just the combination of these 3 people was enough to make people terrified. Facing a behemoth like Akatsuki, the small Hojiki Castle is not worth mentioning at all. It seems that you understand the strength of our organization very well. Then don't make any unnecessary moves. After the mission is completed, obediently hand over all the rewards to us. Kisame pulled out his same hata and placed it horizontally on his shoulder. A terrifying killing intent assaulted his face, causing the people nearby to tremble. Otherwise, I'll slaughter this entire city. That's right, youth is not allowed to be deceived, Godfather. Do was so excited that he did a backflip on the spot. Kisame could no longer continue acting. The atmosphere and image he created were easily crushed by Do. The two of you. Stop talking. Take me to your city lord now. Now, immediately. Kisame's eyes were filled with terrifying killing intent, bringing along a huge dark cloud as he attacked. The ninja leading the way was shocked and immediately brought the 2 of them to the city lord manor. After walking far away. Only then did the surrounding people look over in shock. What happened just now? That level of killing intent, it feels even more terrifying than MUI. Red cloud in black, so it turns out that these 2 guys are actually members of the Akatsuki organization? According to legend, it is an organization led by immortals. There are many strong people. I didn't expect them to come too. Could it be that this is actually a stronghold of the Akatsuki organization? Such a powerful organization is enough to fight against a great ninja village. Why did they come to Hojiki Castle? Some people revealed uneasy expressions. Some of the smart people rolled their eyes and wondered if they could take the opportunity to escape. Their chakra had already been sealed, and they couldn't even defeat Genin, let alone escape. Now that Akatsuki was here, they might have a chance to escape. At this time, another person slowly walked in. The leader was stooped, wearing a large robe, and a huge hood covered his head, making it impossible to see his face. Those 2 guys are Akatsuki's people. What exactly does MUI want to do? Does he not know that Akatsuki has enmity with Konoha? The man narrowed his eyes slightly, but he lowered his head deeply. Behind him, there were a few people who also lowered their heads to cover their faces. One of them whispered, Lord Setsuna, there are traces of Orochimaru here? Are we going to meet up with the village? They probably don't know that we've already arrived here. Shut up, Hikaku. You're here to assist me, not to teach me how to do things. I'm really sorry. After warning him, Setsuna slowly walked into the city. He met the other people's scrutinizing gazes. A trace of haze and heat flashed through Setsuna's eyes. The Chest of Bliss, a legendary divine artifact that can grant any wish, has appeared in the era of Rikuta Sennin for the first time. I used to think that this was just a myth. I thought that this thing was just like Rikuta Sennin, a story made up by the ancient people. However, now that even Rin-Egan has appeared, it proves that Rikuta Sennin really existed. In addition, some clansmen have reported to me that when Kumigakure attacked Konoha previously, he used Rikuta Sennin's precious artifact, the amber bottle. The extremely aged Setsuna revealed a deep longing in his eyes. He was already too old. Originally, leading the radical faction of Uchiha's clan to continuously advance, finding a qualified successor before the end of his life was something that an old man like him should do. But in recent years of unforeseen events, Setsuna suddenly didn't want to die. He still had a lot of things to do, and he still had to continue to lead Uchiha clan. He clearly had so many strong people, and there were so many pairs of Mangekyo Sharingan outside the clan, so why was he still restricted by the Hokage side? The living space of Uchiha clan should naturally be opened up even more. Moreover, Setsuna also had a lot of words for Fugaku, the clan leader. Fugaku is a soft and indecisive person who lacks decisiveness. Letting such a person lead the clan is simply a disaster. However, that person has Mangekyo Sharingan. Only Kazue and Shisui have the qualifications to compete with Fugaku for the position of clan leader. But it was impossible for these two geniuses to listen to him. Especially Kazue. Setsuna had originally regarded Kazue as a sharp blade that he had raised single-handedly. Back then, he had even given the forbidden technique, Izanagi, to Kazue on his own. Reality proved that Kazue had crippled one eye and died once. Yet, he had succeeded in obtaining even stronger power from Yuuji. It laid the foundation for opening the Mangekyo Sharingan in the future. However, Setsuna's most fatal mistake was that he was unable to win over Kazue. Instead, he helplessly watched as Kazue sided with Yuuji. Not only that, but Kazue also stabbed him in the back, causing his prestige in the clan to suffer some damage. Fugaku's sons Itachi and Suzuki are also geniuses. If there is another kaleidoscope Sharingan from these two little boys, after the next generation patriarch comes to power, the Uchiha clan will definitely become the plaything of the Hokage faction. A cold light shot out from Setsuna's eyes, but it instantly disappeared. He can't die yet, he needs a healthier body to realize his long-cherished wish. That guy Madara doesn't care about me, and I don't know what he is thinking. Could it be that he has a better candidate? Is he confident that after this old man dies, he can better control the radical faction? Setsuna couldn't figure it out even if he racked his brain. What exactly did Madara want to do? Oh, it was Akatsuki's Madara, not the weak second Madara. Setsuna did not go to the city lord's mansion, but found a place and silently waited for the moment to come. The chest of bliss. If the rumors are true, if he makes a wish with the box of bliss, he will surely regain his youth. That guy Mui, Tailless Bijuu, hired Akatsuki, imprisoned countless people in this city all year round. Is the key in chakra? Setsuna thought silently. Not long after, other teams arrived one after another. Mui, who was ready, did not want to wait for a moment and immediately opened the chest of bliss. Chapter 234, Box of Bliss opened. More and more people began to enter Hojiki Castle. Some sensitive and smart people had already realized that something big was going to happen. Even the number of guards in the city began to increase. Obviously, Lord Mui was preparing something to achieve a certain goal. But apart from Mui and his cronies, no one knows what will happen. The people imprisoned in this city only wanted to find an opportunity to escape and then find a way to break the seal on their bodies. Recently, many strangers have entered the city. What is Mui planning to do? No matter what they do, it has nothing to do with us disabled people who can't use chakra. I actually hope to see something big happen, so that I can take the opportunity to escape. These vicious prisoners were looking for an opportunity. Similarly, the people who had recently entered Hojiki Castle were also silently waiting. This is Hojiki Castle? As expected of the infamous criminal city of Ninja World. Mui is really amazing. In Konoha's team, Anko looked around and was in high spirits. Hey, don't be so ignorant. It's very embarrassing for our village. Marino Ibiki pulled the hat on his head and reminded him. You are so long-winded. I have never seen such a city before. What's wrong with looking at it more? Anko, we came here on behalf of Konohagakure. We have to guard this city for half a month. It's inevitable that we have to deal with the locals. If you behave embarrassingly, we will inevitably feel embarrassed. Marino Ibiki said coldly, looking straight at Anko. Ever since Orochimaru defected, this was the first time Anko had left the village to carry out a mission. As the only disciple of Orochimaru, Anko was naturally under the strictest surveillance. When Orochimaru just defected, Anko was even grounded. As Orochimaru was killed by Yuuji, the imprisonment of Anko was loosened. But after Orochimaru was resurrected, the village began to stare at Anko again. When Orochimaru was killed again, Anko would be a little free again. Until now, it was rare for him to leave the village. It also means that the village has begun to trust Anko. No wonder Anko is so excited. Got it, troublesome fellow. Don't you think so? Guy, why aren't you the captain? Anko whispered. Because Ibiki is more suitable to lead the team than me. Guy was very honest. Anko snorted and turned his head away. Konoha's team was the last to arrive at Hojiki Castle. Not long after, the three of them received an invitation from the city lord. The three of them didn't pay too much attention to it. It was just a mission to guard the city. It was a very common mission. After waiting for half a month, they left for the village. Why are there so many people? Where is this? Anko quickly frowned. The three of them were called to a huge square. In the center, there was a magnificent building. What made the three of them notice was that other than them, there were other people waiting here. Those two are Akatsuki? Why are Akatsuki's people here? Marino Ibiki quickly glanced at the people on the square. When he saw the two tall figures of Du, who was wearing black clothes and red cloud uniform, his expression immediately changed. His face was full of worry. According to the information they had, Akatsuki's core members seemed to like the action of two people in a team. In other words, if only two members appeared, it meant that these two people had a high chance of being core members, and their strength was at the beginning of the elite level. Are those two members of Akatsuki? I hope they are both elite jonins. If it were 2 cage level, it would be a big problem. Sweat also appeared on Anko's forehead. Unexpectedly, a core member of Akatsuki appeared in this mission that he thought was just an ordinary one. It's not Sage's eyes. Judging from her figure, she is not the woman who uses paper to hide, nor is it Kakuzu and Hirako. But that shorter man is carrying a huge weapon on his back. Could it be Same Hata? Is it Kirigakuru's S-class traitor ninja Kisame? Who will the other person be? Ibiki took a deep breath, feeling a great pressure. Kisame's physique was incomparably tall, 1.95 m, but Kisame's teammates were even more exaggerated. 2 meters tall, they were also ridiculously strong. Who could it be? In the sea of Ibiki's mind, he did not remember any strong person in the villages who had this kind of physique. Guy, did you find anything? Ibiki said in a low voice. Guy shook his head, indicating that he had not found anything. Damn it, why is it like this? What is MUI trying to do? Were these two people hired by him as well? Ibiki gritted his teeth. It was just a city in a small country, yet such a powerful fellow actually appeared? Hey, the others are also very strange. All of them have their heads lowered, hiding their faces and showing their tails. Only we don't have any cover. Is this appropriate? Anko sized up the others. Standing a little further away were a few ninjas in loose robes. Even further away, there was a figure standing in the shadows, which was extremely suspicious. Not only that. The criminals were also driven to the square by the ninjas. It was extremely noisy, and there was a lot of cursing. After a while, MUI finally appeared. Surrounded by several cronies, MUI walked over with a blank expression and stood in front of the central building. It seems that everyone is here. MUI glanced at them and said faintly. City Lord MUI, I think you have to explain what is going on with these people. At the same time, they have hired so many of us. At least, they have to provide us with some necessary information. Ibiki said slowly. MUI said, I didn't need to explain it to you. I originally planned to hire the experts of Konoha, but I didn't expect that Konoha would only send you guys over. MUI was a little disappointed. He wanted to hire Yuuji the most because the 9-tailed Jinchuriki and the 2-tailed Jinchuriki would not be released easily no matter what. It's a pity that no matter how much money he pays, no one will pick up Konoha's cage-level powerhouse. At the level of cage, it was a strategic weapon of the village, and it would not be casually dispatched for the invitation of a small city. As a result, Konoha only sent 3 young people. What was the use of this? Forget it, since there was Kisame, it should be enough. Sure enough, it was more reliable for the mercenary organization to work with money. As for whether there would be a situation where they would be cheated. After opening the chest of bliss to make a wish, none of the people present would survive. From the very beginning, MUI never intended to pay to Akatsuki. I'm getting impatient from waiting. Let's get started. I need to bring the money back quickly. Kisame urged. Mui nodded. He was not interested in paying attention to Setsuna and the others who had sneaked in. The more people with unknown identities, the better. It was good to provide chakra for his great cause. It was about to begin. Mui shouted, "Open!" The door of the building in front of them suddenly opened, revealing a strange face. It was unknown whether it was an illusion or not, but everyone who looked at the face instinctively felt a sense of unease. An endless stream of fear was rising from the depths of their hearts. It wasn't that they had the most direct understanding of this ghost face, but it was that there would be a strange feeling of fear that would cause people to be confused. Subconsciously, many people couldn't help but take a step back. What is this thing? You drove us here just to let us see this. The crowd was restless. These prisoners continued to observe the situation, still not forgetting to find a chance to escape. Mui made a gesture. Around them, the ninjas and guards all revealed sinister smiles. A portion of them guarded the important roads around them, blocking the way for the prisoners to escape. The other group of people had cruel expressions on their faces as they brazenly attacked and began to wantonly chase and capture the people present. Regardless of whether they were male, female, old, or young, if they were people, they would capture them. Before the disturbance had even spread out, many of the prisoners were stunned. Everyone saw that many of the prisoners had already been thrown at the ghost face. Crack! A strange sound rang out. The ghost face suddenly opened its mouth, and a terrifying gust of cold wind blew out. In the next moment, the ghost face had already devoured everyone. What happened? Is this purpose of MUI? I remember now. Every year, many people disappeared inexplicably. It turned out that they were fed to this damn thing. Run, we have so many people. We must find a way to escape. The prisoners began to become restless and turned to flee. But they, who were weak, were quickly knocked down and finally entered the mouth of that face. The number of people in the crowd was decreasing at an astonishing speed. No wonder he wanted to hire me, so he wanted to collect chakra. But this thing is really strange, swallowing chakra? Is this some kind of weapon, or some kind of demon? Is there any benefit in doing this? Kisame had an expression of wanting to watch the show, but it was not a big deal. He looked at the people who were screaming and wailing in high spirits. All the people who were thrown into the mouth never came out again, so it was easy to imagine that they were all dead. This ghost face's mouth was like a bottomless pit, swallowing the endless living people, and never satisfied. Be quiet, Samehada. This time, I can't feed you my chakra. This is actually a mission. I am very professional. Kisame noticed that Samehada on his back was a little agitated, and he comforted it. But it was useless. This knife might not be concerned about chakra, but fear. The things in the building make it feel fear. Might Do suddenly spoke. He had been silent for a long time. Is that so? It's no wonder. When I see that damn thing, I feel uncomfortable. Speaking of which, senior, it's not your style to be so quiet. Is it because you can't bear this cruel scene? Or is it because you saw an acquaintance? Kisame had a playful expression as he opened his mouth, revealing a mouthful of sharp teeth. He looked at Might Guy in Konoha's team. An acquaintance. Kisame remembered that in the 3 battles arena, he had been ruthlessly kicked to the ground by this father and son who had a mouth full of youth love. He had lost the opportunity to escape. He had not expected to see this father and son pair gather together under such circumstances. It was really interesting. Kisame could not help but let out a malicious laugh. It looked like all the prisoners were going to be fed. However, the ghost face still did not give any response. It still opened its mouth and silently asked to feed more chakra. Just now, there were only a few thousand people who were devoured, right? Is it still not enough? Anko's face was deathly pale. Ibiki looked worried. What does MUI want to do? What will happen after feeding him enough chakra? I can't stand it. Even if these prisoners are not good people, they should not be treated like this. Guy cursed and was about to attack the ninjas of Hojiki Castle. Ibiki and Anko held him down immediately. Calm down, we are ninjas who carry out missions. No matter what happens, it is the employer's business. Even if you want to settle the score, you have to wait until the mission is completed. Anko's face was pale, but he gritted his teeth and roared. Guy was unwilling. In the end, all the prisoners were thrown in. Mui frowned and said, as expected, it is still not enough. That's right, the overall quality of these prisoners is worrying, and I have also sealed their chakra, so they can't extract more chakra, which means that there are more, and the effect is limited, so. Mui began to look at the others, and his eyes were cold. In addition to his subordinates, there were about 10 people left. There was no need for Akatsuki and Konoha's people to move for the time being. They just had to clean up the others first. As soon as Mui gave the order, many ninjas rushed to Setsuna's group and the unknown person standing in the distance. This is really troublesome. Fight quickly and try not to be exposed. Setsuna frowned. The few Uchiha clansmen could no longer hold back and attacked. Each and every one of them was strong and had experienced hundreds of battles. They slaughtered the Hojiki castle ninjas like chopping vegetables. The lone man in black had his head lowered all along. Facing the siege, he did not raise his head. He only moved quickly and easily dodged the attacks. He stretched out a finger and casually pointed it out in front of everyone, defeating these ninjas. Interesting. Kisame said. Mui hesitated for a moment and ordered his men to stop attacking. Although his subordinates were all cannon fodder, there was no need to consume them here. Everyone of Akatsuki, it's your turn. I need your chakra. Mui said. Might-do did not move. Kisame directly took a step forward and stretched out his arm. Although I am very unhappy, this is part of the mission. I am also very curious about what will happen if I feed enough chakra. Boom. In the next moment, a terrifying airflow erupted from Kisame's body. It turned into a shocking cyclone and flew towards the ghost face. The ghost face opened its mouth wide and swallowed, as if it was very excited. Finally, when Kisame lost 70% of the chakra in his body, this ghost face finally changed. Rumble. A huge shock wave burst forth, and the entire building was destroyed. After the smoke dissipated, an incomparably huge and strange chest suddenly stood in place, spinning crazily. 4 ghost faces, 4 different expressions. Finally, a look of joy appeared on Mui's face, and he was about to approach. But at this time, an old voice suddenly shouted. Now is the time. Attack. Setsuna suddenly raised his head. The fanaticism in his eyes almost turned into solid flames, burning everything to ashes. The endless spring of youth, the long life of Mangekyo Sharingan. All of these were waving to him. Chapter 235, You Have Grown. Setsuna was about to go crazy. In fact, when he made his move, he was even faster than Mui. This made Mui very surprised. This guy, don't tell me he knows the secret of the chest of bliss? This divine artifact has been silent for 1,000 years. How can anyone know its use? Mui said to Kisame without hesitation, stop that guy quickly. How troublesome. Kisame suddenly pulled out the same hata and smashed it at Setsuna. On the huge same hata, the sharp thorns are also shaking constantly at this moment, and any random one can pierce terrifying holes in the human body. Shua, Shua, Shua. Several Uchiha clansmen had already taken action, and they rushed towards Kisame first, trying to open up a path for Setsuna. Even though they did not know what Setsuna wanted to do, and why he wanted to attack this strange big box. Crash! Kisame slashed horizontally, and in the trajectory of the attacks of several Uchiha ninjas, he found several nodes, and then smashed them with his same hata, which forced the several Uchiha ninjas to change their original attack path. A cyclone burst out, and a killing intent rushed out, making several Uchiha ninjas look as if they were facing a great enemy, and they activated Sharingan one after another. This slash was fruitless. Tisk, such a fast reaction speed. Is it Sharingan? This is really too surprising. Konoha even sent out a second team. Kisame rubbed his teeth, revealing an intriguing expression. Sharingan? Why did the Uchiha family team appear here? Anko and the others also cried out in alarm, their expressions greatly changing. They had never received any form of notification. Could it be that the Hokage had issued a secret mission for the people of Uchiha's clan to carry out it? No, the worst possibility is that these people came here without telling the village. Ibiki's heart was beating wildly. He was just a very ordinary superior ninja. What happened in front of him had already exceeded the scope of his ability. At this time, Setsuna had already bypassed Kisame and rushed towards the chest of bliss with all his might. This is not something you can touch, Konoha's guy. Mui said coldly. He suddenly moved and stood in front of Setsuna. Get lost! Setsuna growled and spat out a fireball. Fire release, Hero Fire Sky Prison. Mui opened his palm, and a stream of red-colored air suddenly burst out from his palm. After piercing through the fireball, he directly pounced towards Setsuna. In his shock, Setsuna hurriedly retreated, but a part of his robe was still destroyed. He revealed his original appearance. Lord Setsuna, why are you here? Ibiki had an amazing memory. As an elite of the interrogation department, he remembered the appearance of all the well-known ninjas in the village, so he recognized Setsuna at the first time. You three, escort me to the chest of bliss. This is an order. Setsuna gasped, feeling the weakness in his body, and said coldly. But the task we received was to guard Hojiki Castle. You suddenly came here and asked us to change the target of the task. Do you have the command letter of the Hokage? Ibiki asked. Setsuna said angrily, of course, but I can't take it out for now. The enemy won't give me this chance. Marino Ibiki's face darkened. He was sure that there was something wrong with Setsuna. There was even more of a problem with the sudden appearance of these Uchiha clansmen. If there really was a hidden mission, it was impossible for Yandere to not give them a hint, and he would not hide the news of Uchiha's clan making a move to such a degree. Now, Setsuna did not have the command letter signed by the Hokage. The chest of bliss, is this what Uchiha's clan wants to seize even at the risk of betraying the village? No, Kazue and Shisui did not appear here, only Setsuna and a few others. So, is it possible that Setsuna and a few others acted on their own? Ibiki thought quickly, and in a very short time, he connected all the clues together, and his face became more and more ugly. He's stuck. Help or not? In theory, it was only right to not help. Their mission did not include helping Uchiha's clansmen. Moreover, Setsuna had led a few Uchiha clansmen to act on their own. It was already a serious violation of the village rules. But if he didn't help, would he just watch as the companions of these villages died here? After all, there were 2 core members of Akatsuki here. Moreover, what if the mission of seizing the chest of bliss was actually beneficial to the village? What if Setsuna and the others decided to seize it on the spur of the moment? It might not necessarily be betraying the village. Watching Uchiha's clansmen die helplessly, the village might not blame them afterwards, but the impulsive and aggressive Uchiha clan would definitely not let it go. At that time, his situation would be extremely dangerous. Beads of sweat appeared on Ibiki's forehead. In a flash, he was unable to make a decision. There were too many uncertain factors, and it was difficult to weigh them. Oh! Hold on, I'll save you. Guy was the first to charge forward. He saw that one of Uchiha's clansmen had been seriously injured by the same hata. His flesh and blood burst forth, looking extremely miserable. If they didn't make a move, these people would all die in Kisame's hands. Konoha Tornado. Guy spun half a circle in the air, raised a leg, and kicked down on the spot. This annoying body technique has awakened a not-so-wonderful memory. Kisame sneered, but he did not respond to the attack that pounced at him. He only glanced at it casually with his eyes. Sure enough, the 2-meter-tall big man, who had been burying his head and covering his face with a bamboo hat and robe, had no choice but to take action at this time. Konoha Tornado. He was like a small mountain. He had a terrifying and strong physique, but he was extraordinarily agile and vigorous. He immediately kicked out a leg and collided with Guy in an absolutely standard posture. What? Guy's expression changed. His 2 legs had already collided with a loud bang, making a dull thud. Guy felt that his leg bones were about to crack. You actually secretly learned my body technique? Damn you, but you will never be able to learn its essence. In the air, Guy changed his movements again. Konoha's whirlwind. However, the other party also responded with a Konoha whirlwind. The movements were exactly the same, and every detail was just right, as if it had been tempered over and over again. Guy felt as if he had fallen into an ice cave, and an inexplicable panic quickly rose from his heart. He gritted his teeth unwillingly. It seems that I have learned more than one move secretly. Although I don't know who you are, let's try this again. Konoha Rigid Tornado X2. Konoha Rigid Tornado X2. Konoha Double Whirlwind X2. Konoha Double Whirlwind X2. How could this be? All the movements were exactly the same, not even missing the slightest detail. This was not something that could be copied in the spur of the moment, and it was even more impossible for a certain person to sneak into Konoha and be able to learn it over a long period of time. How could it be? My father and I spent a lot of time developing these taijutsu. It is the embodiment of the youth of 2 generations. How could you know our family's taijutsu? Guy jumped back and opened up a distance. As soon as he landed, his body staggered and his legs trembled violently. The most serious right leg was already stained with blood. The high-intensity gymnastics confrontation just a few seconds ago had kicked his right leg. Under the tattered tights, the skin and muscles had already collapsed due to the fierce confrontation. However, his opponent was extremely calm. He looked completely unharmed. After landing on the ground, he just stood where he was, silent and frightening. Who exactly are you? When did you secretly learn these body techniques? Guy asked with a serious face. Even if Ibiki and Anko rushed up to protect him from both sides, Guy couldn't care less. Guy only stubbornly stared at the other party. Even if his beast-like instinct in his heart had given some kind of terrible warning, Guy still chose to ignore it and stubbornly asked. Guy, calm down first. Is it really just stealing? Ibiki and Anko's breathing quickened. The 2 smart people had already thought of something. Finally, the other party moved. The person directly took off the bamboo hat on his head and casually threw it aside. You have grown up, Guy. This person spoke. His voice was rough, but it revealed a sense of gratification. He slowly raised his head, revealing that face. WH. Guy's pupils contracted for a moment, as if he had been struck by lightning, and he stood stiffly on the spot. His entire brain's thoughts completely came to a standstill, blank. Although the face had changed a lot, it could still be seen. When it entered Guy's eyes, everything else seemed to have disappeared. Anko swallowed his saliva. Sure enough, I thought it was strange just now, but is that possible? He really is Guy's father. Shouldn't he have died a long time ago? His appearance has changed a lot, but it is indeed that person. Ibiki felt his scalp go numb. The person in front of him was Might-do. Konoha's 10,000-year genin was originally unknown, but he had shown in the 3 battles arena. Father. Guy stared blankly ahead, tears streaming down his face. Guy, don't cry in battle. This is not the attitude that youth should have. Might-do shouted loudly, but he was also crying. Father. Guy. Seeing that the 2 of them were about to cry, just like what they had done many years ago, the 2 of them immediately controlled themselves. Father, you should have died. When we were fighting against 7 ninja swordsmen of Kirigakure, I saw you open the gate of death with my own eyes. But why? Guy felt extremely complicated. Oh, I am indeed dead, but I am alive again. Then why did you not return to the village, but join Akatsuki and become like this? Did Akatsuki's people do something to you? This has nothing to do with you, my child. I naturally have a reason for doing this, Do said in a deep voice. Guy clenched his fists. If that's the case, then I will defeat my father and bring him back. He shouted. 8 inner hidden gates, come in, open. One after another, blue veins burst out. Guy opened the 6th gate directly, and his skin began to turn red. Can you open the 6th door already? But Guy, I also know what you know, but if you only have 8 gate, you can't defeat me. Guy looked relieved. I know. During the time my father was away, I also developed my own body technique. I have never truly used it on the battlefield before. Father, I am going. Morning peacock. Guy growled, his hands madly punching out with the real fist and the air fist. When telling the friction, he madly attacked and compressed the air. At last, he gathered the flame and the air cannon together and launched a continuous attack on his opponent. Balls of flames wrapped around the air cannons danced wildly and surged out at an astonishing speed and an exaggerated number. Whether it was visual or power, they were extremely shocking, like the tail of a peacock. The terrifying heat wave that came along with it exploded with a destructive wave. Boom! The terrifying wave engulfed Might-do and shocked too many people. This technique, is it really just a physical technique? Did Guy use it? This kind of trembling feeling. Might Guy has left us far behind. Ibiki and Anko were pleasantly surprised. In front of Yuuji, Kazue, and Kakashi, all the limelight they had in this period was overshadowed. When everyone talked about this session, no matter what, they would bring the topic to Yuuji and the other 2. The others were all dim. But now, had Might Guy also grown to this point? Boom! 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 The terrifying ball of flames engulfed Du, and a terrifying explosion erupted. When Guy fell to the ground, panting, and looked forward with exhaustion, his expression froze. When the last flame dissipated, Might Du's tall figure was revealed. A stream of astonishing airflow visible to the naked eye was constantly surging around Du, and it was emitting bursts of sizzling sounds. Guy, my previous judgment was correct. Your talent in body techniques far exceeds mine. Look, you can now create a special body technique that matches the 8 inner hidden armor. Du slowly lowered his arm, revealing his face and sighing. As an old father, he was very pleased to be able to see his son walk up a new level in terms of physical skills. Reality proved that even with physical skills alone, he could still become an amazing expert. But unfortunately, Morning Peacock would have a miraculous effect when dealing with others, but it was very ineffective against him. Because he was no longer a normal human. After being transformed and assimilated by Godzilla, it was not an exaggeration to say that he had become a brand new species. Just the super tough and self-healing ability of his body was not comparable to that of ordinary people. Most of Cage Level's body could not compare to him. Zi. The little wounds on the surface of Du's body were rapidly healing at this time. Not a drop of blood flowed. Father, what exactly is your body? Guy was stunned, completely unable to understand the scene in front of him. Guy, come and read. I am very pleased with your growth, but I have already embarked on a different path. Now, let us father and son begin the second round of battle. I will not let you pass. Du said solemnly. If he made a move, he could still save the lives of these 3 people. If Kisame made a move, Guy might be able to protect himself, but Ibiki and Anko were definitely dead. At this time, there were already ninjas from Uchiha clan who were killed by Kisame. Setsuna was also pushed back by Mui, and he was in a sorry state. It seemed that the forces of Hojiki Castle had the upper hand and naturally wanted to get the Chest of Bliss. It's about time to make a move. The person who had been observing from a distance and did not know the origin raised his head at this time. Chapter 236, Resurrected. Pure Land. The Sage of the Six Paths, who originally closed his eyes, suddenly opened his eyes at this moment, and looked in the direction of the ninja world with a face of shock. A large amount of negative energy is gathering. Could it be that someone has opened that thing again? It's not a wishing treasure, but a nightmare that carries evil. The Sage of Six Paths frowned tightly, and began to mobilize his chakra in the ninja world to search for the target. In the end, the location of Hojiki Castle was locked, and the Sage of Six Paths also saw what was happening. Has another greedy little guy opened the box of bliss? He is opening the gate to hell with his own hands, and he will definitely regret it. Sage of the Six Paths sighed as he looked at the huge box. Human beings are always like this, the greed in their hearts is enough to make them ignore all forms of risk, and desperately want to grab things that are out of reach. The Bliss Box, as a carrier of the negative power of the ninja world, has a fatal attraction for human beings. This artifact, which claims to be able to fulfill all wishes, is the ultimate weapon of the Sage of the Six Paths. It caused a huge turmoil 1,000 years ago, and even the Sage of the Six Paths himself looked sideways. Unexpectedly, it was opened again after 1,000 years. Thousands of years ago, I was still in the ninja world, and I closed it with my own hands. Now, there are many excellent experts in the ninja world, and there is still a possibility of saving that thing before it grows to its peak. The Immortal of Six Paths silently observed with. He doesn't intend to interfere. According to the rules, he is just an undead now, and it is what he should do to guard the Pure Land, and there is no reason to interfere with the affairs of the Yang world. Maybe, opening the Bliss Box again is also part of the change. Until the end, no one will know what kind of chain reaction these trivial things will trigger. Well, what's going on with this person? Suddenly, the Immortal of the Six Paths changed his expression slightly, and began to focus on a certain man in black. He observed for a while. Well, he is a descendant of Hamura, but what is going on with this power in him is a bit strange. The Sage of the Six Paths was thoughtful. This has exceeded the intensity that the Byakugan should have. All his brother had was Byakugan. Even when it came time to seal Kagaya Otsutsuki, it was still just a normal Byakugan, and there was no such thing as turning on Tensagen at all. Rather, the descendants of Hamura on the moon, relying on the strength of the crowd, forcibly pieced together a giant Tensagen, and to some extent completely surpassed Hamura. This guy, could it be possible that he has eyes that surpassed Byakugan? At this time, the entire Hojiki Castle was in chaos. All the prisoners were thrown into the bliss box, and the remaining ninjas also fought with each other into a mess. All kinds of powerful ninjutsu and physical skills are flying all over the sky, and the battle is extremely fierce. Is that the bliss box? Iroha slowly raised his head, looking indifferently at the huge box in the distance. Following Yuuji's order, he came to Hojiki Castle alone to investigate information about the box of bliss. Unexpectedly, it was just in time for Hojiki Castle to open the bliss box. Almost all the people from the entire city were filled in. Since Master Yuuji is paying attention to the box of ultimate bliss, I can't let this thing fall into the hands of other people. It seems that I have to find a way to bring it back to Konoha. Iroha's eyes were deep, and his only right eye looked forward through a special mask. In his clear vision, the extremely huge box of bliss is being surrounded by countless chakras. Not only that, these chakras are also extremely strange, as if they are covered with a strange layer of black. Bastard! Mui, you give this opportunity to the old man, and you will gain the friendship of the Uchiha clan. Setsuna roared. The friendship of the Uchiha clan? If Fugaku or Kazue said this, I would believe it. You, a dying old man, what right do you have to say that? Mui sneered coldly. Yield? Impossible. The moment he retreated with one move, he ran straight to the bliss box and stood right in front of the bliss box. Faintly, there is a strange will constantly surging, as if urging him, impatient for him to make a wish. Mui frowned, suppressed the uneasiness in his heart, and said solemnly, my wish is to let Kusagaku rule. Phew! A large number of shurikens suddenly struck, rushing towards Mui densely. A trace of anger flashed in Mui's eyes, but if he didn't avoid it, he would die. The moment he turned sideways, instantly rushed over again. Looking for death. Mui hit Setsuna with a blaze of fire, but the next moment, Setsuna turned into a puff of smoke and disappeared on the spot. This is... Mui's expression changed. The next moment, among the many shurikens, there was a bang, and Setsuna's figure appeared. At this moment, the distance from the box of bliss has been successfully shortened. I want to have the strongest and healthiest body to carry Uchiha's most powerful Sharingan. Let Kusagaku rule the ninja world. Setsuna and Mui yelled. The voices of the two shouted almost at the same time, and the distance from the bliss box was almost the same, expressing their wishes. Everyone looked over. Kisame smashed the bodies of two Uchiha clansmen with a single slash, and turned his head to look. What are those two guys doing? Could it be that they are making wishes? This big box can fulfill people's wishes. Kisame's expression was uncertain. This is too ridiculous, how can there be such a weird artifact in this world? Senior, don't you plan to rush over and make a wish? Maybe your wish will come true. Kisame urged. I'm very satisfied with the status quo, and I don't need to rely on external forces to obtain things beyond my ability. Great Dua and the other three stood firmly at a distance, preventing them from approaching. Everyone looked nervously at the box of bliss, waiting for the follow-up situation. At this time, Mui's heart was already extremely angry, and he stared furiously at Setsuna. Just a little bit. It's only a little bit short. If Mui's perception is correct, the speed of shouting out his wish is a few tenths of a second slower than that of Setsuna. Will the bliss box respond to his wish? For a moment, he ignored Mui, tried his best to open his eyes wide, raised his wrinkled eyelids, and looked forward with fervent anticipation. What are you waiting for? The old man's wish will be fulfilled soon. Old man, don't get carried away, this is mine. Mui said coldly. Yours? An artifact that has been handed down since the age of the sages of the six paths, do you have the face to say it's yours? Setsuna sneered. After the bliss box was silent for a while, it finally responded. Buzz. The grimace suddenly opened, and a staggering figure was slowly walking out, with a crooked figure. It was as if this person's body had just been pieced together. But in just a few short steps, his steps became more and more normal, and when he really stood in front of everyone, he had become no different from ordinary people. Slender, with long black hair, wearing white clothes with a few hook jade hanging on the clothes. A handsome face, without the slightest mood swings. This is, too bad, this kind of thing happened. The immortal of the six paths observed all of this, and when he saw this figure, he inevitably lost his mind for a moment, and then his entire complexion became extremely complicated. How could the monster in the bliss box turn into something like this? What's going on? The old man wants to have the strongest body and eyes, why did a young man come out? Setsuna frowned and looked at the other party. Mui also frowned, my wish is for Kusagaku to rule the ninja world. Can this person make Kusagaku conquer the entire ninja world? Very strange. Others also looked over one after another, and stopped calling at all, and looked at this strange person intently. The person who came out of the box of bliss that swallowed countless living people and chakra. In other words, is this strange person created with the lives of countless people? Uchiha Setsuna, you want to have a young body and the strongest Sharingan, and your wish has come true. The man said in a cold voice, his eyes moved a little stiffly, but soon became the same. You can still talk? It's interesting. I don't know what it is that is constantly learning. Kisame laughed. Setsuna hesitated slightly. Mui's face was completely gloomy, and he was trembling with anger. Is it still a step too late? Then quickly fulfill my wish, I want to have a healthy and young body and the strongest eyes. Setsuna looked urgent. His time is running out, especially the fierce battle just now. Although it was not long, he clearly felt his weakness and decay. This body may be overwhelmed at any time. Mui didn't speak immediately, and even stepped back a little. How could there be such a strange thing? A person came out of the box of bliss. Is this thing really a human, or some kind of demon? Mui thought about it, and asked, who are you? I was born out of the deepest desire of human beings, and my name is Satori. But you can also call me Indra, my current identity is the ancestor of the entire Uchiha clan. Indra's face was numb, and he stared at the two indifferently with a gaze without any warmth. Keep observing, keep feeling. As a creature who came out of the box of bliss, Indra could feel the fear of the human heart. The ancestor? The ancestor of the Uchiha clan is called Indra? Of course I don't believe it. The name Indra did not appear on the stone tablet passed down from generation to generation in Nakano Shrine. But the next moment, when Indra opened Sharingan, he had no choice but to believe it. It's just an ordinary 3 jade, but it is brewing with a terrifying power far beyond ordinary people, and there is a deep sense of disaster and ominous rising, which makes people feel instinctively uneasy. I can realize your wish. The youngest body comes from me, and the most powerful Sharingan also comes from me. With me, there is the whole Uchiha. Indra walked directly to Setsuna. He stretched out his hand, about to put it on Setsuna's shoulder. Fire escape sky prison. Mui hesitated for a moment, then attacked Indra, intending to control him first. But Indra just glanced over, and the powerful pupil power made Mui unable to move. I can see through your thoughts, Mui, I know all the actions you will do next. Greed reveals distrust, and wants to achieve your goals by controlling me. In this regard, he is better than you. Snap! Indra put his palm on Setsuna's shoulder. The next moment, Indra's figure began to melt, and soon, with the screams from Setsuna and the terrifying explosion of chakra, the two merged together. After all the fluctuations dissipated, Setsuna, who was already young, was feeling his young body in amazement. The wrinkles all over his body have disappeared, replaced by the smooth skin of a young man. In the strong body, there is a steady stream of vitality gushing out. But again, there are whispers from demons. My body, my eyes, the old man has regained his youth. The moment of youthful state was ecstatic. At this moment, he abandoned all his composure and let out a crazy laugh. He opened his arms and looked up at the sky, as if he wanted to embrace the whole world. With desperately widened eyes, a pair of 3-pointed jade riding Sharingan is emerging, and the 3 high-pointed jades are spinning at an astonishing speed, as if they are cursing this wonderful world. The evil power that makes people feel uneasy instinctively is bursting out from his eyes. The demon named Satori created him, and at the same time it was quietly eroding his sanity. But Setsuna obviously didn't care about this point, even if he faintly noticed that there seemed to be extremely negative emotions in these eyes, but such trivial things were not worth paying attention to at all. Negative emotions are just negative emotions, and Setsuna confident that it can be suppressed with his own strong will. Hey, is it true? A dying old man suddenly turned into a young man, are you kidding me? Kisame was surprised, the shark face was distorted, as if he had seen a ghost. The thing about wishing, is actually true? Master Setsuna, help! The last remaining Uchiha tribe was defeated by Kisame, and Kisame stepped him to the ground, he asks for help from Setsuna. But Setsuna just glanced at the other party with the 3 jade Sharingan, and immediately sneered, "Trash, but for the sake of buying time for the old man will save your life." He sneered and walked towards Kisame. "Interesting, old man, who gave you the courage to fight me? Even if you regain your youth, you are still an old man in essence." Kisame quickly formed a seal, "Water escape 5 hungry shark." The 5 water sharks opened their mouths wide and charged towards Setsuna. At this moment, Setsuna suddenly raised his head, and the 3 jade hooks spun around. Fire escape impatience flower technique. He spewed out a few fireballs, and the magic of the impatience flower was used from his hands, and the power was far superior to that used by other people. Strong vitality, abundant chakra, and Sharingan that is so powerful that it far exceeds his peak, these are the peak of his moment. The water vapor rose and all the sharks were wiped out. It's not enough, these eyes can become stronger. For a moment, he covered his eyes with intoxication, and the 3 hook jades began to spin rapidly and merged together. "I have merged with the ancestor of Indra, so I am now the ancestor of Uchiha. What will the Mangekyo Sharingan from the ancestor look like?" Chapter 237, Demon. "You really made a wish and recovered your youth." Iroha looked at him in surprise and bewilderment. Even though he was mentally prepared, when such an incredible thing really happened, it was inevitable that he felt that his 3 views had been subverted. This was not a ninja at all. Feeding the chest of bliss with a large amount of chakra and then making a wish? Anything is fine. Looking at MUI, it seemed that he wanted to make a wish for the Kyuzagaku to rule over Ninja World, this absurd thing. But in theory, it doesn't make sense. Only chakra can fulfill all wishes. How can there be such a perfect thing in this world? There must be some trap that I didn't notice. Iroha stared at his right eye, and with his Jougan, he could see all forms of chakra streamlines and chakra weaknesses. He had seen strange black energy on the chest of bliss before, emitting a foul meaning. Now, he observed the moment when Setsuna regained his youth with his pure eyes, and he clearly saw that strange black energy also appeared on the body of Setsuna. This is chakra? No, it's more like something formed from negative emotions. This Setsuna is surrounded by this energy inside and outside. Iroha kept thinking. But the current Setsuna was really strong. The huge amount of chakra within his body was constantly bursting out. Even the current Iroha felt heavy pressure. At this time, Setsuna had already slowly closed his eyes. "Akatsuki's guy, I will let you see the most powerful Mangekyo Sharingan in this world. In front of this old man's eyes, all your struggles are useless." Setsuna himself was also looking forward to it. Swish! When he opened his eyes again, the 3 hook jades had disappeared, and the lines in his pupils had turned into hexagrams. This pair of eyes was completely different from the shape of Mangekyo of Fugaku, Kazue, and the others. Similarly, the moment this pair of eyes appeared, the evil and foul mood fluctuations that seemed to have condensed all forms suddenly magnified to the extreme. It was as if the ugliness and negativity of everything in the world converge into these eyes. He appeared. Did he choose to infect a human? Rikudo Sennin watched this scene with an expressionless face. The chest of bliss was his ultimate weapon, and it was also an evil being shut down by him. No one knew the chest of bliss better than him. The Pure Land is used to carry the undead, and the box of bliss is used to store negative forces of all natures. Once the mother's kind descends to the ninja world, it will not be impossible to fight back. This is my original intention of building this weapon. Rikudo Sennin stared at the present Setsuna. Born along with the bliss box, the negatively embodied will, Satori has the ability to perceive human fear, which is very difficult to deal with. Now, Satori had already infected Setsuna. When the time was right, it would completely devour everything that Setsuna had. During this process, Setsuna's own thoughts would be distorted and gradually become a part of Satori. Satori can be said to be the scariest monster on this planet, and its danger level is higher than that of the sprites sealed in the kingdom of ghosts. Then, how will the situation develop? Now that there are eyes that have surpassed Byakugan, I am also looking forward to it. This little brat Shiranui Yuuji has really done a lot of amazing things. Rikudo Sennin went into the mode of watching a show. Anyway, no matter what happened to Ninja World, he would not interfere, unless his mother revived or other Otsutsuki descended. He even wished for more and more experts to appear, but if not for the purpose of destroying Ninja World, these experts would be an important force to fight against his mother in the future. Wang! A terrifying fluctuation burst forth. Setsuna opened his eyes and stared at Kisame. The six-pointed star Mangekyo was filled with deep malice. Die under the power of these eyes, stupid fellow. Setsuna laughed softly. Blood began to flow from his left eye. Amaterasu. Be careful. Might-do shouted and kicked Kisame away. At the original position of Kisame, there was a strange black flame burning. Did you dodge it? If you ruin my plan, I will kill you first. Setsuna immediately looked at Do. In the place where his vision focused, the flames of Amaterasu burned continuously. But Might-do directly opened the sixth door and dodged at an astonishing speed. It's useless. No matter how fast it is, it can't be faster than my sight. Setsuna tried to capture Do's tracks. However, Do once again opened the seventh gate, raising his speed to the extreme of the stage, turning into afterimages, forcibly avoiding Setsuna's line of sight, making him unable to focus. This is really dangerous. This kind of inexplicable flame, Uchiha fellow, you know that I am best at water release, right? Kisame formed a seal. Water release, water formation wall. A large amount of water emerged from the ground, but it was unable to extinguish the black flames. Flames that will not be extinguished. Kisame was shocked. If this thing touched his body just now, he would be in big trouble. Would he be burned to death? This old man has the strongest physical attack in the ninja world, and your fate is to die. Setsuna laughed wildly. He was extremely excited. So strong. What powerful eyes! As expected of Indra's ancestor, Mangekyo. What Uchiha Madara! What Kazue! Their eyes are not even worth mentioning compared to this old man's. Setsuna really felt the power and unsolvability of Indra's eye. The endless, seemingly endless, terrifying pupil power, and the powerful pupil technique contained in the eyes all dazzled Setsuna. Mangekyo Sharingan was something that every Uchiha clansman dreamed of. After Uchiha Madara, this kind of eyes had been extinct for decades in the clan. It was only in recent years that they had been stimulated by the three battles that they appeared one after another. For Setsuna, who was half a step into the coffin, recovering his youth and having Indra's eyes made his heart feel unprecedentedly satisfied. Ha 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 ha. Setsuna laughed wildly. When he saw Cage Level, who was originally too high to reach, run away like a mouse in front of his pupil's attack, he felt extremely happy. This was the taste of youth and strength. That's right, this is what you deserve. This kind of power originally belongs to you. The devilish voice sounded in Setsuna's mind. Setsuna believed everything. Don't be too proud, old man. There is no such thing as a perfect ninjutsu in this world. There must be a loophole in the power you obtained by making a wish. As long as you find an opportunity to crack it, you will be finished. Kisame opened his mouth wide, and the teeth in his mouth were shining with a cold light. He quickly made a series of hand seals and sprayed out a burst of water. Whoosh! Whoosh! It was just a single water release technique, yet it had forcefully created a terrifying scene that was like a flood. An astonishing flood surged out, swallowing up the entire plaza. The others were stupefied by this ridiculous water release. Anko and the others were simply scared silly, fleeing in disarray, standing on the city wall in time, looking down at this enormous flood with shock. Are you kidding me? This is water release. Anko did not believe it. Ibiki said in a low voice, Kisame is indeed worthy of being called Tailless Bijuu. Even if he fed a large amount of chakra to that big box, he can still use this level of chakra? Only Yuuji can suppress this kind of monster with chakra. But what was even more outrageous than Kisame was still Uchiha Setsuna. Everyone could see that Setsuna was now immersed in his own power, unable to extricate himself from it, unable to listen to any form of speech, only drunk in power. Lord Mui, what should we do? After spending so many years, we lost the chest of bliss at the last step. We are only one step away from ruling Ninja World. Some ninjas looked at Mui angrily. Mui himself was also pale and dazed. Only a fraction of a second was left. At this time, a figure suddenly came from the surging water release. Sir, be careful. But it was already too late. Setsuna had an evil smile on his face as he charged over. Blue ribs appeared on the surface of his body as he forcefully withstood the attack of the explosive water wave and charged straight at Mui. Fire release, Sky Prison. Mui's eyes flashed, and he revealed a hint of surprise. He hurriedly took action and slapped the seal he was most proficient in onto Setsuna. Sky Prison, this was what he relied on to control the entire Hojiki castle and seal countless ninjas. Strange lines began to surge on the surface of Setsuna's body, and soon covered the blue ribs. Humph, it's over. No matter how strong you are, if you can't use chakra, you can only wait for death. Mui was pleasantly surprised. He saw that the ribs on the surface of the other party's body were showing signs of melting and dissipating. This is the sealing technique that you are most proud of? How laughable! Setsuna laughed sinisterly. In the next moment, an even more terrifying pupil's strength erupted. In this old man's eyes, this is simply a child's trick. More ribs began to extend, forcefully tearing open the seal of the heavenly prison. With the unreasonable pupil's strength, he forcefully broke the seal. Mui was also crushed by the giant blue hand. He didn't even have time to scream. Very strong. A pair of newly appeared Mangekyo Sharingan should report to Lord Yuuji. Iroha stood on the city wall and watched this scene coldly. He formed a seal with both hands and activated Yuuji's clone that was residing on his body. Oh, the chest of bliss has been opened? Who is that guy? As soon as Yuuji's clone appeared, he looked at the scene in front of him with great surprise. Obviously, what had happened now surprised him. Especially since the chest of bliss had been officially opened. Originally, Yuuji estimated the time and considered that Mui had hired Kisame, so he was sure that Mui had thrown his son, Muku, into the chest of bliss as a sacrifice. It was about this period of time in the future, so he sent Iroha to see the situation. Is Mui crazy? He actually dared to open this thing in front of Akatsuki's members. Yuuji glanced at it and roughly understood what happened. Especially the young man who controls the Susanoo in the initial stage, most likely it is the result of a wish. Satori, this demon, reviving with the identity of Uchiha clan? It's Setsuna, he merged with Indra who came out of the box of bliss. Iroha reported the situation respectfully. That is not because of Indra. It is not even because of Indra's reincarnation. It is just a special body that was copied by that demon. Yuuji's clone came out of Iroha's body and casually took the black robe that was already prepared from Iroha's hands and draped it over his body. Because Indra was the eldest son of Rikuta Sennin, an existence that inherited Rinnegan's power, the pioneer of Sharingan system. How could it be possible that a guy like Satori could be resurrected? When Indra was at his peak, he was able to activate the full-body Susanoo, and even if he didn't reach Rikuta Sennin level, he would definitely surpass Cage level. Most importantly, because Indra was dead, his soul would theoretically be sleeping in the Pure Land, accompanying Rikuta Sennin. Rikuta Sennin was not blind, how could he let Indra casually resurrect? Probably because he captured Indra's chakra, and used this chakra as a template. Yuuji stood beside Iroha and spoke casually. Although Iroha didn't understand much, he didn't understand Indra's reincarnation or something. So the real ancestor Uchiha really exists and has already reincarnated? Iroha asked. Well, it's okay to tell you, Indra of the previous generation was Madara Uchiha, and Indra of this generation is Sasuke Uchiha. Yuuji watched Setsuna's actions with great interest. Seeing him kill Mui, he immediately laughed out loud. Iroha was shocked to the extreme and fell into a long silence. Madara and the second young master of Uchiha's family, was Indra's reincarnation? Iroha was dumbfounded. First, a box that could make a wish appeared, and now there was the saying of reincarnation. It simply shattered his old knowledge. However, he did not question it. The knowledge that was deeply implanted in his mind was that he would never doubt Lord Yuuji. In the future, there will be many things that will subvert your knowledge waiting for you. Now, you go and kill this Setsuna, and I will retrieve the box of bliss. Yuuji laughed softly. Even if he couldn't use the chest of bliss, he had to control it in his own hands. This kind of ghost thing that can make wishes, although the process of making wishes is full of pitfalls, it is the process of enlightenment and escape, but at least it must be sure that no one else will control the box of bliss. Yes, Lord Yuuji. Iroha replied respectfully and was about to take action. Yuuji suddenly said, Iroha, you are qualified. I allow you to join an eye-catching organization. You, who have the special pupil technique, are qualified to join. Eye organization? Is this organization of Lord Yuuji? Iroha suddenly raised his head, shocked. Yes, for a certain ultimate goal, I set up this organization. If everything goes well, one day in the future, you will have the opportunity to witness some kind of upheaval with your own eyes. As Yuuji spoke, he directly reached out and pulled off Iroha's original mask. He turned his hand and created a new mask, and he continuously drew on the mask. From now on, you are the I-Organization's demon. Chapter 238, Recover the Pupil of Indra. Yuuji was observing the present Setsuna. To be honest, for that old bastard Setsuna to be able to seize the opportunity to make a wish before his death and fuse with the imitation Indra was quite amazing. Just relying on his rotten body to steal food from Mui, Kisame, and the others, even if there was a factor of luck, it still proved that this old man was extraordinary. In a sense, Setsuna had completed a heaven-defying change of fate and changed his original fate. This old man had never done anything that could be remembered by others in the timeline. The only thing that could be remembered was that he had risen from the second generation to Yandere. He was said to have inherited Uchiha Madara's will and was a representative of Uchiha's radical faction. Moreover, what this old man holds is the shape of a six-pointed star because of Indra's eyes. Yuuji looked at it with interest. In the manga version, Indra did not have such thing as Mangekyo Sharingan. There were only 3 Megatama throughout the whole process, and he swept it all. Because Indra's 3 Tomo Sharingan was on the same level as Eternal Mangekyo, possessing eternal pupil power, without flaws or shortcomings, it was the most perfect Sharingan. Mangekyo Sharingan was more like a product of incomplete genes, because of the emasculated version of Indra's pupil. In the anime version, because Indra killed his subordinates and activated the 6-pointed star-shaped Mangekyo Sharingan, he propped up the complete Susanoo. Yes, it was the same shape as Sasuke's Mangekyo, even pupil's technique was the same. In theory, ordinary Mangekyo Sharingan would be blind before he released the complete Susanoo, and eternal Mangekyo would only be able to control the complete Susanoo. The only exception was Kakashi. Relying on Obito's experience card, he temporarily possessed the complete Susanoo. Go, Iroha, go kill this guy. But be careful, the monster that came out of the chest of bliss, the monster called Satori, has already become a parasite on him. This thing can sense the fear in your heart and grasp all of your actions. Yuuji casually reminded. The strength of Satori is actually very strong, possessing the strength to suppress both the eight-tailed and Bunta at the same time. Understood, I will try my best to ensure peace of mind. After Iroha agreed, he put on his mask and moved quickly. The surface layer of the mask that he was wearing was slightly wiped off, spreading like a dense mist. Then, it's time for me to find a way to retrieve the chest of bliss. This thing is very strange. Just in case, I have to take it in my own hands. I don't need it, but I have to make sure that this thing will not be taken by others to deal with me. Yuuji stood on the tall city wall and looked at the huge chest. The 4 ghost faces on the chest were looking in different directions, silently watching the world. If Shin was here, it might be very convenient. If he used his Mangekyo to mark the chest of bliss, could he control this thing? Yuuji chuckled. His body swayed slightly, and he moved like a ghost. At this time, Kisame and Setsuna had already started fighting. The 2 of them started a hand-to-hand battle. As the water continued to rise, the 2 of them stood on the surging waves and fought intensely. Kisame waved his shark muscle, which was equivalent to 2 against 1, and slashed at Setsuna one after another. But every time he attacked, Setsuna could accurately dodge, and every time he dodged, he almost grazed the same hata, which was extremely insulting. Is this it? Akatsuki's guy, Kirigakuru's S-class betrayal, is your level just like this? You can't even touch the corner of my clothes, ha 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 ha. Setsuna laughed crazily. What a joke. Akatsuki's cage level was originally an unreachable existence to him. But now, he was only at this level? Sure enough, in front of his Mangekyo Sharingan, a mere cage level was nothing more than this. It's really easy to make people angry. Old man, don't say that I don't respect the old man. Kisame's heart was filled with anger. His original calm also faintly dissipated at this time, and he began to show signs of fear. From an old man to suddenly become a young man, not to mention, that pair of Mangekyo Sharingan was also real. This young body had no flaws. Kisame felt that it was very tricky. Water release water dragon bullet. Kisame opened his mouth and spat out a water dragon. At the moment when Setsuna dodged, he brazenly moved and displayed his speed to the extreme. He looked down from above and ruthlessly smashed his saber down. It's useless. Setsuna laughed wildly and tilted his head slightly. He still wanted to dodge accurately. But in the next moment, Kisame revealed a savage smile. Whoosh! Same Hata suddenly moved. Not only did the spikes all over his body stand up densely, but its entire body also began to twist continuously. At the moment of bending, he closed the distance between him and Setsuna. It looked like he was about to stab into Setsuna's body. So, don't be too proud. What? Before Kisame could finish his words, he saw Setsuna as if he had already expected it. His body moved to the side at the right time, almost at the same time as Same Hata. He dodged perfectly in an almost inconceivable manner. There was not a single small movement that was unnecessary. How could this be? It's not like I haven't fought with people from Uchiha's clan before, but even Mangekyo Sharingan could do this. Kisame was shocked. Even Kisame was shocked by the exchange just now. It was no longer something that could be explained by seeing through. It was as if he had already known that he would do this. Foresight? Is it Sharingan's ability? Kisame frowned. When Setsuna rushed over with a mocking expression, he hastily spat out a large number of water-released sharks to stop him. However, they were all defeated by Setsuna's Susanoo. The members of Akatsuki are just so-so. Next time, let Sage, Exceptional Talent, and Madara come. Only they have the qualifications to fight me. No, Madara is fine. In front of me, this ancestor, he is just a useless junior. I no longer need him. Setsuna said with a sneer. His huge arm suddenly stretched out and was about to grab Kisame. It's troublesome, can I only use that trick? Fusion with the same Hata. Kisame saw that he was about to be caught. Bang! Might Do arrived in time, and in the state of opening the 7 gates, he ruthlessly kicked Setsuna. Bang! A kick. The blue bones on the surface of Setsuna's body was broken by Do's kick. After piercing through his ribs, Setsuna's shocked expression entered Do's eyes. Damn it, you actually broke my defense. Setsuna's eyes almost split open, and a sign of death surged into his heart. Time seemed to have stopped. Setsuna stared at Might Do. If he was kicked by this kick, his body would basically be turned into meat paste. He roared and activated Amaterasu. Not only that, but at the same time he activated Kagutsuki, controlling Amaterasu Black Flame to stand in front of him. Might Do hesitated for a moment, feeling that there was no need to work so hard for Akatsuki. He immediately retreated and landed beside Kisame. How is it? Did you find anything? You are the best at physical arts. Kisame's entire body was wet, and he lifted the same Hata, causing a large splash of water. I did indeed find something. This guy seems to be able to predict your next move, but it's very strange. Do said in a deep voice. Humph, it might be his pupil technique. The left eye pupil technique can create black flames, and the right eye is foresight. Kisame said. However, Do shook his head. No, his right eye should be able to control the black flames. This is the ability to match his left eye. Moreover, if he really has the ability to predict, there is no reason for him to only be able to predict you, but not my attack. If Do did not care about the kick just now, he would definitely be able to seriously injure Setsuna. Although Do also had to pay a great price. But the probing just now was already enough to verify many things, but it still couldn't allow the two of them to completely grasp the information of Setsuna. You two have successfully angered me, then I will let you personally witness the strength of Uchiha. To die in the hands of me, this ancestor, is your honor. Setsuna's mentality swelled, and with a sinister smile, he immediately increased the strength of Susanoo, directly pushing it to the first stage. An incomparably huge half-skeleton suddenly appeared, its might astonishing. Kisame and Do's expressions were grave, and they were puzzled at the same time. Rumble. The Susanoo attacked, forcing these two people to continuously retreat. In addition, that continuously appearing Amaterasu was simply impossible to guard against, and it further worsened their situation. Ha 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 ha, look at you two idiots, you are simply rats. Setsuna laughed loudly. Is that so? But in my eyes, you are even worse than a rat. You are nothing more than a waste who relies on demons to temporarily gain strength. An unfamiliar voice suddenly came through, penetrating through the bursts of roars, and accurately transmitted into their ears. Who? Setsuna looked over coldly and was immediately stunned. A figure was standing not far away from him, with a strange mask on his face. The style of this mask. Setsuna hesitated for a moment. Eye organization? How could the guy from the I organization be here? MUI, that bastard, actually hired the guy from the I organization? Does that guy want to use the I organization as a backup plan to control us? Kisame's face was ugly. I organization. Their leader, Akatsuki, had just been defeated by the leader of the I organization a while ago. This made Kisame's heart full of fear for the I organization. The members of this organization were extremely strange. Their identities were unknown, their origins unknown, and they were full of mysteries. However, their strength was still very strong. Especially, when their leader who owned Rinnegan, lost to the opponent's leader who also has Rinnegan, the existence of the I organization is even more impossible to ignore. Only a very small number of people knew that Nagato was almost killed. Other than Konoha, the other big ninja village only knew that the two sides had a fierce confrontation. They even used the method of creating meteorites and summoning meteorites, but they did not know the specific result. And now, the members of the I organization appeared again, standing in Hojiki Castle in the country of grass. Anko and the others who were taking refuge in the distance also widened their eyes, shocked. The mysterious I organization has also appeared. The higher UPS of the village seem to have grasped a lot of information about Akatsuki, but they still don't know much about the I organization. This is a good opportunity. Ibiki looked solemn. He worked in the interrogation department and was a genius in interrogation. Naturally, he knew all kinds of information. Ibiki vaguely knew that through Jiraiya, the village seemed to have grasped a lot of confidential information about Akatsuki. However, he still did not know much about the I organization. Akatsuki has clashed with the I organization many times. This time, does father want to get involved in a new battle? Guy clenched his fists. Ibiki shouted, "Calm down, Guy. I understand your feelings, but you have to understand that what your father is doing right now is no different from rebelling. Joining Akatsuki without telling the village is already a serious act of betraying the village. Have you forgotten the will of fire in your heart?" "I understand." Guy gritted his teeth and resisted the impulse in his heart. Everyone looked at the mysterious man who was walking over slowly and was bewildered. "I have been watching the liveliness for half a day and am very impatient. The two of you have performed too poorly. You only analyzed a bunch of useless information, but you did not think of the most important thing." Iroha snorted coldly. "Oh? What an arrogant tone. Don't think that your strength is really much higher than ours. Please elaborate." Kisame said. "The key ability of this demon is not foresight, but perception. He can understand the fear in the hearts of humans, and he knows the next move of Akatsuki and the rest. That's why you are at a disadvantage. The guy with the same hata, you clearly have fear in your heart, right? That's why you are in such a sorry state, far worse than the other big man." Iroha stretched out a finger and pointed directly at Kisame, saying coldly. Kisame's expression changed. "What kind of joke is this? How could I be afraid of this guy? It's not that you're afraid, it's fear. Humans will feel uneasy about not knowing. This is an instinct. The little uneasiness in your heart has already been read by this demon," Iroha said bluntly. On the other hand, because Might-do had always maintained a steady mentality in his heart, he had always been absolutely calm, and his nerves were so big that Setsuna had no way to start. The heart of a pure child was the natural enemy of demons that were condensed from these negative emotions. "Then, stranger, what is your purpose? Are you attacking our two Akatsuki members?" Du asked in a deep voice. "No, I have no interest in the two of you. They are just two silly big guys. There is nothing that attracts me. Moreover, you seem to have made a mistake. We, the I organization, have no interest in you, Akatsuki. Just like how people do not care about the ants climbing on the ground, they only know how to step on them. As for which one they will step on, it is uncertain." Iroha pulled down the hood on his head, and said indifferently, "We are only interested in the powerful eyes, and the Rinnegan happen to be in your organization, that's all." His words were extremely arrogant, and Kisame was unhappy in his heart, but he did not immediately get angry, only maintaining a high level of vigilance. "So, you came for him?" Du asked. "That's right. I am under the orders of the leader. I, the Eye Demon, want to take him back," Iroha said in a cold tone. "The eyes from the ancestor of the Uchiha, even if it is a high imitation version, must be useful to Master Yuuji, right?" Chapter 239, Jougen vs Indra's Pupil. To use Danzo's famous saying, the next battle is a battle described with eyes. Iroha took off the hood on his head, and the expression under the strange mask was only endless numbness and coldness. In the face of a monster who could read fear, Iroha was not flustered at all. When he graduated from the ninja school at the age of 10, he had already become a member of Root. His emotions had been wiped away bit by bit, and he had become a tool that only knew how to carry out missions meticulously. Although Yuuji allowed him to return to the clan and granted him a certain amount of freedom, which was beneficial to Iroha's emotions, Iroha was already used to treating himself as a tool for emotion. He had no interest in obtaining emotions again. It was a serious lack of motivation. Therefore, he was one of the most suitable people to deal with Satori. With this Jougan. Come to think of it, this is the first time I have officially made a move. You will personally feel the power of the I organization. Iroha slowly raised his head. In the midst of Setsuna, the ordinary Byakugan immediately underwent a transformation, becoming Jougan. Every part of his body, the remnants of the Otsutsuki clan, at this moment, was closely connected with the body of his Hyuga clan, continuously sending him new bloodline and even more powerful chakra. It had to be said that in terms of bloodline level, the descendants of Hamura were even closer to Otsutsuki Kagaya than the Hyuga clan, and naturally, they were stronger in body level. The only thing that the Hyuga clan can overwhelm at Satsuki's distant relatives is the birth of Hinata, the Byakugan princess who has high purity Byakugan and makes the Otsutsuki clan jealous. As a trusted subordinate that Yuuji raised and promoted, Iroha naturally knew Hinata's information and knew that this little girl had the highest purity Byakugan, but what he didn't know was that Princess Byakugan was not only Hinata. Hanabi, who was about to be born soon, was also Princess Byakugan. It was by transplanting Hanabi's Byakugan that Otsutsuki Tonari evolved his own Tensagen, a golden wheel reincarnated explosion split the moon in half, completing the achievement of breaking a star with one blow. Humph, demon of the I organization, arrogant guy. I will destroy your organization with my own hands. Setsuna looked at Iroha and found that he could not read any fear from Iroha. He could not know what Iroha was thinking. His face was twisted. Blue veins appeared on his face, as if they were about to burst at any moment. It was obvious that Setsuna's current state was very weird. But Setsuna felt that he was very normal. Is that so? With your current level, it's already good enough that you can defeat me. If you meet our leader, you will die a miserable death. Mangekyo Sharingan cannot compete with Rinnegan in the first place. Iroha lowered his voice and said indifferently. Ah, your organization is really strange. They actually have a unique hobby for all kinds of eyes. Kisame laughed strangely and directly retreated, preparing to watch the show with interest. At the same time, he was also full of confusion about the target set by the I organization. Even if he could collect all kinds of secret techniques, he could understand, but what was the meaning of collecting all kinds of eyes? There were many powerful ninjutsu in this world, which was not inferior to Mangekyo Sharingan's pupil technique at all. Kisame, let's not participate in the next matter. Do stood beside Kisame, closed the 8 gates escape armor, and whispered. Ah, I know, I came here for money from the beginning, so I won't waste my energy fighting with the troublesome people of the I organization. More importantly, if he fought now, Kisame felt that there was a high chance that he would not be able to defeat them. He had consumed too much chakra, and if he fought forcibly, he would probably lose to the demon of the I organization. He also did not understand the ability of this demon. Is it also Mangekyo Sharingan? The 3 great pupil techniques can grow to an extremely high level, and only Rinnegan and Sharingan can grow to a high level. Kisame hung the same hata on his back with a whoosh, staring at him with a pair of small eyes full of malice. As for Byakugan? Well, just ignore it directly. There was really nothing to say about this kind of garbage auxiliary eyes. Everyone present also thought that Iroha had Mangekyo Sharingan, and it could not be Rinnegan. They completely did not guess that it was Byakugan's type. Humph, looks like I've been underestimated. Although I'm just a little transparent in the I organization, I have the ability to kill you when I stand in front of you. Don't underestimate Byakugan. Iroha said in a cold voice. Ever since Rinnegan and many pairs of Mangekyo Sharingan appeared, the 3 great arts of pupil, which were widely circulated by Ninja World, had also suffered a violent shock. Because Byakugan was too weak, there had never been any Hyuga clan's cage level who had stood up and displayed the extraordinary arts of Byakugan. The effects of X-ray vision and long-range vision were very limited in cage level's field of battle. Byakugan. Setsuna frowned and was a little confused. At the same time, he took the initiative to attack. You actually have Byakugan? That's great. What qualifications does such a poor eye have to appear in front of my Mangekyo Sharingan? Watch me dig out your eyes. Swish. The first stage of Susanoo suddenly moved. Two huge arms smashed down at the same time, and the power was extremely astonishing. In front of Susanoo, the motionless Iroha seemed to be scared silly, and just looked up blankly. In reality, his Jougan had already been completely opened. Pupil strength that was no less than Mangekyo Sharingans exploded out one after another, and everything before his eyes became different in front of him. This kind of vision is really wonderful. Iroha muttered in a low voice. Ordinary Byakugan's vision was the black and white transparent world. As for Jougan, his vision became incomparably gorgeous. Under his gaze, the human body was clearly constructed from countless fine chakra lines. All life with chakra, in the eyes of Iroha, there was no secret, and every minute and smallest chakra meridians in his body couldn't hide. This was the vision and range field that Byakugan couldn't reach. Die! Setsuna opened his bloody mouth, saliva gushing out of his mouth, and his abnormal and distorted face was full of madness. Susanoo is essentially a creation of chakra, especially this stage of Susanoo, it only has a layer of skeleton, so it is very easy to see through. Iroha calmly observed, his two arms had already been seen through by him, and every change of chakra could not escape his eyes. The point of chakra is here. Iroha pointed at his wrist. This was a temporary weak point. He made his move. 8 trigrams palms revolving heaven. Pa! At a distance of several meters, 2 powerful chakra balls were directly chopped out, accurately hitting the wrist of Susanoo. In the next moment, the 2 hands of Susanoo instantly trembled, and an unstable situation appeared. What is going on? How could my Susanoo be damaged by a mere gentle fist? Setsuna couldn't believe what just happened. Gentle fist was very trash, as long as he could protect his entire body well and not be touched by the acupuncture points of Hyaga's family, then the foundation of gentle fist would be crippled. The remaining long-range attacks such as 8 trigrams palms revolving heaven were only that powerful. But now, why was it that this level of 8 trigrams palms revolving heaven was able to injure his Susanoo? Oh, it is indeed a gentle fist that is cooperating with Byakugan, but is gentle fist so strong? It is similar to the steel fist technique that Senior used the 8 inner hidden armor to attack. Kisame raised his eyebrows, somewhat moved. Might Do opened 7 gates, coupled with his strengthened and modified body, only then did he cripple Setsuna's Susanoo with a kick. Although this was far from the limit, at least he understood the strength of the 8 inner hidden armor. But now this, what was this? The seemingly harmless-looking 8 trigrams palms revolving heaven actually injured Susanoo? Moreover, it was the first stage of Susanoo? Do had already seen through some clues. He shook his head and said, it's different, this guy didn't rely on absolute strength to defeat Susanoo. He firmly stared at Iroha, and his heart was greatly shaken. This was another system of body technique, but it actually displayed such a powerful side. Then the special eyes that this demon possessed, could it be that they surpassed Byakugan's eyes? Byakugan could also advance like Sharingan. Damn it! Setsuna roared, used up a portion of his strength, and immediately restored the hands of Susanoo. With a low roar, he once again controlled Susanoo to attack. This time, that huge figure of Susanoo suddenly pressed down, like a mountain. It is very spectacular, but other than looking good, it is useless. Iroha coldly said. He raised his hands, tightened his palms, and displayed the starting posture of gentle fist, which gave people a feeling of softness and powerlessness. In the face of strong and hard Susanoo, it formed a fierce contrast. But no one dared to underestimate him again. 8 trigrams 128 palms. Facing this incomparably huge Susanoo, Iroha shouted in a low voice. This kind of acupuncture point sealing technique, what uses it? Setsuna had a ferocious expression. Tap tap tap. In an extremely short period of time, Iroha saw all the figures of this huge skeleton in front of him, then he suddenly made a move, his figure rapidly moving, relying on his clairvoyant vision to see through all the movements of Susanoo. Moreover, by observing the change of chakra line, he predicted the attack pattern of Susanoo. Taking advantage of this short gap, Iroha slapped all the 8 trigrams palms of Susanoo. In the territory that ordinary people could not see, those constantly flowing and changing chakra meridians, in front of him had no way to hide. He used a concentrated slap, and the precision point hit the chakra nodes in every change, cutting off the original flow of the chakra. Relying on the powerful pupil power brought by Jougan, Iroha not only had a terrifying increase in vision, but also the power of Gentle Fist. Jougan gave him a huge amount of pupil power, guiding him to create an even larger amount of chakra. With this power, Iroha only needed to slightly hinder the chakra flow of Susanoo for a moment, and the goal was achieved. Tap tap tap. 128 palm strikes finished. Iroha dodged, avoiding the final attack of Susanoo. The old flowing changes on the surface of this huge blue skeleton were restrained, showing signs of disintegration. The huge skeleton began to melt like water. In this case, the Susanoo that you are so proud of, will also be destroyed by me. Iroha appeared beside Setsuna, looking at the shocked face of the other party, he coldly said. And at the moment when the Susanoo was continuously melting and its defensive power was declining, he brazenly attacked. 8 gates collapse. Bang! An astonishing attack directly pierced through Susanoo, and with a loud bang, it landed on Setsuna. All of this happened very quickly, so fast that Setsuna didn't expect it at all. Tap! Setsuna was sent flying by the attack, and his bones were broken. He spat out a mouthful of blood. Just when Iroha was about to take this opportunity to quickly kill Setsuna, Setsuna stared with his blood-red eyes, and the left eye of the six-pointed star-shaped kaleidoscope Sharingan was overflowing with blood. Amaterasu! Die for this old man! The black flames spread wildly, wanting to completely burn Iroha. However, the expression under Iroha's mask did not change in the slightest. His face was still paralyzed, incomparably numb. Undying black flame. 8 trigrams palm. A large amount of chakra crazily surged out, and incomparably extravagantly turned into an astonishing amount of air current and began to rotate. Relying on this large amount of chakra, combined with the extremely perfect defensive range of palm reversal, he blocked Amaterasu. This is impossible. This old man's Amaterasu is the strongest attack ninjutsu, how could it be blocked by a guy like you? Setsuna's mentally exploded, and as he roared, more blood flowed out from his left eye, and even more black flames were ignited. But it was useless. All of them were spun around, and layer after layer of the Amaterasu was blocked and sent flying. All of this happened in just a few seconds. After Iroha sent all of the black flames flying, he leaped up and calmly stood not far away, quietly watching Setsuna. It was as if the scene just now, his high-intensity output in a very short period of time, was only done casually, and he did not use his full strength. It's still a bit lacking. Unfortunately, I was unable to kill him in one blow. This guy's right eye seems to be able to control the black flames. If he forcibly controls the black flames to confine me, then it will be troublesome. Iroha continuously calculated in his heart. At that time, he could only rely on reverse to forcibly tear apart the black flames and rush out of the encirclement. Susanoo is known to be the most perfect absolute defense, but now it seems that it is not much stronger than my Kaden. Iroha coldly looked at him. At this time, Setsuna had already finished repairing Susanoo, and was even controlling a large number of Amaterasu flames. Bastard, you have angered me. Who are you from Hyuga clan? Hayashi, or that elder clansman? Compared to our Uchiha clan's Susanoo, your clan's Kaden is trash. Setsuna roared. Before Kazue opened Mangekyo Sharingan, Hyuga clan's Kaden was indeed famous, and was called the most perfect defense. Until Kazue released Susanoo, Fugaku and Shisui opened their eyes one after another. In addition to the threat of Madara, no one continued to talk about Kaden, and instead went to judge the powerful defense of Susanoo. Setsuna was flustered and exasperated, and the malice and evil thoughts in his heart increased further. He panted heavily, and desperately consumed the power of these eyes. Can't you use acupuncture points to tear apart the defense of Susanoo? Then try this, I will put the armor on Susanoo, how can you break it? If one layer of armor is not enough, then 2 layers. Setsuna shouted at the top of his lungs, and his eyes were red. At this moment, a large amount of muscles and a thin layer of armor grew out of the half-skeleton. Not only that, a layer of armor that was even thicker began to grow on the armor and muscles. Not only did he enter the second stage in one breath, he even directly advanced towards the third stage. The Tengu heavy armor began to appear. It seems that Iroha's side has gone very smoothly. To be able to stimulate Setsuna to this extent in such a short period of time, it's very good. Although the ability of Jougan is inferior to Mangekyo Sharingan's, the means to directly attack is still a bit lacking. Yuuji turned his head to look at it and sighed in admiration. Then, he no longer paid attention to it. Instead, he focused his attention on the large box that was in front of him. Chapter 240, Snatch. The battle between Iroha and Setsuna was extremely intense. Not to mention anything else, just the undying black flames that were defeated by the Kaiten were scattered everywhere, starting to light up the entire Hojiki castle. One ninja after another was attached to this flame, dying miserably amidst endless cries of pain. Be careful, you can't extinguish these flames with a simple water release. What kind of flame is this? Why can it keep burning? The remaining ninjas of Hojiki Castle fled in all directions. Facing the fierce battle of cage level, they had no strength to fight back. If they did not escape as soon as possible, they could only wait for death. Many hidden shadow snake hands. Anko used 2 poisonous snakes to entangle Ibiki and Guy. The 3 of them supported each other, constantly avoiding the scattered black flames. Even a small black spark was brewing the danger of burning a living person. Uchiha Setsuna. This old man actually became so powerful in one breath, and he can even skillfully control Manjikyu technique. Anko was indignant. Just by making a wish in front of a large box, you possess such strength in one go? If she had seized the opportunity just now and made a wish before Setsuna, then wouldn't that be? Anko. Don't hope for something that doesn't belong to you to begin with. That will only make you fall into the abyss of desire. The calm Ibiki shouted loudly, interrupting Anko's thoughts. Everyone wanted to have a chance to make a wish, just like Setsuna. From a dying old man, he instantly became youth, and he even had Manjikyu Sharingan in one breath, becoming cage level. Setsuna was a successful example. We need to find a chance to retreat. Setsuna's actions, the new members of the I organization, the combination of Kisame and Do, these are all extremely important information. We have to report it to the village as soon as possible, Ibiki said coldly. Even if he had to sacrifice the lives of the 3 of them, he had to return these precious information. Might Guy gritted his teeth. He stared at his father. The eyes of the father and son intertwined in the air. I understand. Let's make a plan to retreat. Guy said in a low voice with tears in his eyes. He said resolutely. Ibiki was pleased. Just as he was about to say something, he suddenly stopped and looked at the chest of bliss in shock. There, a figure quietly appeared, standing in front of the chest of bliss. Some of the Hojiki castle guards who had not died were also gathered in front of the chest of bliss at this time. In addition to panic, they also greedily wanted to open the chest of bliss again to make a wish. They had seen the change of Setsuna with their own eyes, so their hearts naturally rose with ambition. Who is that guy? A stranger? Ibiki was confused. In the next moment, he widened his eyes. All the guards in front of the mysterious man were killed, and they fell to the ground in pain, losing their breath. This guy is a member of the I organization? Damn, his back is facing us, and we can't see his face. We can't care so much. We have to escape as soon as possible when these people don't care about us. Ibiki ordered, then turned around and fled with Anko and Guy. Those 3 guys ran away, but looking at you, you definitely won't allow me to chase after them. Forget it, I'll just pretend that I haven't seen these 3 people. This way, you will be satisfied, senior. Kisame smiled. Ah, thank you. Do withdrew his gaze and said indifferently. It's really cold. Speaking of which, why is there still a mouse here, and it's also eyeing the chest of bliss? I think very highly of this thing, and I want to take it for myself. Kisame's gaze moved past Iroha and Setsuna who were fighting, and looked at the chest of bliss. Do said, what do you want this thing for? Don't tell me you want to make a wish too. I'm just a little curious. Can I really make any wish? If I make a wish to make this world forever peaceful, can I also achieve it? This thing is not even stronger than the leader Rinnegan, right? Kisame laughed. He had abundant chakra, which made him feel that he was one of the most suitable people to control the chest of bliss. When you want to make a wish, you just need to feed a large amount of chakra. As long as we can get rid of this monster, Setsuna. However, this is a matter of the I organization. It has nothing to do with Kisame and the others. They only came for money this time. Moreover, MUI is dead. Even if we plunder the entire Hojiki castle, I'm afraid we won't be able to find much money. The valuable things will either be destroyed by water release or burned by black flame. This mission has already failed, so it's best to use other valuable things to block the leader's mouth. Kisame suggested. Do nodded, but he pointed at the chest of bliss and said, someone is ahead of us. Look. Kisame and Do saw Yuuji. Who is this guy? Is he a member of the I organization? But the members of the I organization should act alone. Kisame revealed a terrifying smile. During this period of time, he had already recovered some chakra. He was very interested in fighting for the chest of bliss. Yuuji had already walked in front of the chest of bliss. In front of this huge chest, ordinary people looked extremely small. The chest of bliss, Rikuta Sennin's ultimate weapon. From now on, this thing is mine. Yuuji looked at it for a while and nodded with satisfaction. Immediately, he slapped it with his hand. A huge amount of chakra surged and began to cover the entire chest of extreme bliss, testing it out in all directions. Especially, Yuuji tried to input chakra into the chest of extreme bliss. But there was no response. Well, what can be preliminarily determined is that the bliss box is a receiver for collecting chakra and negative emotions, and as the core product, only one Satori can be born. Yuuji felt for a while and was deep in thought. This is good. He didn't want to see a second and a third Satori come out. It would make simple things very troublesome. Speaking of which, the fourth holy land I created was made by absorbing the life of animals and plants to make senjutsu's chakra. The negative emotions of humans are also part of animals and plants. Can I use it? Yuuji touched his chin and looked at this big box. He pondered to see if he could use this thing somewhere. Yuuji wanted to take back this thing, but there was no reason to seal it permanently. At least he had to find a way to squeeze out all the value of the box. Such a divine artifact that could receive all of Ninja World's negative emotions would definitely have a miraculous effect if used well. He glanced at the battle between Iroha and Setsuna again. These two people had already fought with true fire, and Setsuna was flustered and exasperated. He had already used the third stage of Susanoo, intending to use the heavy black Tengu armor to resist the attack of Iroha. It's useless, there is no absolutely perfect ninjutsu in this world, even if it is Susanoo, it is the same. If only chakra is the source of the technique, then it cannot escape the observation and cracking of the Jougen. Yuuji glanced at it and laughed. The key was strength, unless Setsuna opened the fourth stage, or even the complete Susanoo, making Iroha unable to completely break it, only then could it be considered stable. But the problem was, the high imitation version that Setsuna possessed was Indra's pupil, could it maintain the higher stage of Susanoo? If it was because Indra's real body was here, then he would definitely be able to pull out the complete Susanoo at any moment. But Setsuna, with this old bastard's aptitude, coupled with the characteristics of comprehension, it was impossible. Complete body Susanoo, that was the domain of eternal eyes. Setsuna relying on the chest of bliss to control a pair of Mangekyo Sharingan was already very amazing. If he had other eyes of eternal Mangekyo level, then that would be ridiculous. Perhaps he would be able to grow to this level in the future when he was at full power, but at the moment, the negative emotions he absorbed were limited, and it was impossible for him to give all his abilities to Setsuna as a vessel. 1,000 years ago, when Rikuta Sennin was still alive, it was said that the people of the country of grass relied on this thing to almost rule Ninja World. Even if there was the suspicion of bragging, it at least proved that the potential of this thing was not small. It fully stimulated the ability of comprehension, and maybe it was at the level of a super cage. Yuuji slowly retracted his gaze. Super cage, even after the end of the 4 battles, there were only a few, and they all had the blood of Itsutsuki's clan. The only one who had truly crossed the bloodline barrier was Might Guy. He had touched upon the level of Rikuta Sennin and had almost completed the feat of slaughtering gods. Yuuji was very interested in the chest of bliss, and he was even more interested in Satori. He began to retrieve the chest of bliss. Summoning technique. Bang! A few scrolls appeared in front of Yuuji. No matter what you want to deal with or suppress, just use the sealing technique first. Yuuji opened the scrolls with a whoosh and opened the large number of sealing techniques on the top. Pa! He threw these scrolls directly at the chest of bliss. The spells recorded in these scrolls immediately spread out after coming into contact with the chest of bliss, and at an astonishing speed, they were about to cover the entire chest. All of a sudden. Rumble! Kisame smashed down with his same hata. Interesting, do you want to die? Yuuji said indifferently, his figure retreating slightly. Hat, you're going to die. Kisame laughed sinisterly. Rumble! Might Do fiercely kicked over. His entire body was like a sharp sword that tore through the air, forcefully creating ripples that could be seen with the naked eye. If this kick landed, Yuuji's clone would explode on the spot. However, Yuuji did not panic at all. Instead, he staggered, giving people a slow feeling. With a bang, he turned into a piece of wood. Body substitution? When did this happen? Might Do was shocked. He kicked the wood used by the body double to pieces. However, the feeling of kicking the wood to pieces made Might Do's expression change slightly, but he quickly concealed it. This wood, the interior material seems to be somewhat similar to his body. So that's how it is. This mysterious person in front of me is actually Lord Yuuji? It turns out that Lord Yuuji has already infiltrated Hojiki Castle. Might Do was stunned. Hey, don't be in a daze. I just dodged your sudden attack. Although I am also very surprised. Kisame crossed his same hata and looked around vigilantly. The two of you, if you don't want to die, then scram far away. Yuuji's voice rang out. He was already standing at the top of the chest of bliss, looking down at the two of them from above. Beneath his feet, the continuously spreading sealing technique had already connected to each other, enveloping the entire chest of bliss. I am not good at sealing techniques, so I can't break this thing as soon as possible. How troublesome. Kisame was a little unwilling, so he looked up at Yuuji and said, do you dare to show your face? I have shown my face to the maximum. Yuuji's voice was cold. Just in case, he twisted his face and turned it into an unfamiliar face. Then go to hell. Our leader is very scary. If I can't get the money, I just have to take the most valuable thing back. Kisame no longer talked nonsense. He wanted to join hands with Do to forcibly snatch the box of bliss so that he could take it back and report it to Nagato. Ever since Nagato revealed his true body and forcibly controlled Black Zetsu and White Zetsu, he became even more terrifying and gloomy. That ghastly face was as if the whole world owed him Bijuu. It made people shudder. Kisame felt that as Akatsuki's only failed mission record, if Nagato really went crazy, he would end up very miserable. What does your life and death have to do with me? Yuuji said coldly. Shua. Kisame had already smashed down with his saber. In the face of this attack, Yuuji just stood there quietly. Then, just as he was about to be cut, he chuckled. His figure instantly disappeared and all the cells in his body were dissolved. It disappeared again. It doesn't seem to be a clone. It's a high-level clone. Before the two of them could react. With another bang, the huge chest of bliss was also channeled by Yuuji, who was far away from Konoha. Kisame was dumbfounded. He looked at the scene in front of him in a daze. He was so angry that his entire body trembled and his limbs were cold. Damn it, so this guy is actually a clone. He even placed a spirit imprint on the chest of bliss? How shameless. Kisame was in a bad mood. There are many experts among Ninja World. We might meet again in the future. Do maintained his calm. However, he was extremely happy in his heart. He felt that as expected of Lord Yuuji. He had only sent a clone and he had successfully snatched the chest of bliss. When he turned his head, he met Kisame's cold gaze. You look very happy. What? No, I am sad. Humph, you are lying. Your eyebrows are all raised. Are you happy to see me unlucky? No, no. Do shook his head repeatedly, his thick eyebrows shaking. Kisame looked at him suspiciously. Senior, the mission has completely failed. It is time to retreat. Let those two fools continue to fight. It has nothing to do with us. Do agreed. At this time, Setsuna was already anxious. To be more precise, he was scared. For it, the chest of bliss was a collector for it to obtain negative emotions. Without the chest of bliss, it could not quickly become stronger. Therefore, Satoru began to urge Setsuna to deal with the other party as soon as possible so that he could find the chest of bliss. Then I don't need to waste any more time. Iroha looked at the disappearing chest of bliss and immediately knew that it was time to end this battle. The task that Lord Yuuji had given him, digging out Setsuna's eyes, had yet to be completed. Chapter 241, You Are My Dog. As for how strong Zhaogan was, Iroha himself had been thinking about it. He had also specifically asked Lord Yuuji about it. Because Lord Yuuji was an enigmatic existence in the heart of Iroha, it seemed that there was no secret in the entire ninja world that could hide from him. According to Lord Yuuji, Zhaogan can allow me to see through all chakra weaknesses, and also the ability to monitor space. Iroha had to admit that although Jougen was very strong, and also surpassed Byakugan in all aspects, in terms of combat level, direct attack was very lacking, at least not comparable to Mangekyo Sharingan. Not to mention that Mangekyo Sharingan's two single-eyed pupil techniques were extremely rare. He also definitely possessed the attack and defense technique of Susanoo, which had great potential. It was very astonishing. Compared to Mangekyo Sharingan, Jougen's position was still biased towards support. Although dealing with this guy is very difficult, it is not impossible. Iroha slowly raised his head and looked at Setsuna, who had opened the third stage of Susanoo. Facing this huge Susanoo, Iroha was still very calm. "Hoo, don't be too arrogant, I will kill you right now." "Enough, I know, don't make any noise. I will take back the chest of bliss," Setsuna said while talking to himself. Iroha's gaze focused. "Is it Satori? Are you communicating with Satori? You actually know its name?" "It doesn't matter, go to hell," Setsuna screamed, only to see Susanoo immediately open its hands and bow. An arrow appeared in each hand, pulling the bowstring, aiming at Iroha. "Die! This technique is caused by Indra's arrow. An arrow of this level is enough to kill you." Swish! The bow arrow shot out and shot towards Iroha at an astonishing speed. So fast! Iroha's heart skipped a beat. He opened his right eye, and pupils' power burst out one after another. In the lightning, he saw the entire structure of this arrow. This kind of attack was too fast, and it covered a large area. It was very difficult to dodge. At this distance, Iroha also did not intend to dodge. "Sure enough, I can only defeat this arrow by force." 8 trigrams air-splitting palm. Iroha opened his palm and fiercely struck out. Powerful chakra gathered together with Jougen, colliding with the attack of Indra, creating an astonishing explosion. The chakra dispersed. This was the remnants of Indra's arrow, as well as the chakra after the collapse of the 8 trigrams space-splitting palm. Fortunately, he blocked it. Using the Jougen's vision and insight, I found a weak point on this arrow and blocked it. Iroha's expression became extremely solemn. If he had even the slightest bit of carelessness, he would have been killed. He didn't even die? Damn it! I know, don't rush me." In an instant, his complexion was distorted, and his veins were bulging, making him look more and more insane. Obviously, Satori was constantly urging him, and in the worst-case scenario, he had already begun to interfere and devour Setsuna's will. Then what about this move? A ball of black flame appeared in the hands of Susanoo, and then, adding Kagutsuki, Setsuna controlled the Amaterasu flame to transform into the shape of an arrow, pulling the bow to draw the arrow. Once again, he aimed at Iroha. "Demon of the Eye organization, if you can dodge this old man's arrow, then you can also dodge this complete arrow of Indra. You better hurry up and die, see this old man personally turn you into a ghost." Setsuna grinned hideously. This was the strongest attack he could currently launch, using the state of third stage Susanoo, combined with Amaterasu and Kagutsuki, he struck out with his strongest attack. 3 types of pupil technique combined, just on this guy who only had Byakugan, what could he use to resist? Swoosh! The black arrow burned with terrifying black flames, and with a loud bang, it attacked. Its speed was even faster and its power was even stronger. The suffocating feeling that assaulted Iroha made his heart heavy. What a powerful attack! However, as long as I can break this attack, the opponent will be powerless. His Mangekyo Sharingan's limit is only this level of Susanoo. Iroha took a deep breath. He still didn't know the existence of eternal Mangekyo, but according to the performance of Kazue and the others, he deduced the strength of ordinary Mangekyo. This kind of heavy armor half-body stage seemed to be close to Mangekyo Sharingan's limit. The only difference was that Setsuna's 3 kinds of pupil power could be perfectly combined, and the attack power generated was more direct and terrifying. The gentle fist I learned in the clan will never be able to block this kind of attack. No matter if it is to reverse the situation, or other palm techniques, it is impossible. If I use the old technique to fight, I will definitely die. It seems that I still have to use the power of the Jougen to the maximum and attack with an even stronger attack. A huge black arrow attacked, and it looked as if it was going to burn Iroha to ashes. Iroha stretched out his hand, but it was not a palm, but a fist directly clenched, facing each other, and took a deep breath. In the next moment, the Jougen was completely detonated by him, and it was an unprecedented outbreak of force. This astonishing pupil force was used by Iroha at an astonishing scale. Everything in the surroundings had no secrets in front of him, and all the structures in front of him had no way to hide. However, this time, Iroha was not only staring at Indra's arrow, but also observing every subtle movement of his body. It is said that the Uchiha clansmen who opened Mangekyo Sharingan will naturally know the name of their pupil technique and what ability they have. This is their innate ability, as if their Mangekyo Sharingan has his own consciousness and is communicating with them. It is actually the eye of the soul. My Jougan does not have this ability, and I do not have the pupil technique that gives me an exclusive name directly. However, if I combine the ability of Jougan and all my own abilities to calculate, it is only natural for me to unleash a stronger body technique. I can only try the technique that Lord Yuuji mentioned before. Iroha faced the arrow that burned everything because of Indra and punched out brazenly. A fist punched out. It was like an ant attacking an elephant. Divine Void Strike. Whoosh! All of Pupil's power erupted, combining with all of the chakra in his body. In the crazy intersection, it seemed as if he had crossed the boundaries of time and space and condensed together. Everything in the world had disappeared, leaving only him and the black arrow. When the huge power was struck out by Iroha, a huge fist shadow extended out from his fist on the spot, and it seemed to let out a roar that could tear everything apart. Snap! The fist shadow collided directly with Indra's arrow, and there was no sound of explosion as expected. All the arrows made of black flames began to disperse silently. Balls of black flames shot out and fell to the ground powerlessly, burning continuously. Fortunately, I was almost. Blood spurted out of Iroha's fist, and his skin began to crack. Obviously, using the Divine Void Strike was a huge burden on his body. How is this possible? How is this possible? This is my strongest attack. How can it be blocked by a guy from Hyaga's family? Setsuna did not believe it. What kind of thing was the Hyaga clan? They did not even have a single cage level. The trash Byakugan only had strategic support value, and his strength was very poor. How could this guy in front of him be able to defeat his arrow? What exactly are your eyes? It is absolutely impossible for them to be Byakugan. Setsuna's voice was sharp. Jougan, my eyes are called Jougan. This is an eye that surpasses Byakugan, you stupid and ignorant fellow. Iroha slowly withdrew his fist. It wasn't just one hand, his entire arm was faintly aching. This was all thanks to him transplanting the bones and muscles of Otsutsuki's clan. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for him to use the Divine Void Strike. He was afraid that the moment he attacked, it would automatically shatter. Jougan. Hyaga's clan actually has the ability to advance their eyes. Is this an eye equal to Mangekyo Sharingan's? Setsuna looked a little disappointed. At the same time, his mind became more and more irritable, and Satora began to violently devour Setsuna's wool. Setsuna screamed, covering his head in pain, directly kneeling on the ground and cursing. Iroha coldly looked at him, waiting for the disappearance of Susanoo, and at the same time taking the opportunity to heal his injuries. It seems that it went very smoothly. A voice came. At the place where the chest of bliss was originally placed, the figure of Yuuji slowly appeared from nothing. Surprisingly, it was the cell that he had sprinkled on the spot when he had broken down the clone. Using this cell, Yuuji appeared once again. He looked at Iroha with admiration. Iroha said respectfully, "This guy is very strong. 3 types of pupil technique can actually form a type of attack. It is beyond my expectations. I'm almost killed." Yuuji nodded. Indeed, other than this guy, the other people who have Mangekyo Sharingan do not have the ability to perfectly combine the 3 types of pupil technique. Setsuna is really lucky to be able to obtain the ability because of Indra through making a wish. The complete cause of Indra's arrow, Susanoo, Amaterasu, and Kagutsuki, all of them cannot be missing. For example, Kazue and the others were unable to perfectly combine their 2 single-eyed pupil power with Susanoo. This might be the special characteristic of Indra, this ancestor. However, what surprises me even more is that you actually really used the Divine Void Strike. Yuuji praised. This was the Divine Void Strike, a technique that surpassed the Gentle Fist. From the results of the display, it was actually very similar to 8 trigrams Palms Revolving Heavens type of technique. It was also a long-range attack. However, the strength was incomparable. This was a body technique that came from Otsutsuki Kagaya. The complete form was 8 God's Air Strike, known as one of the strongest body techniques. Only Might Do's Night Guy could suppress 8 God's Air Strike. Guy could only use it once, but 8 God's Air Strike could be used many times. If the number of times used was also listed as a standard, 8 God's Air Strike would undoubtedly be the strongest body technique. More importantly, this technique, in essence, could also be interpreted as the super upgraded version of Hyaga's Gentle Fist. It was the ultimate version. However, you only barely used the Divine Void Strike. The reason why Indra's arrow was defeated was also because it's very small, and it looked a bit malnourished. Yuuji lightly said. The complete Indra arrow shot by Sasuke's Susanoo in the 4th stage is much stronger than the one used by Setsuna in the 3rd stage. Sure enough, it was as Yuuji had expected. In the end, Setsuna's pair of Indra's pupil was unable to compare with the real one, and was much weaker than Eternal Mangekyou. It was roughly a bit stronger than ordinary Mangekyou Sharingan, and it had a bit more reserves of strength, but this was under the premise that he ignored this time bomb. Make your move. Kill this guy and get rid of him. Yuuji looked at the miserable Setsuna and gave the order. Wait, wait! Setsuna roared. His face was pale, and black energy surged from his body. This was an extremely rich negative emotion, a power that belonged to Satori. Help me, help me! I don't want to become a part of this guy. I am the oldest elder of the Uchiha clan, and I can mobilize many Uchiha clansmen. I am very useful to your organization. Setsuna said quickly. At this time, he was almost unable to hold on. Half of his face had also changed, becoming incomparably cold, and his skin was covered with black power. This was a face that belonged to Satori. Oh, you want to represent Uchiha's clan and surrender to our organization? How interesting, this is the first time I have seen Uchiha begging for mercy. Yuuji said. Setsuna quickly said, this is not important. The main point is that this old man is useful to you. Aren't you all collecting all kinds of pupil techniques ninjas? I am also a pupil technique ninja now, and you all have seen it. This old man's pupil is stronger than ordinary Mangekyou ninja. It was just a little. Iroha looked at Yuuji. Don't hesitate. Even if you dig out my eyes, you may not be able to get them. Because my power comes from Satori, and my eyes are also transformed from Satori. As long as this monster wants to, maybe the eyes you dig out will disappear. Setsuna urged. He could no longer resist. Iroha looked at Yuuji. Yuuji fell into a short period of contemplation. At this time, Setsuna let out a miserable scream. His face revealed a terrified expression, but soon, his expression was covered by a large amount of black matter. Swish! A strange pair of wings grew out from behind Setsuna. His feet also began to turn into the legs of a monster. It was obvious that he was trying to take over Setsuna and reveal his true form. A black monster without a body, apart from its head and legs, only had wings left. Alright, since you still have some value, let me help you. I can just use you as a container. It was just man-made Jinchuriki. It was a very simple matter. Cuckoo. Most of Setsuna's body had been devoured, and there was a change. His whole body was lying on the ground, making a strange sound. He, it's too late. This guy has already been. A strange whisper was heard. The monster that had almost finished changing said with a ferocious mouth. Shut up, you piece of trash, what the hell do you know? Yuuji slapped him. 4-symbol seal. From now on, Uchiha Setsuna, the new generation's Indra, you are my dog. Chapter 242, Devil. In Ninja World, there had never been a lack of all kinds of strange things. Other than Bijuu, there were also some demons that were not inferior to Bijuu. Satori, Morio, Ito, and so on were all very powerful. Especially Satori, it felt that it was too difficult for it to appear again after 1,000 years, and it actually had to face this kind of situation. Damned human, Setsuna has already been eroded by me. You can't save him. Satori roared with his mouth wide open. You can't say that. A lowly animal dares to bark in front of me. Yuuji raised his hand and slapped the 4-symbol seal onto Satori. The sealing technique was one of the weapons used to deal with Satori. This fellow was still bound by MUI's sealing technique on the original timeline. It was more than enough to suppress Satori with the 4-symbol seal. Whoosh! A large number of runes began to spread, continuously spreading to the ugly body, increasing the binding on Satori. At your level, you are only worthy of the 4-symbol seal, Yuuji said. Gradually, the roars of Satori became smaller and smaller. They began to disappear and returned to Setsuna's body. Setsuna knelt on the ground with a look of luck on his face. Your luck is good. Before you completely disappeared, I saved you. In return, you have to work hard for me. Yuuji looked at him coldly. Setsuna was silent for a moment. His eyelids trembled slightly. He was obviously still a little unwilling, but he only forced himself to suppress this emotion. I know what to do. From now on, I am a member of the organization. Humph, I hope so. I only hope that you don't get mad. I don't know when you will suddenly betray us. At that time, our organization will do everything we can to kill you. Yuuji's voice was cold. Setsuna wiped the sweat from his forehead, and a trace of fear flashed through his eyes. The guy from the organization was a danger beyond imagination. From now on, you are a member of the organization. Your code name is Devil. As for your mask, when I assign you a mission next time, someone will give it to you. Yuuji said coldly. Devil? What a fitting name. I have already become a human-shaped devil. Is there a way to completely eliminate Satori and retain my strength and youth? Setsuna looked bitter. No, Satori is the gathering point of the human race. If the human race is not destroyed, this thing cannot be destroyed. It can only be sealed like Bijuu. You are very honored to be the new Jinchuriki. Yuuji said. Setsuna was silent. He felt the endless angry roars coming from the depths of his mind and fell silent. This was already the best result. He was originally someone who was about to die. Now, he could continue his life and still had this kind of strength. This damn thing has been asking me for the chest of bliss. Setsuna said. It's impossible to give the chest of bliss to it. Just ignore it. Yuuji left these words and his body slowly disappeared. This time, he really disintegrated. Only Iroha and Setsuna were left. This person is the leader? No, he doesn't look very strong. Is he a clone or another member? Setsuna asked. But Iroha could not tell him the truth. You can't even win against me. It's best if you consider the consequences of doing something wrong. We won't cast all kinds of curse seals on you because it doesn't mean much, but we just need to let you know the consequences of betrayal. Iroha turned his head, and the terrifying pupil glared at Setsuna through the mask. Setsuna had a look of fear on his face. Demon, who is your real identity? I don't remember that there are experts like you in Hyaga's family, and other organization members. When will I meet them? Like that immortal? And the person who claims to be Madara. What the hell, he actually lost to a guy from Hyaga's clan. Although he didn't know who this guy was, he was definitely from Hyaga's clan. If Uchiha's clan still had a chance of having a bloodline leak, then it was absolutely impossible for Hyaga's clan. The birthmark in the cage could allow them to confirm the life and death of each member of the branch family. It was thousands of miles away, and it could also easily blow up the head of the branch family. There was no such thing as the branch family being kidnapped by the enemy and forcibly giving birth to the bloodline. As for clansmen, the only exception was that one of clansmen's Byakugan was taken away by Kirigakure, and later was taken back by Yuuji. This mysterious demon in front of him must be a member of Hyaga, maybe he even knew him. Take care of your own affairs. If you ask too many questions, you will die. Iroha said coldly, turned around and left, leaving Setsuna alone in the same place. Setsuna was stunned, his face was ugly, and there was a trace of fear. Just like this? An eye-catching organization sealed Satori and then disappeared? No one cared about him? Where is the base of the organization, how many members are there, why do they hunt all kinds of pupil ninjas, these things, he still doesn't know anything. This organization is more loose than I thought? No, this is also clear from the side. The leader of the organization is extremely proud and is very terrifying. He has the confidence to press everyone's head when issuing missions. A trace of fear flashed through Setsuna's eyes. He glanced at the direction that Iroha had fled in and hesitated to say something. In the end, he did not chase after him. Since the management mode of the organization seemed extremely loose, the intelligent Setsuna naturally would not take the initiative to ask anything. What should I do? Do I have to return to Konoha? Setsuna looked around, feeling a little conflicted. When he left, he was very old, and he even brought a group of people with him, claiming that they were going to search for Orochimaru and seize his clansmen. When he returned, he was all alone, recovering his youth, and even opening Mangekyo. Humph, those 3 brats will definitely report to the village. It's still not too late to chase after them. Should we chase after them and kill them? Those brats might have already left some information in other ways. If I don't go back, the Hokage will recognize me as an S-class traitor. Setsuna thought for a while and decided to return to the village. He felt that he already had Mangekyo Sharingan, and it was also because of Indra's Hitomi. No matter what, he had to go back and tell everyone. To sum it up, he had to go back and pretend. He had to pretend. The addiction of being immersed in the depths of the blood of Uchiha erupted. With Mangekyo Sharingan, did he still need to continue to endure? Did he still need to be submissive to the Hokage? But if not for the members of the I organization, I, Setsuna, would be the strongest. As Setsuna thought about it, his ego swelled up and he immediately returned to Konoha. On the other side, Kisame and Might-do had returned to Omegakure first, and they had returned empty-handed. Nagato looked at the two of them coldly. Where's the money? I'm sorry, Chief. The mission has failed, and the I organization has also intervened. Kisame's heart was beating fast, but he explained with a relaxed expression. I organization? These guys are going against us again, snatching away our mission reward. A terrifying killing intent erupted from Nagato's body, surpassing strength at any time in the past, as if it was going to turn into a substantive storm. On the contrary, thanks to the I organization, we were able to escape quickly. Du's voice was still calm. Nagato listened to the events with a gloomy expression, and a trace of surprise flashed through his eyes. A divine artifact that made wishes, allowing an old man to recover his youth, and also having Mangekyo Sharingan? Even the two of you are not a match for that, Setsuna. Nagato asked. You can't say that. I still have a secret technique that I haven't used. I just feel that there is no need to waste my time on this guy. Speaking of which, that guy should have been killed by the I organization, right? Kisame laughed. Absolutely, Nagato said. White Zetsu, who was on top of him, said in a strange tone, I don't know. Without White Zetsu's clone to follow them. Ever since I became your body, there has been no new White Zetsu clone. You won't allow me to leave you. Black Zetsu said, Nagato, I think. Shut up, I don't want you to think so. Nagato berated. He stared coldly at Kisame and Du. It was only when he saw Kisame sweating profusely that he said coldly, since the mission has failed, there is no other way. You need to carry out more missions and earn back the lost money. In addition, I will introduce you two to the new members of the organization. Come out, Orochimaru. Humph, humph, Akatsuki actually lost consecutively. I even suspect that joining Akatsuki was the right choice. Orochimaru walked out from the shadows with a strange smile on his face, but his eyes kept falling on Nagato. Obviously, he was very curious about Nagato's current physical condition, and he was full of greed for Rinnegan. I didn't expect that the little brat who asked for food from the Sunin would actually be Rinnegan. Damn it, if I knew this would happen, I would have acted decisively, instead of letting that fool Jiraiya teach these three people. Du, I didn't expect you to still be alive. Your body has also changed so much. If this news were to be sent back to Konoha, Yuuji and the others should be very happy. Orochimaru had a meaningful look on his face. Du said calmly, I'm now a member of Akatsuki. The village has nothing to do with me. I see. Orochimaru looked around. He felt that this organization was really too interesting. Not long after he joined, they had brought him surprises one after another. We already have 10 core members in our organization. Next is to gather information about Bijuu and find the best opportunity to attack. What about the I organization? Find their base and find their leader. I will personally deal with them. The current me has become stronger. The leader of the I organization is no longer my match. Nagato snorted coldly. After saying that, he turned around and left. In the same place, there were only silent figures left. Orochimaru leaned against the wall and looked at Nagato's pieced-together body. The more he looked at it, the more he liked it, so much so that he unconsciously stuck out his tongue to lick it. Konohagakure. Anko and the others hurried on their way and finally rushed back to Konoha. Fortunately, no enemy is chasing us. Quickly report to the Hokage-sama, this information is too important. Soon, these three people were brought to the Hokage's office. Looks like there was an accident. The original mission failed. Minato looked at the three people with a gentle expression. This made the three of them feel at ease. Ibiki was the first to report. What he said caused Minato to gradually frown. So many things have actually happened. I have never approved of Setsuna's actions. If we really investigate, his actions are too vile. It was no different from betraying the village. Ninja is a killing weapon. Setsuna and the others went to Hojiki Castle to seize the chest of bliss under the banner of looking for Orochimaru. This kind of behavior would be classified as betrayal if someone else did it. Mr. Dua is not dead, and he joined Akatsuki. There must be something difficult to say. He was praised by Sakumo in the past. If not for a special reason, he would never betray the village. Minato looked at the trembling guy and immediately comforted him. This made Guy unable to hold on any longer, and he cried out, tears rolling down. However, there was one thing that Minato did not say. No matter how difficult or special the reason was, he still betrayed the village. Was it a fake death? Was it already a fake death when we fought against 7 ninja swordsmen of Kirigakure? Speaking of which, someone suddenly appeared at that time and began to chase after 7 ninja swordsmen of Kirigakure all the way. Was it the first generation Great One who did something? Minato felt a headache coming on. What he was more concerned about was the new member of the Eye organization, Demon. A person with eyes that surpassed Byakugan? A member of the Hyuga clan? Minato suddenly felt that even if he ruled Konoha village, there was wind everywhere. There were holes everywhere, but he did not know where the hole was, and he did not know how to block it. Who do you think the real identity of the demon might be? Minato rubbed his forehead. Ibiki and the other two looked at each other and shook their heads. They also looked confused. In their impression, none of the experts of Hyuga's clan could match up to Demon, especially in terms of personality. Demon's personality seemed to reveal itself in coldness, and then considering the people of Hyuga's clan. Well, all of them were very calm, and all of them were very proud, although they were not as arrogant as they were in the past few years. Minato quickly went through the intelligence of Hyuga's clan in his mind, and could not figure out who it was. Hayashi? There seemed to be no one else besides this person. As for the people from the branch family, Minato immediately eliminated them. The branch family members who had been branded with the birthmark in the cage would have flaws. Not to mention that their potential would be locked, even their field of vision of 360 degrees was blind. This was not a secret in front of someone of Minato's status. There are more problems. Minato sighed. At this time, an Anbu ninja suddenly appeared. Hokage-sama, a young man who claims to be Uchiha Setsuna, forced his way into the village. Minato's expression changed slightly as he nodded and said, "Understood, leave now." Uchiha Setsuna, this guy actually came back. How should we deal with him? Minato pondered. At the same time, Uchiha's clan was in an uproar. Everyone was high up in the sky. Uchiha Setsuna returned to the village in a high profile and directly returned to Uchiha's clan. He faced the confused and doubtful gazes of some clansmen. Setsuna decisively opened Mangekyo Sharingan and shocked countless people. Chapter 243, Sasuke hated Setsuna. He had a strong body, a young appearance, and a familiar face. This was the current Setsuna, the ninja who had used an illusion technique to control Konoha's gate with a single glance. He forcefully entered the village, revealing arrogance in his domineering manner, and returned to Uchiha's clan. "Idiot, you don't even recognize me?" Mangekyo Sharingan. Setsuna looked at the few people in front of him blocking him. After sneering, he immediately opened Mangekyo. The strong power of pupil, and the evil and foul aura that far surpassed that of other Mangekyo, immediately shocked everyone. This, Mangekyo Sharingan. It can't be wrong. Although I have never heard of Mangekyo in the shape of a six-pointed star, this is undoubtedly Mangekyo Sharingan. May I ask who you are? I seem to have some impression of you, but I can't remember for a moment. The few Uchiha clansmen immediately became respectful. Mangekyo Sharingan, as long as you have this pair of eyes, you will naturally be recognized and respected by the Uchiha clansmen. Even if you don't do anything, just revealing this pair of eyes will naturally make the Uchiha clansmen feel the same. There was no need to consider the problem of friend or foe, because apart from a very small number of Uchiha clansmen, most of the people in this clan, compared to the problem of friend and foe, the level of strength and the level of the eyes could attract their attention. Especially the radical faction, this group of people were the most restless, always thinking of making some things out, recognizing the Mangekyo ninja of the Eye organization and Akatsuki the most. Humph, what is your Sharingan used for? Even you can't recognize me? Setsuna shouted loudly. But it was this kind of arrogance and condescending attitude that not only did not anger these people, but made them even more odd. That's right, the lord who had Mangekyo Sharingan should have this kind of attitude. It seemed that this somewhat unfamiliar expert in front of him was definitely one of his own. This old man is Uchiha Setsuna. Setsuna shouted. What? Elder Setsuna. I remember that Elder Setsuna brought Hikaku and the others out to search for Orochimaru. Elder Setsuna is already 70 years old, but you. Could it be that the Mangekyo Sharingan that Elder Setsuna activated can increase his lifespan? Restore youth? That's right, that must be it. Elder Setsuna must have broken through the limit of 3 tomo when he was fighting with Orochimaru, opened Mangekyo and then used pupil to restore his youth. Even more Uchiha clan members noticed the movement and walked out of their houses, crowding around them. Pairs of burning gazes all landed on the young Elder Setsuna. Humph, although there are differences in the details, it's roughly like that. Facing the fervent gazes of the crowd, Setsuna was very pleased in his heart, but he still had a cold expression on his face, his might threatening. This caused the many clansmen to feel even more reverence, and they praised in their hearts that he was worthy of being Elder Setsuna. Elder Setsuna, what about Hikaku and the others? The vice-captain of the garrison rushed over. After learning of the situation, he knelt down on one knee and asked respectfully. Setsuna said coldly, they died. Hikaku and the others fought for me, for the family, even at the last moment of their lives. If not for them, I wouldn't have obtained these eyes. What a pity. No, please don't say that. It is their honor that Hikaku and the others can give you a chance to open Mangekyo Sharingan with their lives. If I were Hikaku and the others, I would also be willing to die for Lord Setsuna. Yashiro said solemnly. His attitude was very serious. The characteristics of Uchiha's clan were that their head were not very good, but they were good at fighting, and they were braver than anyone else. If his death could allow his clansmen to activate Mangekyo Sharingan, the lunatics of this clan would absolutely not mind rushing forward to fight with their lives on the line. Setsuna nodded indifferently, staring at the pair of Mangekyo who was brewing with extreme malice, sweeping his gaze over everyone. Every clansman that looked at Setsuna lowered their heads in a frenzy, feeling extremely honored. Look, I was glanced at by Mangekyo Sharingan. Where is Fugaku? Setsuna's ego also quietly changed. He naturally raised his position and directly called Fugaku by name. He didn't even call him the patriarch. The patriarch is at home. Maybe he is training his 2 sons, Yashiro said. Under the guidance of Yashiro, Setsuna directly set off, waved his hand, and went to Fugaku's home. The many Uchiha clansmen watched as Lord Setsuna left, and only then did they excitedly talk in low voices. It was not enough for them to brag about the strength of their clans. They were not satisfied yet, so they immediately left the clan grounds and spread out in all directions of the village. As long as they encountered other ninjas, they would sigh and suddenly raise the tone of their voice. What? Our Ninja World's #1 family has another pair of Mangekyo Sharingan. Aya, what should we do? We're already so strong, yet we're still getting stronger. When someone asked. Humph, you still don't know? Elder Setsuna successfully activated Mangekyo Sharingan and used Mangekyo's pupil art to recover to the age of 20. We're really too strong. I'm really sorry. Not long after, the entire village knew that Uchiha Setsuna had opened Mangekyo Sharingan, and pupil technique was related to his recovery of youth. How could this be? Why did Uchiha's clan have another pair of Mangekyo? Is eye opening so simple? The other clans were fine, but only Hyaga's clan was livid. Hayashi, who had just received a notice from the Hokage, heard the news of Setsuna, and his heart was unwilling. At the same time, his expression changed slightly. Yandere summoning him at this time should have something to do with Setsuna, but why did the matter of Uchiha's clan summon him, the patriarch of Hyaga? Hayashi could not understand. Surpass Byakugan's eyes. Hayashi was stunned. It seems that you don't know either. Minato stared at Hayashi for a long time. He felt that Hayashi was not lying and immediately revealed a puzzled expression. Even Hayashi did not know? Was it because Hayashi's acting was too good, or did he really not know? Only Hyaga's clan has Byakugan, and considering the strict rules of Hyaga's clan, the mysterious demon most likely came from Hyaga's clan. Minato said. Hayashi fell into a long silence, unable to describe the shock and joy in his heart with words. Mysterious eyes, surpassing Byakugan's eyes? Does Byakugan also have a way to advance? Sure enough, our Hyuga clan is as ancient as Uchiha clan, known as one of the three great pupil arts, and there doesn't seem to be anything strange about having an advanced eye. But who could it be? At the first moment, Hayashi thought of two people. Hyuga Iroha, and Hyuga Hoito. Hayashi knew that Hoito seemed to have come into contact with those two guests from beyond the heavens who had no eyes and had concealed a lot of information. Could it be Hoito? But a person from a branch family possessed eyes that surpassed clansmen. This sort of matter had too great of an impact. Once it was exposed, elder clansmen would definitely request to use the caged bird to cripple Hoito and then dig out Hoito's eyes. It didn't matter which person clansmen transplanted to, but the point was that this kind of eye would definitely be in the hands of main family. Hyuga's clan would definitely do such a thing. Compared to Uchiha's clan, Hyuga's clan had an extremely complicated internal relationship because of the separation of branch and main family. Once it surpassed Byakugan's eyes and appeared on the people of the branch clan now, Hyuga's clan would definitely erupt into a great upheaval. Hayashi thought of this, and Minato, as the Hokage, would definitely also think of it. The two of them looked at each other and fell silent. After a long time, Hayashi said in a low voice, "Hokage-sama, is the information reliable? I'm not questioning you or the village, I just want to confirm it." "I understand. This is the information brought back by Ibiki and the other two. It also involves the matter of Setsuna opening Mangekyou. The members of the Eye organization also fought with Setsuna." Minato selectively released a portion of the information about the demon and let Hayashi examine it. Hayashi put down the intelligence scroll in his hand. In addition to being shocked, his expression was extremely complicated. Excitement, panic, worry, doubt. "Hokage-sama, I really don't know who the association is, and it can't be me," Hayashi said sincerely. Minato looked at him for a long time and slowly nodded. "In that case, I'll have to trouble you to find a way to investigate the clan and find traces of demon. The Eye organization is a mystery to us. Perhaps the key to solving this mystery is in your hands." "Understood." Hayashi agreed with a solemn face. He also wanted to know who it was that possessed eyes that surpassed Byakugan's. The key was how to obtain this kind of eyes. Was it possible for the other clansmen to advance as well? Wait for Hayashi to leave. Minato crossed his fingers, deep in thought. The Eye organization also came out of Hojiki Castle and stole the Box of Bliss. It seems that the second Madara who once took the amber bottle is also a member of the Eye organization. This is to take the Box of Bliss away so that the second Madara can control it. The man who called himself Madara had the control tool pupil, which was no secret. Therefore, it was only natural for the Eye organization to hand over the chest of bliss to the second, Madara. According to the report from Ibiki's team, the demon and Setsuna had a battle, but Setsuna returned safely. What about the demon? Did he die, or was he defeated and escaped, or the Eye organization had successfully recruited Setsuna? Yes, according to the temper of Uchiha's clan, the Eye organization extended an offer, and Setsuna might really accept it, especially if he was beaten to submission. Uchiha's home. Setsuna walked into Fugaku's home with a dignified expression. Itachi and Sasuke were practicing in the spacious courtyard. "Who are you?" Seeing that someone had come, Itachi blocked Sasuke's fist and asked. "Itachi, don't be rude to Elder Setsuna. Elder Setsuna is a super expert who has unlocked Mangekyou Sharingan." Yashiro immediately reminded. "Elder Setsuna? Mangekyou Sharingan?" Itachi was shocked. He looked at the young man in front of him and was speechless for a long time. With his wisdom, he quickly deduced some information. Sasuke stared at Setsuna. Setsuna sensed something and looked at Sasuke doubtfully. After observing for a while, he commented, "Fugaku's youngest son, Yuuji's disciple? Growing up is barely acceptable. However, the experts in the clan can only teach you something that is truly useful. There is no need to waste time on that fellow Yuuji." After saying that, Setsuna followed into the house. "What's wrong, Sasuke? You were very rude just now." Itachi asked. "Brother, I don't know why, but I feel that the person just now is very annoying. Just seeing him, I want to." Sasuke hesitated for a moment and did not finish. He wanted to kill the other party. This feeling was very inexplicable. The natural sense of disgust was very strange. Annoying. Sasuke, don't judge a person's attitude with your first impression. You have to remember this. Itachi's eyes were deep. Got it, brother. When we get home, you have to teach me too. Let's continue our training. Sasuke quickly threw this matter to the back of his mind and said cheerfully. Itachi nodded and squeezed out a smile. Elder Setsuna had opened Mangekyo. What exactly had he experienced? It was really strange. And this is not good news. Elder Setsuna is too radical. It is very likely that there will be a greater estrangement between the family and the village. Itachi was extremely worried. Inside the house, Fugaku was already ready for battle, and there was no sign of joy or anger on his face. Fugaku, this old man has returned. I have come with Mangekyo Sharingan. Setsuna walked into the house and sat directly opposite Fugaku, saying coldly. Congratulations, Elder Setsuna. Another strong person has appeared in the village. Konoha's position in the first ninja village cannot be shaken. Fugaku was very calm, even a little too calm. Setsuna frowned, a little dissatisfied. Fugaku, you always put the village's status too high, even higher than the family. This is not good. Fugaku calmly drank tea. Elder Setsuna, I know what you want, but I will not agree. If you go against the village, there will be no good end. I will not use the clan as a bargaining chip to gamble with the village. I do not want to destroy the village, I just want to take back what belongs to our clan, Hokage. No matter what, the consultant team should have people from our clan. Sure enough, is this your current goal? Enter the consultant team and become the upper echelons of the village. Fugaku put down the teacup and said in a flat voice. Setsuna opened Mangekyo Sharingan. Fugaku also opened Mangekyo. When the powerful pupil began to fight, Fugaku was shocked to find that he was actually at a disadvantage in the competition of pupils' strength. The other party had just opened Mangekyo, so why did he have this level of strength? Moreover, this kind of pupil power that was filled with evil intent was also extremely strange. Is this eye you obtained after sacrificing Hikaku and the others? It is indeed different from the rest. However, even with your strength, it might not be able to make the village retreat. I will not agree to it. Then it is fine to tell you another piece of information. That is, this old man has already joined the I organization. The entire I organization, all of them are this old man's backing. Setsuna sneered again and again. This time, Fugaku was truly shocked. He widened his eyes and confronted Setsuna. The atmosphere was oppressive. At the same time, Yuuji also stepped into Fugaku's house. Sensei, why are you here? Sasuke was delighted. Greetings, Lord Yuuji. Itachi said respectfully. Yes, my intuition tells me that someone has floated up. This plan is not good for me. I want to beat him up before that guy flies into the sky. Yuuji touched Sasuke's head and said lightly. At the same time, he wanted to observe if there was any mysterious connection between the fake Indra and the reincarnation of Indra. Chapter 244, Arrogant. Yuuji came uninvited and directly broke into Sasuke's house. Even if he was Sasuke's sensei, he broke into Uchiha's family. This was a somewhat rude behavior. But it was clear that Yuuji did not care about this detail at all. And Sasuke would never think about it. Itachi thought of it and did not care. Instead, he immediately stood in Yuuji's angle and began to think about why he did this. Lord Yuuji, you actually came? The person who claimed to be Setsuna is currently talking to my father. Itachi said respectfully. There was inevitably some worry on his face, and he felt that things were a little out of control. Setsuna, who had opened up Mangekyo Sharingan, had actually attracted the attention of Lord Yuuji. That's right, this was actually not surprising. In the entire Uchiha clan, even if the Mangekyo ninjas did not stand on Lord Yuuji's side, they would definitely not become enemies with Lord Yuuji. Fugaku was a somewhat indecisive person. In addition, because of his youngest son, Sasuke, unless Yuuji took the initiative to force him, he would not fall out with Yuuji. Fugaku would rather wait for the situation to develop and affect him instead. He would not easily make a move. As for the remaining Kazue and Shisui, it was even more impossible for them to clash with Yuuji. Yes, I heard about Setsuna. Everyone in the village now knows that Setsuna has opened Mangekyo Sharingan. Yuuji pressed down on Sasuke's head and rubbed it hard as he spoke indifferently. Itachi's face was filled with shame. This was really too embarrassing. I came to beat him up and let him, an old man who has been away from the front line for many years, feel the danger of Ninja World. Yuuji raised his foot and walked directly into the house. Swish! Yashiro, who was guarding the door, stood in front of Yuuji with a troubled expression and hesitated to speak. Yashiro, everyone knows that you belong to the radical faction, but you are so radical that you stand in front of me. Are you tired of living? Or do you think I will show you mercy? Yuuji's eyes moved slightly and stared directly at Yashiro. Yashiro trembled all over. It was clearly just an ordinary look, but he seemed to be suppressed by a mountain. His body's instinct made him stiff and he did not dare to move. This was an instinctive move of a weak creature when facing a terrifying hunter. Lord Yuuji, our clan's clan chief and elders are currently talking. It seems a bit. Yashiro braced himself and said. Itachi suddenly said, Elder Yashiro, Lord Yuuji will not hold back. With your strength, it is very likely that you will die in vain. No one will take your life to heart. All right. Yashiro sighed and stepped aside. It was not easy for Elder Setsuna to persuade the clan leader. He did not expect that the village would be in such a hurry to show off their strength in this situation. All right, it had to be said that this was what Uchiha's clan liked. Smart choice. Yuuji stretched out his hand, grabbed Yashiro, and threw him violently. Itachi saved you. If you were a second late just now, you would not be a ninja for the rest of your life. Believe me, I have countless ways to destroy you, and people can't find evidence to prove that I did it. To deal with the radical faction, fists were the most effective. In the timeline, Yashiro, Tekka, and Inabi were the backbone of Konoha's garrison. After Shisui died, it was these three people who went to interrogate Itachi. When Fugaku and Itachi were talking to each other, Fugaku used Manjikyo to show Itachi the picture of the future. After he revealed that he had Manjikyo Sharingan, Yashiro acted on their own and forcibly kidnapped Naruto. They asked Fugaku to use Manjikyo to liberate his 9 tails and start a rebellion. Then, Fugaku, who was riding a tiger and unable to get off, really did it. Therefore, to deal with this kind of trash, it was right to use bloody means to suppress it, and talking about other things was nonsense. Yuuji reached out and was about to open the door. Crash! But Setsuna opened the door first. It's noisy outside. I thought it was you. Young people are always so careless. The 20-year-old Setsuna was not tall and had long black hair. At this time, he was looking at Yuuji expressionlessly. He showed his strong side, indicating that he was very proud of himself. Humph, just a mere Yuuji, it was not that he could not fight. In fact, Setsuna was already thinking about the possibility of using Manjikyo's illusion technique to control Godzilla. A monster comparable to Bijuu. Yes, it was very valuable to control. Yuuji said, I heard that Elder Setsuna successfully obtained Manjikyo Sharingan. I specially came to celebrate. Well, it seems that you already know the process of this old man getting the eyes. Whatever you think, this old man is indeed an existence that surpasses you. Setsuna nodded calmly. This old man's strength must be much greater than Kazue's, much more powerful as well. I believe it. Yuuji said. Setsuna was satisfied. His ego expanded further and he was about to step out of the door. Humph, you're quite smart. Then, this old man feels that some things should change. As one of Konoha's upper echelons, you should take the initiative to expand the space for Uchiha's clan. Otherwise, this old man will make Kazue and the others stop following you. He was about to brush past Yuuji. However, Yuuji grabbed his shoulder and slowly exerted force. Furthermore, that hand had unknowingly become Godzilla's claw. Is this Godzilla? This is the first time this old man has seen this beast up close. There is indeed something that this old man is concerned about. Setsuna said. In the next moment, he had already been thrown out by Yuuji. After a flip, he stood firmly in the courtyard. The home of the clan leader of Uchiha was spacious and bright, suitable for a battlefield. Sasuke, quickly retreat. Itachi's expression changed slightly. He directly protected Sasuke and retreated, his expression grave. Yashiro was also silent, hiding far away. His eyes revealed fear, but at the same time, there was a trace of hope. Brother, are they going to fight? Why? Sasuke asked. Itachi hesitated for a moment. Their world is more complicated. To put it simply, Lord Yuuji does not like the things that Elder Setsuna likes, so Lord Yuuji wants to personally shatter the things that Elder Setsuna likes. That's great. I want to crush him too. Sasuke gritted his teeth and glared at Setsuna. The more he looked at him, the more uncomfortable he felt, and the more disgusted he felt. He don't know why. Itachi also felt very strange. This kind of disgust was clearly beyond the scope of common sense. He silently suppressed this matter at the bottom of his heart and planned to find a chance to find out the reason later. You two, remember to pay the money after the fight. I spent a lot of money to repair this courtyard. Fugaku held a cup of tea and dragged the table and cushion out. He placed them on the ground and sat on the ground steadily. Don't worry, clan leader Fugaku. You know me. I am the most reasonable person. Yuuji smiled and nodded. Humph, brat, you better know who you are challenging. In the entire ninja world, there are not many people who are my match. Other than Akatsuki's leader, the leader of the Eye organization and the demon, no one else is worthy for me to go all out. Not even Madara. Setsuna stood in the middle of the courtyard, his voice cold and extremely arrogant. He opened Mangekyo Sharingan's unique hexagram, and an endless stream of evil pupil power surged out. Make your move. This old man won't bully children. I'm also willing to let you experience the world of top experts. Yuuji only sneered. In an instant, he completed Godzilla's transformation and ruthlessly slapped over. Yes, you have the ability to destroy the cells of bad people. Ordinary people will be helpless against you, but this old man is different. I can easily destroy what you are proud of. Setsuna looked at Yuuji and smiled contemptuously. Normally, he would not have been able to capture Yuuji's movements and would have been blown apart with one move. However, he could easily lock onto every subtle move of Yuuji with Mangekyo Sharingan. All of Yuuji's actions, there is nothing to hide in front of him. However, when he tried to see through Yuuji's thoughts, he encountered an obstacle. Because he did not sense any trace of fear from Yuuji, which made him feel irritated. It was clearly the strongest ability, so why were there so many troublesome fellows? Die! Setsuna grinned, and an extreme sin arose from his heart, causing his originally stable state of mind to suddenly become violent. Blood flowed out from his left eye, and his gaze focused on Yuuji's body. Swish! Black flames suddenly rose from Yuuji's body, burning strangely. Black flames, what kind of technique is this? Fugaku was originally drinking tea and using the three tomo to watch the battle. However, he did not understand this strange black flame, so he immediately activated Mangekyo Sharingan to watch. Black flames. Itachi also activated Sharingan to observe. Hoo! The black flames burned crazily, enveloping Yuuji. However, Yuuji's movements did not change at all. Instead, his body trembled slightly, and large amounts of inextinguishable black flames shot out, burning in the courtyard. How could this be? You abandoned a portion of your body tissues to block this old man's flames. Setsuna widened his eyes, incomparably shocked. Isn't this very normal? Although the Amaterasu technique is powerful, it is not invincible. There are many ways to avoid the Amaterasu. Yuuji patted off the dust on his body and said indifferently. Removing a portion of his flesh and blood, it was very easy to shake off Amaterasu. Amaterasu. This old man has never told anyone the name of this technique. How do you know? How do you know so much about the Mangekyo art of the Uchiha clan? Setsuna's face darkened. The inextinguishable black flame Amaterasu does not belong to you alone. I also know many things, even more than you, an elder of the Uchiha clan, no. Yuuji's voice was calm. Soon, he attacked again, turning into an afterimage as he rushed towards Setsuna. Setsuna was somewhat hesitant. Was he going to use the Kagutsuke to control the black flames to continue burning Yuuji? But this might not kill Yuuji, and it would expose his second one-eyed pupil technique to the village. I can only use Susanoo. Blue ribs appeared. Ignoring everything, Yuuji ruthlessly punched down, and his tough claws immediately smashed the Susanoo, breaking several of its ribs. He actually broke through Susanoo? This kind of power. Setsuna's complexion changed. The complexion of Fugaku also changed, becoming more and more certain that not going against the village was absolutely the right choice. Unless it is the fourth stage or complete Susanoo, otherwise it is useless to me. Speaking of which, with your eyes, it is impossible for you to open that level of Susanoo. Yuuji's claws had already grabbed onto Setsuna's body, leaving behind a terrifying scar. It even broke Setsuna's ribs. Setsuna continuously retreated. In his shock and anger, he magnified the strength of his eyes, trying to control Yuuji at such a close distance. It would be best if he could control Godzilla who was in Yuuji's body at the same time. Naive. Fugaku took a sip of tea and said, in the face of two individuals who can break the illusion technique, even if it is Mangekyo level or other illusion technique, it is useless, unless it is a special illusion technique. This guy, Setsuna, from young to old, had never fought with Jinchuriki, let alone the perfect Jinchuriki. Yuuji was much more terrifying than Jinchuriki, and Setsuna's ability was not enough for him. Setsuna's face began to twist slightly. The power of Satori, through the four-symbol seal, still affected him. Then, I will let you see this, Indra's arrow. Setsuna immediately activated the second stage of Susanoo, pulling the bow. This sudden appearance of this huge half-body giant immediately attracted the attention of many people, attracting the astonished gaze of many people. This arrow of Setsuna was not a Amaterasu arrow, rather ordinary chakra arrow. Whoosh! The huge bow and arrow suddenly shot out, and it was almost impossible to see the traces of this arrow with the naked eye. But Yuuji only played it down. He opened his arms, and his body began to expand rapidly. Pa! Only a crisp sound could be heard. His two claws had already firmly caught the chakra arrow. This toy is not very fun, I will return it to you. Yuuji flung his hand, and this arrow was immediately thrown back by the original road. In just an instant, it ruthlessly pierced through the armor of Susanoo, and its momentum did not decrease, nailing Setsuna himself to the ground. Blood splashed everywhere. But Yuuji didn't stop. The huge figure directly stepped on the ground, causing the nearby buildings to shake. Then, he slapped his palm, forcefully knocking Susanoo down, stepping on it, ruthlessly stepping it into the ground. Boom! The earth caved in. Dust flew everywhere. Like an earthquake, countless ninjas rushed over in shock and quickly surrounded Fugaku's house. Yeah, it's time for the house to be renovated. Fugaku looked at the two with a face full of amazement, smashing his spacious courtyard into pieces. Part of the house was also destroyed. Impossible, how could this happen? Setsuna's heart was filled with endless fear. It was fine if he lost to the demon of the Eye organization, but why did Mangekyo, who clearly surpassed most people, still lose to this little brat? Looking at Yuuji's eyes that were filled with killing intent, Setsuna's heart jumped and he hurriedly shouted. Shiranui Yuuji, you can't kill this old man. I have already joined the Eye organization. You must know the consequences of killing this old man. The entire Konoha will be buried with your stupid behavior. Chapter 245, A Weak Fool. Boom! Boom! A terrifying roar spread out, and the shocking pressure seemed to shatter the air. It turned into ripples visible to the naked eye, and a large amount of dust covered the area. What's wrong? What happened? Are there intruders? But who dares to invade Konohagakure? Could it be Akatsuki again? That direction is the encampment of Uchiha clan. It's Lord Fugaku's residence. Something big has happened. More and more people heard the commotion and hurried over, but the scene in front of them shocked them greatly. A 30-meter-tall Godzilla was stretching out his claws and slapping Susanoo on the ground, and then he stepped over, and with a loud bang, he forcefully stepped on the ground, creating a hole. This scene was soul-stirring. The people who saw this scene immediately understood who the two sides of the battle were. This is sparring. Lord Yuuji? But why did he undergo Godzilla transformation in the village? Everyone looked at the figure that had been stepped into the ground, but they only saw a slightly unfamiliar young man. Many people did not react in time. But a few seconds later, some people had already realized who this young man was. After all, in these 2 hours, the headline of the village was that Uchiha Setsuna had spread the news that Mangekyo Sharingan had recovered his youth. Why would Lord Yuuji fight against Lord Setsuna? The faces of the people of Uchiha clan were all ugly, and their expressions were cloudy and uncertain. Looking at the elder who was stepped on the ground by Yuuji like a dog, they did not know what to say for a moment. The new Mangekyo ninja that they were looking for people to brag about, in front of so many people in the village, was showing this kind of attitude in front of the same village ninja. His prestige was swept away. What shocked everyone even more was Setsuna actually claimed that he had joined the Eye organization. The problem was even bigger. Setsuna had already gone to Hojiki Castle without permission behind the village, and now he even joined an organization without permission. It was simply jumping around the edge of rebellion. Moreover, this kind of organization, as expected of Lord Setsuna. Even such a powerful and mysterious organization wanted to recruit Lord Setsuna. Lord Patriarch, what is going on? Why is Lord Setsuna being attacked by this guy and you are indifferent? One of the deputy captains of the garrison, Inabe, asked angrily. Fugaku was still holding a teacup and drinking the last bit of tea. His entire face seemed to be paralyzed. It's not a big deal. These two just want to exchange skills. The others were very panicked. However, only Fugaku did not panic. Looking at Setsuna being beaten up, his heart did not waver. Without absolute strength, it was too risky to challenge the village. There is clearly a better method, why did you choose the worst one? Moreover, even if you succeed, the person who will enter the upper echelons will not be you, but me. Fugaku looked at Setsuna who was in an extremely sorry state, and could only hide under the Susanoo to bluff, and shook his head in his heart. Setsuna was too anxious, and indeed before he could jump up, he was beaten. Shisui had already appeared beside Itachi and Suzuki. After whispering for a while, he understood what had happened. Lord Yuuji, please show mercy. After all, Elder Setsuna does not deserve to die. Moreover, he also has information about the Eyes organization. Shisui said. Kaka. In front of so many people, not only did the Godzilla who had transformed into Yuuji not stop, he even exerted more strength and crushed the body of Susanoo. The terrifying cracks spread wildly. Shisui, you don't really think that the Eye organization will hand over the confidential information to this trash, do you? A guy who publicly uses his identity as one of the bargaining chips and does not hide his identity to scheme for greater benefits. In essence, he is just a hot-headed fool. I bet that this guy joined the Eye organization but knows nothing about the important information of the Eye organization. Yuuji said with a sneer. Setsuna was extremely embarrassed. Especially when he was surrounded by so many people, he lost his dignity and died on the spot. This severely ravaged his self-esteem. What was even more terrifying was that Yuuji, this evil little brat, was completely correct. He truly knew nothing about Eye organizations, and did not even know the most basic location of the base. Damn it! Why is it that all of Ninja World is against this old man? This old man clearly has the strongest Mangekyo Sharingan, but why is he still defeated in succession? Setsuna was a bit crazy. Vaguely, there was a black gas rolling on his face. This was a negative emotion that could corrode people's hearts, and it came directly from Satori. He growled and widened his eyes, trying to use all of pupil's strength in one go, using a powerful illusion technique. He did not expect to be able to control Yuuji and Godzilla in his body. He only needed to make Yuuji stop for a moment so that he could escape. As long as he could escape, at least he would not be as humiliated as he was now. However, Mangekyo used an illusion technique and hit Yuuji. He did not react at all. On the contrary, a terrifying will that could not be described with words appeared in an instant and disappeared in an instant. This illusion technique was completely shattered, and it even damaged Setsuna's spirit. Damn it, damn it! Setsuna cursed. Yuuji moved his foot away, stretched out his claw, and with one hand, he held the tattered Susanoo, and with the other hand, he pulled Setsuna out of the Susanoo, easily throwing him far away. Bang! The figure of Setsuna smashed into the house, battered and exhausted. In this way, you should know what to do and what not to do, right? Yuuji said indifferently. Fighting the third stage of Susanoo was not difficult for Yuuji. At this stage of Susanoo, it was actually quite difficult for Bijuu to face it head-on. Without Mangekyo's one-eyed pupil technique or powerful illusion technique, it would be very difficult to beat Bijuu. Even if he won against the weaker Bijuu, the loss of strength of pupil would also be very astonishing. Countless eyes full of awe all looked at Yuuji one after another. In front of so many people, especially in front of people like Uchiha, who easily swelled up and floated up, he displayed his absolute strength. A small number of Uchiha clansmen were flustered and exasperated. They instinctively felt that Ninja World, the #1 clan, was actually treated like this. He had intended to humiliate him. The upper echelons of the village actually came to our clan's territory and beat up our clan's elders. Hey, you can't say that. Elder Setsuna is no longer an old man. Moreover, Lord Yuuji did not use the power of the village to suppress others. He relied on absolute power to defeat Elder Setsuna one-on-one. Although I feel a little unhappy, I don't seem to be able to pick out any problems. Even more Uchiha clansmen had conflicted expressions on their faces. They still didn't know the cause and effect of the battle. They didn't know why the two of them had started fighting, but the problem was, one-on-one. In front of clan leader Fugaku, Elder Setsuna had lost. This was very uncomfortable. That's right, they weren't too concerned about why the battle had started. They were more focused on the matter of Elder Setsuna being defeated. Sensei is the strongest. However, it is only temporary. In the future, I will only be stronger than Sensei. Sasuke was excited. He even punched the air in front of him a few times. He was extremely excited. For some reason, when he saw Setsuna getting beaten up and losing all his face, he felt a burst of joy. The pressure that was stuck in his chest also dissipated a lot. However, it only dissipated a little, still unable to completely erase this disgusting feeling. Sasuke, although your talent is not as good as Itachi and Kazue, you may have the possibility to grow to their level in the future. Strength is not just one of Mangekyo Sharingans. But you have to remember, don't become an ignorant guy like Setsuna. Yuuji said. Fugaku finally put down the teacup and looked at his courtyard with regret. He said calmly, then, Elder Setsuna has lost. This farce can. Shut up, this old man still hasn't lost. This old man possesses the strongest pupil strength, just now I didn't use my full strength. The entire house began to collapse. Setsuna once again summoned Susanoo. Susanoo again? But just now wasn't it already? Wait, this Susanoo is so high? It stood up. Ah, it fell down. It grew legs. This completely new Susanoo made the surrounding people stunned. In the distance, Kazue, who was originally completely uninterested in this battle, also suddenly noticed something. He jumped onto the roof and looked at it from afar. Looking at its appearance, it is the second form of Susanoo. It has muscles and a thin layer of armor, but it has grown legs. This is the fourth stage of Susanoo? How did this guy do it, possessing this level of pupil strength? What made Kazue even more concerned was that this Susanoo, like suffering from hypochondriac, was struggling to stand up from the ruins, but after several attempts, his legs couldn't exert strength at all. After a good while, Setsuna was anxious. This big guy was crooked, his whole body was trembling and he was barely able to stand up. That trembling slender legs, violently shaking, gave people a feeling that they would break at any time. Ah, why did he fall down again? Someone pointed at Susanoo and said. A large amount of dust rose up. This guy is not good to begin with, but through this idiot, I have confirmed some things. There is definitely still a true fourth stage, or even the legendary complete body Susanoo. Uchiha Madara should be able to do it. He is actually someone who is on par with Shao De Hokage, but what method did he use to have this kind of pupil power? Kazue glanced at it, a look of disdain on her face, and she began to think hard. Yuuji should know, but he refused to tell her. Sister, it's time to eat. I made a rice ball. Izumi waved at her in the courtyard. I know, eating is really troublesome. Kazue jumped down. On the other side, Yuuji had already walked over and grabbed the slender leg of Susanoo, breaking it on the spot. The fourth stage of Susanoo is not something a guy like you can control. Relying on this pair of cheap eyes to forcibly touch the domain that you should not touch, will only kill you. Yuuji looked at the distorted face of Setsuna, his voice ice cold. This guy, he spent a lot of pupil strength to create this kind of inferior fourth stage Susanoo, an idiot. The fourth stage of Susanoo, if it did not have high-speed mobility, it would still be the second stage. Setsuna had completely lost. He had risked weakening the seal of Satora to forcefully increase pupil strength, but in the end, he still lost. He had even created a bigger joke. Setsuna's face was ashen. Don't challenge me again. As for the matter of the eye organization, naturally, the Hokage will deal with you. Yuuji shook his head and stepped on Setsuna into the ground. As a matter of course, he was stained with Setsuna's blood and removed from Godzilla mode. In the face of everyone's reverent gazes, Yuuji looked indifferent. He glanced at Sasuke from the corner of his eye. From the looks of it, this one true and one false was because of Indra, which directly erupted with chakra confrontation. But the contradiction does exist, because Indra's chakra has already detected the threat, and has the instinct to destroy the other side? Now it is easy to say, if Sasuke grows up and becomes stronger, maybe he will rush up to fight with Setsuna at this time. In the end, he is a person who is affected and driven by chakra. This battle broke out very suddenly, and the process was also very fierce, but it did not last long for the winner to be determined. Anbu appeared. Tell the Hokage that this is a fool. Don't hold too much hope. Yuuji said. Anbu nodded and immediately disappeared. After this incident, Yuuji's prestige rose another level. At least in Uchiha's clan, it had reached a whole new height. Many people were discussing in private. Even Setsuna, who possessed such powerful strength, was defeated. Even Yuuji's full strength could not be forced out. The other Mangekyo ninjas definitely could not either. The only Uchiha who could pose a threat to Yuuji was the I Organization's Immortal and Akatsuki's Madara. Some of the Uchiha clansmen were disappointed with Setsuna's defeat, and naturally, they crowned the title of strongest to the more suitable clansman. Not long after, Yandere summoned Setsuna, and no one knew what they talked about. But one thing was certain, the plan to spy on the organization failed. Setsuna was also a lot more honest, his face was gloomy all day, and he returned to his former attitude, never mentioning about making the village regress. One evening, Setsuna was sitting quietly at home. Shua! A whirlpool appeared. Are you here? Setsuna slowly raised his head. It seems that you have been waiting for me. Let me tell you something. Kisame has a very high opinion of you, Obito said in a deep voice. Mangekyo Sharingan. The two of them revealed Mangekyo at the same time. The demonic red light shone amidst darkness. The difference was that Setsuna's eyes were brewing an even more evil nature than Obito's. This is the eye you obtained from the chest of bliss. Truly amazing. Obito was moved. The eye he obtained through that thing was actually so powerful. Obito paused and said in a deep voice, since you have the same eyes as me, we can officially start working together. Just like how you wanted to work with me before, first. Cooperation? What cooperation? Setsuna suddenly interrupted Obito's words. His body was motionless, emitting a sense of oppression. He stared at Obito, and slowly said, what are you now, worthy of discussing cooperation with the old man? Do you think you are a vicious brat from the Shiranui family? Chapter 246, Double Kamui. Obito had to admit that he had thought about many situations after meeting Setsuna again, but he had never thought of this. This kind of straightforward attitude was outrageous. Ever since he became Madara, even Nagato and the leader of the I Organization had not treated him with this kind of attitude that was absolutely ignored. Setsuna, you have to understand that as my descendant, you have inherited my ideas, so you will naturally walk on my path. Obito looked at him indifferently, you were weak in the past, and your time is running out, instead of wasting time on you, I might as well pay more attention to Yashiro and the other. Setsuna also immediately said, what you said is right. This old man agrees with this point very much. So, since this old man is already so strong, why do I need a piece of trash like you? Madara, when I need you, you ignore me. But now, I no longer need you. You are no longer my opponent. Obito stared at the blood-red Mangekyo Sharingan, looking at this guy. Setsuna looked at Obito with an even more evil gaze. The two were silent for a long time. Originally, I only came to find you to understand the matter of Indra. I have never heard of this name, so I am very curious about this ancestor Uchiha. But now it seems that you are indeed very powerful. You are looking down on me. My strength is stronger than Shiranui Yuuji. Obito said coldly. This time, he successfully attracted Setsuna's attention, his face was full of disbelief, but his expression did soften a bit. Is that so? This old man also feels that he is stronger than him. Then why did you lose? Humph, just because I am not familiar with this kind of power, when I am familiar with it, I can completely create even more powerful Susanoo, which will be even bigger than his Godzilla. Setsuna had already understood his future path. The fourth stage of Susanoo was definitely not the end, because the fourth stage was only the foundation of the second stage to grow the lower body. The Tengu heavy armor belonging to the third stage will definitely appear in its entirety, so, the fifth stage must still exist. If the fourth stage is complete, according to Setsuna's estimation, it will definitely be tens of meters high and can fight against Bijuu, then the fifth stage will only be taller and stronger. He had found a real and reliable path to advance, and the rest was to find a way to extract more strength from Satori. The key was the chest of bliss. Satori required the big chest to increase his strength. In other words, as long as this chest was still there, Satori would be stronger, and then Setsuna would also become stronger. As a member of the organization, it was reasonable to borrow the chest of bliss from other members. The future was waving at him. He no longer liked Madara. Speaking of which, whether you are Madara or not is also very suspicious. I know that there is another guy who also calls himself Madara, suspected to be a member of the organization. Among the two organizations that can threaten the great ninja village, there are people who call themselves Madara. Which of you is real and who is fake? Or are you saying that they are all fake? Setsuna sneered. Obito's eyes were bloodshot and he said angrily, Setsuna, this kind of boring little trick is meaningless. As long as you have a brain, you should know that the other guy is a fake. How can he be me with his weak strength, garbage pupil skills, and childish behavior? Setsuna nodded slowly. That is true. So, we can cooperate. This is the right thing for you to say. Considering your situation in the village. Cooperate? Who do you think you are to cooperate with me? I am now a member of the organization. If I want to cooperate, I will cooperate with the other members of the organization. Setsuna just sneered. It seems that I need to teach you a lesson. Obito decisively activated his Kamui and was about to suck Setsuna in. Setsuna tilted his head and revealed a cold smile. He immediately activated his Amaterasu. The terrifying black flames attached to Obito's body and began to burn crazily. Die in the flames of despair. Setsuna frowned. The flames of Amaterasu fell to the ground one after another, as if the Obito in front of him was just an image. Did you fail? What a cunning fellow! It seems that you have been on guard for a long time. But this also proves that this old man's speculation is correct. Your time-space ninjutsu can only be used on a specific target at the same time, either on someone else or on yourself. At the moment of time when the space transfer is conducted, your body will materialize, right? Right now, you are maintaining your void form ability. If you want to transfer yourself, you must materialize. Setsuna sneered. Obtaining Obito's space-time ninjutsu information is actually not difficult, let alone a veteran ninja like Setsuna. In the original timeline, the two young root elites only saw Obito's attack once, and immediately calculated the conditions for Kamui's operation. Obito lowered his head and glanced at the black flames everywhere. His face was gloomy. His information had unknowingly leaked out a little too much. Although it did not damage his strength, it greatly reduced his advantage. This made Obito even more furious. A trash fish from the past actually dared to threaten him now. Your eyes are very interesting. Obito said. Setsuna stood up. Your eyes are more interesting. So, how about you give it to me? If I can use your pair of Mangekyo Sharingan as a gift to the organization, I will be able to enter the core circle. He looked at Obito who was surrounded by the Amaterasu flame and took out a specially made kunao. This kunao, bastard! Obito recognized it at a glance, especially the words on Kunao's face, which awakened his not-so-wonderful memory. Pa! Setsuna crushed the kunao. Not good. Obito's heart skipped a beat. A huge sense of crisis descended. It was the feeling of walking on the edge of life and death several times in a flash. Silently, a figure suddenly appeared. The white imperial robe gently swayed. Behind him, Yandame's eyes were very eye-catching. Yandame Hokage. Uchiha Setsuna, I originally thought that you, who had inherited my will, would not fall to the ground and join the Hokage faction. But I did not expect you to really do this. Obito was both shocked and angry, and there was even a sense of shame as if he had been fooled. The last one who dared to fool him like this was still Shiranui Yuuji. He had long hated all the people who had deceived him. Setsuna sneered, you are mistaken. I did not seek refuge with the Hokage. I was just fulfilling the duty of a ninja Konoha. After all, my goal has never been to destroy Konoha, but to rule Konoha. This is fundamentally different from you. In front of Yandame, Setsuna did not hide his words at all. On one hand, Setsuna felt that his strength was no less than that of Yandame. There was no reason to hide it from Yandame. On the other hand, the whole village knew that he was going to cause trouble and was beaten up by Yuuji, so there was no need to hide anything. We meet again. It has been 4 years. Madara, since the last time you attacked the village, many innocent people died. I have been looking forward to this moment. Minato opened his hands. Two specially made kunao had already appeared in his hands. His face, which had always been gentle, was now filled with endless indifference. They met again. It was this guy in front of him that caused Kushina's death in battle, and he had to bear heavy psychological pressure to live as Hokage and a father. Although now it seemed that he was very qualified to be the Hokage. The village was flourishing under his governance, and he quickly recovered his vitality. However, his father's side was very unqualified. He was busy with work. At most, he sent his shadow clone to deal with Naruto, causing the gap between him and Naruto to deepen. Minato really felt that he was a failure. His wife could not be protected, and his son distanced himself from him. Only the identity of the Hokage made him feel alive. All of this was brought about by this man in front of him. Uchiha Madara. In Minato's eyes, this person in front of him was undoubtedly Uchiha Madara himself, because that kind of powerful strength absolutely could not be faked. Just the attainments in time and space were above his. Using the Amaterasu fire to block my movements, preventing me from using the time and space technique to leave immediately. The method is not bad, but using this method to deal with me is too naive. I'm actually surrounded. I'm dying of laughter. I'm not afraid of being surrounded the most. At most, I can escape. Although he was wrapped in the Amaterasu flame, he could only maintain his void form and could not directly use his double kamui to retreat. However, as long as he left the range of the Amaterasu flame, he could dive into the ground. Obito met Minato's cold eyes and was in an extremely pleasant mood. Hehe, so what if it's sensei? So what if it's his master? In the end, it's just a low-quality species born in this humble world. It's a mistake from birth, so it should be corrected. After you reunite in the world that infinite Tsukuyomi read, you will thank me. Minato said, I already thought that you would use the void form ability to escape, so I was already prepared. Carefully feel the ground. I have already arranged for Enbu elites to set up the enchantment and seal skills. What? Obito's body merged into a part of the ground, and his heart sank. Indeed, a large-scale jutsu had been activated. One was a 4-purple flame array, and the other was a large-scale double trigram seal, which was also a large-scale, low-end version of the 8-trigram seal. Using a large number of Enbu elites to arrange it, it didn't matter if they could deal with Obito or not, as long as they could stop him for an instant. You must know a lot of enchantment techniques and seals. We can't stop you with ordinary enchantment techniques and seals, but the problem is... Madara, do you dare to crack these spells? You can use the void to pass through the enchantment, can you also pass through the seal of the 4-symbol seal, this isolated space? The 4-symbol seal especially was a technique to seal some objects into another time-space. Once Obito was sealed inside, even if he could escape, it would take some time. Minato took out even more kunao and threw it directly to every corner of the room, surrounding Obito in the center. As long as you break these spells, even if you are not burned to death by the Amaterasu fire, your body will definitely materialize temporarily. For me, just a moment is enough. I will kill you. Minato said lightly. The last time the two of them fought was during the Nine-Tail Chaos. Minato went all out to fight against Obito, who had double kamui. It could be considered a 50-50 fight. At that time, Minato had already fought until he was powerless to fight again. He was worried about the matter of the village. After the battle, he hurried back. As for Obito, who had just opened his eyes not long ago, he could not control his own Mangekyo perfectly. His strength was far from reaching the peak. The last time they fought, there was no winner. But this time, Minato could deal with Obito calmly. At this time, Setsuna, who was standing at the side, snorted coldly, Yandere, I have done what I promised. I also gave you a large amount of information. In exchange, you can't regard me as a traitor, nor can you hinder me. I actually have a day to join hands with you. It's really disgusting. Setsuna glanced at Minato's handsome face and felt a little nauseous. Minato did not look back. Thank you for your hard work, Elder Setsuna. I have given the order as the Hokage to prevent you from making any mistakes. I promise that I will treat you equally in the future and will not target you and Uchiha. You can leave now. Humph, as the Hokage, don't be accidentally killed by this guy. Although Madara is definitely not as good as me now, he is still a top expert of Ninja World. If you, the Hokage, are killed, I can only hold the position of the 5th Hokage with tears in my eyes. Setsuna sneered. He lacked any sense of respect for Namikaze Minato. Minato obviously did not take this kind of offense to heart. Generally speaking, if it was a companion he recognized, as long as it was not a traitor or an outsider from another village, even if you poked his nose and cursed him, he would still maintain a gentle and calm attitude to communicate with you and try to persuade you. If it was Yuuji, it would be different. He would rather abandon Obito to turn around and kill Setsuna, this annoying fellow, first. Minato said, "It's very hard to be a Hokage. Please allow me to be willful this time. It was this person who led to a tragedy. It was a pity that I couldn't kill him last time. Elder Setsuna, please leave. Leave the rest to me." Setsuna raised his eyebrows. His mind, which had been eroded a lot, was also affected by Minato. He glanced at Minato and sneered, "Well, I don't care. I will wait to collect the corpse of one of you. If you two still fight to the death, I will kill you two at the same time. I understand. Don't worry, I won't give you this chance. It's best if you don't get caught by me. I won't hold back," Minato warned. Setsuna stood up with a sneer and left slowly. In the entire room, there were only two powerful space-time ninjas and the undying black flame that surrounded Obito. During the short interval between Minato and Setsuna, Minato and Obito watched each other and seized every opportunity that might exist. As long as the other side revealed a trace of oversight, based on their time and space attainments, there was definitely a chance that they would be able to create an instant kill situation. "Since you are so persistent, I will grant you your wish. Although my body has not recovered to its peak, it is more than enough to deal with you. Do you really think you can beat me?" Obito's eyes were bloodshot under the mask. He could not escape. Damn it, the guy who forced him to the point where he could not escape last time was the leader of the Eye organization, the man who had mastered the space-time technique. But now, the Yandere, his sensei, used such a simple method to force him to retreat. Your ability to blur must have a time limit. When your strength is exhausted, you will definitely materialize. There is not much time left for you, Madara. Minato stared at Obito's whirlpool mask, staring at the two holes on the mask. He wanted to personally shatter the mask. Chapter 247, Broken Mask. Setsuna slowly walked out of the house. Even though he had recovered his youth, he still maintained some of his past habits. Around the house, there were already a large number of Anbu elites. The captains of each team were gathered and maintaining a large-scale jutsu. The plan was very successful. Next is the battle between Yandere and Madara. Setsuna coldly said, walking past the gap that Anbu had opened for a short time. In order to prevent Obito from following him out, and also to be wary of Yandere turning in the beginning, Setsuna also deliberately lit the flames of Amaterasu around himself, using the Kagutsuka to control the nearby area. It was not until he left the seal and barrier that the black flames were extinguished. "This is Amaterasu." One by one, Anbu ninjas looked over without batting an eyelid. "Look at where there is a fire, and it doesn't extinguish. This technique is really terrifying. Has it been resolved?" On the street, Kazue asked indifferently. "Well, it is not necessary for this old man to care whether Yandere gets rid of Madara or not." Setsuna's expression was cold. Facing this junior, Setsuna also stopped the thought of recruiting her. This person could no longer rely on him. Before he had the strength to defeat Yuuji, he did not waste any more time. When Kazue heard this, he was deep in thought. It turned out that Yandere and Madara were going to fight. Setsuna said, "You came to find this old man, not to ask about this kind of boring thing. To put it bluntly, you want to know the secret of the fourth stage of Susanoo. Yes or no?" "For the fourth stage, apart from not opening it myself and lacking experience, I know more than you," Kazue said. "Oh? Yuuji told you? That guy is really strange. I even suspect that he is a member of the Eye organization. Otherwise, where did he get so much secret information? Could it be that Danzo's research on our clan has advanced to such a level?" Setsuna said. "With your pupil strength, you are unable to perfectly open the fourth stage. How can you do that? Maybe Uchiha Madara can, he is actually a figure who can compete with Shao De Hokage, but how did he do it?" Kazue said slowly. "Humph, I don't know. This old man doesn't need to know either, because give this old man a bit more time. I can do it too." Setsuna snorted coldly. What was the fourth stage? He still had to develop the 5th stage and truly become a god that suppressed the entire ninja world. This pair of eyes belonged to ancestor Uchiha. The two brushed past each other. Kazue looked at Setsuna's back with a cold expression. In the end, she did not do anything. Instead, she glanced at the numerous ninjas who were preparing to cast spells. Then, she turned around and left. She went directly to Root's base. Although she was not a ninja from Root's department, there were very few people who were qualified to enter the outer region of the base. Just as you guessed, that old guy refused to say anything. As soon as he saw Yuuji, Kazue immediately said. Yuuji nodded his head slightly. This is normal, that guy originally didn't know anything, relying on his pair of eyes, he definitely has a limit. How strong is the real pupil of Indra? Kazue asked curiously. There is no pressure at all to open the full-body Susanoo. Yuuji replied, with a height of over 100 meters, other than the Kyuubi, even if all the other Bijuu were added together, they would still be easily crushed. In fact, the Kyuubi against this level of other Mangekyu, at most, would be able to fight against Susanoo, but if one were to include illusion techniques, they similarly would not be able to fight back. An ordinary Mangekyu would be able to use illusion techniques to control it, not to mention Mangekyu who was able to activate all of Susanoo. 100 meters, doesn't that mean that it is at the same level as Yuuji-san's full strength? Kazue revealed a yearning expression. At present, the strongest strength that Yuuji displayed was to control Godzilla who was 100 meters tall. Many people thought that this was all of Yuuji's strength. 100 meters tall Susanoo. Even if it could not be judged by physique, this was too simple and crude, but at least it already had the qualifications to fight. Well, it's okay. Yuuji replied casually, at most it's just a 50-50 gap with the current him, and they are generally at the level of Super Cage. If we wait a few more years. Full body Susanoo. Kazue muttered, her face revealing a deep desire. But if even Setsuna's pupil power was unable to open the full body, then what should she do? Don't think about it. Now is not the time. The time is not right. Even if I tell you, it will be useless. Then when will the time be ripe? We have to wait a little longer. When Izumi opened Mangekyu Sharingan and merged her eyes, she would have eternal Mangekyu. At that time, Kazue had also obtained tickets to enter the Super Shadow level, but if she really wanted to gain a foothold on the Super Shadow level, he had to find a way to improve her strength. Sasuke himself is Indra. After he has the eternal kaleidoscope, he is naturally stronger than ordinary people. This is the legacy left by Indra. What was wrong with Kazue? She was not a reincarnation of anyone. Yandere is fighting with Madara. Are you not going to make a move? Kazue asked regretfully. This has nothing to do with me. I just need to wait patiently for the result. Yandere will definitely not be satisfied if he doesn't fight this battle. Even if I take the initiative to help, he will refuse. After all, he is also a powerful ninja with pride. He will definitely not be able to endure the death of his beloved wife. Yuuji said casually. He had no intention to care. No matter who Obito and Yandere killed, it wasn't a big deal. But speaking of which, Yuuji couldn't be sure who would win this battle. In the battle on the timeline, it was considered good luck for Obito to be able to survive against Namikaze Minato alone. Because at that time, Minato only used the second form of Flying Thunder God's advanced tactic. If he used the third and other messy techniques, Obito would definitely be finished. It must be known that after Minato took part in the 4 battles in the form of Edo Tensei, he displayed a lot of brand new Flying Rage and Regeneration technique. It was obviously the original skill, and it could not be created at the last minute. 4 years ago, Obito did not have the upper hand in the battle against Minato, and he might even lose. Otherwise, with his temper, he would have chased after Minato all the way and killed him. Now 4 years have passed, and Obito has become stronger, but Minato did not stand still. This battle is more interesting, and the unknown will be fun. Yuuji smiled and waved to the person standing behind him. Kazue, let's get to know each other again. This is Iroha, a demon of the Eye organization. Demon? So that's how it is. Although I have already guessed it, I didn't expect it to be true. Your Byakugan has undergone a transformation. Kazue looked over with interest. Kazue had never paid any attention to this person who had appeared by Yuuji's side all year round like a shadow, but now she could take a little closer look. This thing, Byakugan, could actually advance. Yuuji-san was really amazing, always able to create some wonderful things. Speaking of which, she was also a work of art created by Yuuji-san. Snap! Iroha took off the mask on her face, revealing the right eye. Grey eyes? They are indeed different from Byakugan, but they don't seem to have changed much. Kazue sized him up. He had indeed sensed the formidable power of pupil, and it was no less than Mangekyo Sharingan's level. I don't care about changes. I only care about how much power I have increased and how much I can do for Lord Yuuji. Iroha said coldly. Tisk, I know, it's really true. In short, we are really on the same side from now on. Kazue waved her hand. Iroha put on the mask again. He liked this eye very much. Even the birthmark in the cage could be broken with this eye. At the same time, the battle between Minato and Obito had officially erupted. This battle was extremely dangerous. It was not only because the two of them were space-time ninjas and had the ability to kill in an instant, but also because the house was filled with the flames of Amaterasu. If they were not careful, they would be burned to death. You will meet your end. Minato said. Then I will send you to see Kushina. Go to the Pure Land and tell her this. Obito sneered. Unfortunately, Kushina is not in the Pure Land. She is in the belly of death. This is also thanks to you. Even the undead can't get peace. Swish! Minato threw a large amount of kunao towards Obito, and it went straight through Obito's body, nailed to the ground, and was burned by the Amaterasu flame one after another. I have a lot of kunao, and can constantly throw. I want to see how long your hollowification can last. Minato said. When Obito began to materialize, he had to ensure that he could appear in front of Obito at the first time, and kill him in one blow. Obito also found it difficult to get off. This situation was terrible. The entire spacious room, from the sky flower board to every corner of the room, was nailed full of kunao. The middle part was scattered with black flames, and kunao was constantly being thrown and burned. It's impossible to use the void to leave here. Obito felt very angry. Since you are looking for death, then I will help you. Pa! In the time it took for a spark to fly, apart from the void, Obito's body became corporeal, and his double kamui were activated at the first possible moment. The two balls of whirlpool began to wildly roll up the Amaterasu fire on the ground. He was taking the risk to absorb all the Amaterasu fire at the first possible moment. A part of the flame spread to Obito, but before burning his clothes, there was still a very short time to use it. Do you want to transfer all the flames away before your body is touched by the flames? Swish! Minato's reaction was extreme. He knew Obito's intention at the first moment and immediately moved. Time seemed to stop. Minato disappeared from where he was and appeared behind Obito in the next moment. He raised kunao and stabbed at the back of Obito's neck. According to the experience I had with him the last time, when he used the space ninjutsu, his body would materialize. In other words, as long as he could seize this short gap and kill him, his time-space jutsu would be useless. Success! Minato ruthlessly stabbed the kunao. His speed was extremely fast, whether it was the speed of teleportation or the speed of his attack, the elite superior ninja could not react. Crack! Blue-colored ribs appeared and wrapped around Obito, blocking this attack. Susanoo! Unfortunately, I still didn't catch up. Just when Susanoo reached out its skeletal hand to grab him, Minato once again disappeared, standing on the roof, staring at Obito. He still wanted to take advantage of the time when Obito had activated Susanoo to kill Obito. Unfortunately, he was still a step too late. My reflex and thinking speed are not inferior to yours, Yandere. Obito supported the Susanoo and slowly transferred away the Amaterasu fire. Even if his body was also inevitably stained with some flames, as long as it did not really burn his skin, it would at most be transferred away along with his clothes. The flames of the heavenly reflection state were getting less and less. Obito's mask also began to be stained with flames, but Obito obviously did not care about this. In this instant, even if he was touched by the flames, the losses would be minimal. Minato once again began to move. Ninja Art, Super Space-Time Flash, Swallow Dance, Combo. Through the large number of coordinates that flew to Raijin, Minato seemed to have used multiple shadow clone technique. At the same time, he appeared in every corner of Obito's body, and even the heavenly reflection fire did not have time to touch him. Double Raise Nan, Super Flash, Raise Nan. Minato stretched out his hands, and 2 extremely special Raise Nan immediately appeared. This was a powerful ninjutsu that combined double Raise Nan and Hei-8 Super Flash Raise Nan. The principle of the former was relatively simple. 2 Raise Nan attacked at the same time, and the latter was more powerful. Minato could add the space coordinates to Raise Nan. After fusing these 2 techniques, the 2 Raise Nan in his hands were both Hei-8 Super Flash Raise Nan. Then, through the Super Space-Time Flash Swallow Dance, he launched an endless barrage of attacks. The next moment, countless Minato launched an attack on Obito in all directions. In an instant, countless Raise Nan bombarded Obito, 1 Raise Nan was consumed, and another Raise Nan appeared immediately after. As a result, it was as if in an instant, countless Minato bombarded countless Raise Nan. Boom 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 boom. Only after countless Raise Nan had finished fighting did terrifying explosive sounds spread out. The defense of Susanoo had also been shattered by this terrifying attack. Obito, who was still absorbing the Amaterasu flame, was stunned. He was shocked by the series of crazy attacks just now. I remember that your body seems to be very special. You have a super self-healing ability, but it is over. Minato held a hair of Raise Nan in his hand, aimed it at Obito's head and slammed it. It's useless, I will absorb it. Obito glared at it with his Mangekyo Sharingan. But in the next moment, the Raise Nan had already turned into a big jade, Raise Nan. He slapped it towards Obito's head. This big jade, Raise Nan was beginning to be quickly devoured by Obito's Kamui. However, Minato's attack was definitely not just like this. A kunai suddenly slammed and turned into the shadow clone of Minato who had been lurking for a long time. When Obito had no time to take care of it, he slapped it hard from the side. Madara, use your true face to face this world. Crack. The mask was shattered. Chapter 248, Type 0. Obito's mask was broken. This was the mask he had prepared for himself after inheriting Madara's name. It blocked his old face and identity and treated this dirty world with a brand new identity. But now, this mask had been completely shattered by his old sensei. Whoosh! Rasengan's power that was constantly dissipating turned into a whirlwind, blowing in this closed room. Along with the trajectory of the whirlwind, there was also Minato's golden hair. His violently swaying hair slapped on his handsome face with complex emotions. Surprise, anger, doubt. There was no specific word to describe Minato's mood at this moment. Obito? How could it be you? After shattering the mask, Minato looked at this familiar face and instinctively stopped attacking. This was an extremely rare thing for a ninja like him. Obito staggered and slowly raised his head. As the mask was forcibly broken, it turned into a large number of fragments, mixed with part of Rasengan's strength, causing large amounts of blood to appear on his face, causing blood to spurt out. But in just a few seconds, these blood marks immediately stopped bleeding and slowly healed themselves. Minato's gaze focused. Medical ninjutsu? No, it didn't look like it. But how could the body of Uchiha's clan have such a level of self-healing ability? It's been a long time, sensei. I didn't expect to meet you again under such circumstances. After a long while, Obito said in a deep voice. He faced his former teacher with a calm expression. Obito, so you didn't die. How could I die? After I saw through this world's evil, I had no reason to die. It was a one-sided wishful thinking of a foolish person like you who believed that I died, for Konoha. Obito said indifferently. Then in the past few years, you were Akatsuki's Madara. That's right. It's me. Was the nine-tailed chaos also planned by you? Minato gritted his teeth. That's right. I was the one who caused Kushina to die in battle. Obito looked at Minato coldly. Why? You are my disciple, the inheritor of the will of fire. Why did you do this? Why did you become like this? What exactly did you experience? Minato immediately realized where the problem was. The Battle of Konoha Bridge was a plan that he had single-handedly led and participated in. The goal was to disrupt IWA Ninja Village's plan to advance and destroy Konoha Bridge. It was also to establish a foundation for defeating IWA Ninja Village. After Obito went missing near Konoha Bridge, what had happened to make an optimistic and cheerful person become like this? Minato was also observing Obito's body. Other than the exposed head, a part of his clothes had been damaged, revealing his strange skin. There are a lot of white spots scattered, combined with the self-healing ability just now. Could it be possible that these white flesh and blood are Hashirama's cells? I roughly understand. You went missing near Konoha Bridge. In fact, you were seriously injured. Then, you were implanted with the cells of the first-generation Hokage to save your life. It also allowed you to possess greater strength. Was Mangekyo Sharingan also activated at that time? Minato tried to obtain more information. Obito only sneered. That face had already healed itself. This is not important in the first place. Sensei, the point is that I have taken the right path, you are all obstacles in front of me. Obito said. In the next moment, Susanoo appeared again, protecting his body, and then he once again used Kamui. I know, you are waiting for the moment when I use Kamui, and my body will definitely materialize. As long as I make a move at this time, I will not be able to smoothly escape, so I do not plan to escape. We will fight here, and I will kill you. Swish! A strange big fan had already appeared in Obito's hand. It was one of the divine artifacts that had been passed down from generation to generation in the Uchiha clan. Uchiha's fan could reflect ninjutsu attacks that were below cage level. Since he had inherited this divine artifact from Madara, Obito had never used it, because in his past knowledge, there had never been anyone who was worthy of him using this divine artifact. He is also not used to this thing, Madara is the one who really uses this fan to perfection. Minato revealed a cautious expression. He roughly guessed what this fan was, and he was even more bewildered. According to some confidential information in the village, this seemed to be Uchiha Madara's exclusive weapon. But this fan... Back then, Madara lost to an exceptional talent. This fan should have been sealed by the second generation as well as Madara's corpse. I didn't expect that it would be in your hands now. Therefore, Madara is indeed still alive. Moreover, he raised you single-handedly, allowing you to act in his name. In other words, that fellow Madara is no longer capable, which is why he raised a successor. Is he dead now, or is he hiding somewhere and struggling to survive? Minato said in a deep voice. Obito snorted coldly. He held the fan and rushed towards Minato. Boom! Susanoo stretched out its skeletal hand, and ferociously slapped it, but Minato instantly disappeared, and the next time he appeared behind Obito. Obito slightly turned his head, and the power of pupil burst forth from his eyes. At the initial stage, Susanoo immediately changed into the first stage, and half-skeleton swung its second arm, grabbing behind it. Minato once again teleported away. It's a bit troublesome. I need a bit of time to break the defense of Susanoo, but this is enough for him to react. If I use continuous flying rage to change his position, even if he destroys Susanoo, he can immediately repair it, and the loss is also smaller than mine. Minato's complexion was solemn, facing this turtle shell that could be regenerated, he also felt that it was tricky. Especially after Obito exposed the reality of transplanting Hashirama's cells, it showed that his chakra and recovery ability absolutely surpassed his. Just now was originally the best opportunity, when we first fought, you used instant kill on me. But unfortunately, Sensei, you missed the opportunity again, just like that time when you failed to save Kushina in the first time. As the fastest ninja of Ninja World, you are always one step slower at the most critical time, really sad. Obito raised his foot and walked towards Minato step by step. He was not in a hurry at all. If this continued, the one who would die would definitely be Minato. And he had Hashirama cells in his body, to be precise, white Zetsu cells. Compared to Hashirama's cells, the effect was a little worse, but it was more stable and not easy to lose control. Instead, it was more suitable for his use. The last time I killed Kushina, this time it is your turn. Obito's voice was ice cold, and he brazenly attacked. The second stage of Susanoo appeared, and relying on the defensive power of Susanoo, Obito began to use Kamui to wantonly pull many kunao in the room. The nearby kunao was continuously sucked in. My special kunao has penetrated the Susanoo, so that's how it is, an object that he does not recognize as an enemy attack can enter the range of Susanoo, this kind of technique is really convenient. Minato hesitated for a moment, intuition told him that there was something wrong with this. Was it to attract him inside Susanoo, and then take the opportunity to kill him? Between him and Obito, it was very difficult to have the opportunity to kill the other side, so he could only seize that opportunity for other ninjas to attack. Now, it was worth the risk. A hint of decisiveness flashed in Minato's eyes, and his figure instantly disappeared. Following those numerous devoured kunao, he appeared in the Susanoo. The defense inside Susanoo is the weakest. Minato shot out a shot of Raise Nan, directly smashing towards Obito's chest. Very good. The Mangekyo in Obito's eyes spun faster. In the next moment, the space technique, which was originally meant to be used to devour, immediately reversed and began to move things in the distance. Rays of Amaterasu fire surged out towards Minato. Minato's expression changed slightly. He could have teleported away, but he gritted his teeth and continued to attack Obito. This was one of the few opportunities he had. Sure enough, you are very willing to take risks for the opportunity, because you lack a strong defense-type ninjutsu like me, and do not have as much chakra as me, so you can only take risks. Obito sneered in his heart. This was great, it was the result he wanted to see. Using his life to attract and even force Minato to take risks was Obito's plan. Originally, Minato had used it to contain his Amaterasu black flame, but now it had become a sharp weapon to kill Minato. Die here, sensei. Wah! A large amount of Amaterasu fire attached to Minato's body. When Minato's rays Nan directly hit the surface of Obito's body, Obito raised his fan to block in front of him. Uchiha rebound. Pa! All of Rasengan's strength was pushed back, and he used it on Minato instead. Immediately after, the Amaterasu fire also ignited the Imperial God robe on Minato, forcing him to take off his coat and escape. Once again, he appeared in a corner of the room. Here, there are a few kunai that have not been sucked away. It's too late, sensei, your combat system is completely based on Flying Thunder God as the core, too simple. I have already foreseen all of your actions. The third stage of Susanoo appeared. Kamui Shuriken. Two huge black hand swords suddenly shot out, accurately hitting the two areas where kunai was concentrated. Swoosh! Very quickly, these kunai were all twisted by the sword in his hand and disappeared. He actually got the coordinates on the wall? Unfortunately, it's still a bit off. This guy is really hard to kill. Obito frowned, feeling somewhat regretful. This is too bad, to fight against such a fellow. So dangerous, but this series of attacks is already your full strength, or perhaps, you also want to be like Setsuna, forcibly using the next stage of Susanoo. Minato leaned against the wall, slightly gasping for breath. He had used too many times to fly Raijin and raise Nan. Just as Obito had said, he lacked a powerful ninjutsu that could be used in one strike. A Susanoo was enough to give him a headache, and he had to pay a great price to break it. Humph, Setsuna is just a lucky guy. With his capacity, he is not qualified to lay his hands on Mangekyo Sharingan, let alone use even stronger Susanoo. The fourth stage. Obito also wanted to let it go, but if that happened, pupil's loss would be too great. Even if he had white Zetsu's cells, he would not be able to last long. And in this little time, it is impossible to kill Minato. Minato confronted Obito for a while, took a deep breath, closed his eyes, and opened them again, entering Sage Mode. You want to use Sage Mode to strengthen your chakra? But it is useless. Obito said. No, there is. I have already figured out all of your information. I can use Sage Mode to kill you. Minato's face was full of patterns. His hands were holding specially made kunai, and its tip was pointed at Obito. There was no other way. He could only use that move. Sage Art, Flying Raijin, Hei 8, Flash, 0 style. The amount of chakra required to use this technique was extremely terrifying. In ordinary state, even if Minato emptied his body, it would still be very difficult for him to fully use this technique. He could only use Flying Thunder God to forcibly gather enough chakra to increase the lethality of this technique. What kind of stupid name is this? Obito expressionlessly said. In the next moment, Minato had already thrown out countless kunai. These kunai carried golden lightning and drew an arc in the air, surrounding Obito from all directions. Isn't this just the three forms of Flying Raijin? Or is it that this zero form is one step closer to the foundation of the three styles? Obito's heart trembled. Although he felt disdain towards Minato's naming habit and name crippling, he would not let his guard down. Especially when facing a completely new technique that required Sage Mode to activate. This is probably a new technique developed over the past 4 years, just to deal with me. Sensei. Obito sneered, his face revealing a deep cruelty. Swish! Minato's figure had already disappeared. Along with the golden lightning, Minato's figure flashed forward in succession. In the middle, he even used the sword technique of the shadow clone to create more kunai. His entire body turned golden, and wherever he passed, he left golden light in the air, which was pleasing to the eye. Just this? What's the difference between this and the 3 moves? Obito frowned and did not immediately move. He tried to use Mangekyo Sharingan to capture Minato's tracks. Wait, this guy. Bang! Minato's shadow clone was created, and he directly teleported behind Obito, attaching himself to the Susanoo. A pincer attack? Soon, Minato suddenly created a very ordinary-looking Raise Nan, aiming at the front. The shadow clone Minato also began to exert strength, using Flying Thunder God, he began to forcibly transfer. What is this thing? Obito was shocked at that time. This shadow clone was transferring his Susanoo? This clone really did it. Using the Flying Raijin, he forcefully pulled Susanoo and dragged it away. This allowed Obito's true body to be revealed. Sure enough, the user can make a different move from NC Susanoo. At that time, I had already speculated that it is indeed like this. Cracking Susanoo does not need to be by force, you only need to separate Susanoo from the user. Sage Art, Big Jade Raise Nan. Stay in Konoha forever, Obito. Minato found a good angle to avoid the fan, ruthlessly smashing this Raise Nan on the body of Obito. In just an instant, Obito's chest was smashed into a bloody mess, even his internal organs were destroyed. Chapter 249, Blind. Obito was seriously injured. He was hit in the chest by a big Jade Raise Nan, and his entire chest was blasted out with a terrible dent. His skeleton was broken, and his internal organs were damaged. And Minato's attack was obviously not just this. You, who have the first generation of cells, will definitely not die so easily. Since I finally seized this opportunity with great difficulty, I must go all out. A hint of decisiveness flashed through Minato's eyes as he quickly made his move. Under the flickering of endless golden lightning, the densely packed and dancing kunai surged over under Minato's control. Countless golden lightning converged into a scene that was as bright as the Milky Way. The gorgeous colors enveloped everything and cut off all life. Swoosh! Countless lightning bolts came crashing down, striking Obito one after another. Obito was nailed to the ground by countless kunai, like a hedgehog with blood. It's really over this time. Minato landed steadily on the ground and stood in front of Obito, looking at the person in front of him at close range. It had been many years, but it was still the face that he was familiar with. Obito. Minato whispered. Are you pitying me? Obito was about to die. It's not pity. It's just that it's very lamentable. Why did you take this path, abandon the will of fire, abandon the village and companions, and join Madara alone, willingly becoming his tool? Minato had a complicated expression. Tool? Humph, as expected, all of you think so. Do you all think that I was deceived by Madara? Obito sneered. You guys? Other than me, who else knows your true identity? You shouldn't be talking about the first generation. Minato was keenly aware of something. Obito said to himself, I don't know that Madara is using me. I don't know that such a dangerous guy has lived until now just to find a tool that can execute his will. Then you should listen to him. You should return to the village as soon as possible and tell me what happened. That way, everything can be redeemed. No, my heart is dead. I have given up on this world. Instead of wasting time, it is better to join hands with Madara. At least, he has given me a real future. It is worth it for me to realize it. Obito's voice was getting weaker and weaker. Minato was silent for a moment and did not go close to listen. He was also wary of whether Obito had prepared the means to kill him in an instant. Then, what is that path? What kind of future is it? Is it worth you giving up everything in the past? Minato asked. Obito just looked at him, and squeezed out a mocking smile on the face full of kunai, but this caused a lot of flesh and blood to tear, and more blood flowed down. The next second, he died. After Minato confirmed that Obito had already died, he let out a sigh of relief. At the same time, he also felt more and more heavy. It's too bad there's always a huge fog looming over the horizon. It was unknown whether Uchiha Madara was alive or dead. The person who gave Obito's first-generation cells must be the first generation himself, and the purpose of the first generation is also unknown, but according to the current situation, Madara and the first generation teamed up again. It has been confirmed. What was the purpose of these people? Subverting all the big ninja villages? It should not be so simple. Minato thought about it and could not get any useful results, so he decided to collect Obito's body first. You are Konoha's ninja, my disciple, I will let you fall back to your roots. I will not move even your eyes, they will disappear into the land with you. Minato reached out his hand and was about to pull out the many kunao on Obito. At this time, Sensei, why are you always acting like this? Winning is winning. As long as you can achieve your goal, it's fine. Why do you have to put on such a disgusting posture? A cold voice sounded. Obito? Minato's expression changed greatly, and he hurriedly activated Flying Rage to escape from where he was. A ball of Amaterasu fire appeared, almost igniting him. The Obito that had been nailed into a sieve had now slowly disappeared, along with the blood that had flowed to the ground. Obito appeared not far away from him, unharmed, looking at Minato coldly. It's not an illusion. It's Izanagi? Sacrificing a Mangekyo Sharingan to erase the fate of death. Minato looked forward with a serious expression. Obito's left eye had already turned grey and had lost its original luster. He felt the deathly stillness coming from his left eye. The loss of pupil strength and Sharingan, who could no longer be activated, were furious. Truly worthy of Sensei, you actually caused me to lose a Mangekyo. Obito gritted his teeth in hatred. This meant that he could no longer use Susanoo, and the power of Kamui had also decreased, and his strength had dropped by at least half. But speaking of which, if he didn't use Izanagi to save his life, then perhaps he would have been killed by that zero-style move. As expected of Yandere, he was very powerful. Izanagi is really enviable. But it seems that your Izanagi is not as good as Kazue. She can use it many times. She is an immortal ninja. Minato said cautiously. His body was already exhausted, but he had to pull himself together again to keep Sage Mode up. Sage Mode had a very heavy burden on him. He had to carefully maintain the balance of his body, spirit, and natural energy for a long time. It was walking on a tightrope. If he was careless, he would kill himself. Well, Minato was not very good at Sage Mode. However, this battle will become even simpler. He has lost an eye and can no longer use Susanoo. It is only a matter of time before I kill him. Minato silently pondered in his heart, then said, Tell me, what exactly are you planning? Nagato, the first generation, Madara, and you, how far have you pushed this plan to? Sensei, now you hate me, but in the future, you will definitely thank me. Everyone will thank me, and this dirty world will be declared to the end. An ideal world will welcome a new life, and you and Kushina will be reunited. Obito only spat out this word, and then his figure slowly retreated, sticking to the wall. In the next moment, he used his only eye to directly blur and melt into the wall. Minato's face sank, and he instantly rushed over. Rei's Nan smashed through the wall, searching for Obito's whereabouts. Is it over there? Minato used Sage Mode to sense Obito's whereabouts and quickly rushed over, once again throwing himself into the air. Obito had already escaped. Hokage-sama, our seal has been damaged. An Anbu said. I understand now. So this is the reason why he threw out the Amaterasu flame. Minato took a deep breath, not knowing whether to be happy or regretful. It had to be said that when Obito said that he would reunite with Kushina in the ideal world, in the future, his heart would palpitate with excitement. But it was only for an instant. I'm very sorry, everyone. The mission failed. I was unable to kill Madara and only destroyed one of his eyes. Minato looked at his subordinates with an apologetic expression. No, to actually make Madara lose a Mangekyo Sharingan in such a short period of time is already very amazing. Another Vice-Captain Anbu said. Under Minato's orders, these ninjas cleaned up the traces of the battle and then dispersed. Yuuji also knew the result of the battle. He lost an eye. Obito is really in a sorry state. He was actually forced to use Izanagi. Yuuji had a face full of surprise, and there was even a hint of gloat. He, this is really good. It has become that single Kamui Obito again. However, Obito possessed a bug ability like double Kamui, and he was even forced to this extent. It seemed that Yandere had made ample preparations. According to the intelligence reported by Roots Ninja, he had already roughly guessed a few things. Yandere reconciled with Setsuna, and then joined hands to set up an ambush against Obito. He used Setsuna to lure Obito out, and then used a sealing technique and a barrier technique to seal Obito. However, even if Yandere rushed up to fight Obito one-on-one, the outcome of the battle was already very shocking. It seems that he used an even more powerful Flying Rage and Rebirth technique. Yuuji immediately thought of a technique. That was, Minato's strongest ninjutsu, Flying Raijin Type 0. This technique came from the Ultimate Storm game, a combination of Flying Raijin, Shadow Clone, Raise Nan, and Nine-Tailed Chakra mode. The current Yandere has no Kyuubi in his body. He probably used Sage mode to make up for the defects of his chakra and perception. Yuuji chuckled. At the same time, Uchiha clan. Some of the Uchiha clansmen also learned that Setsuna and Yandere had reconciled. Humph, Lord Setsuna clearly did not do anything wrong. Our clan is too powerful. Even the Hokage has to compromise with us. Many of the Uchiha clansmen said. But speaking of which, the most powerful Mangekyo Sharingan in the clan must be Lord Kazue. Lord Setsuna attacked with all his strength, but he was beaten to such a state by Lord Yuuji, while Lord Kazue never attacked with all his strength. That's right, Lord Kazue almost killed Orochimaru a few years ago, forcing Orochimaru to turn into a big white snake and flee wildly. At that time, Lord Kazue did not use his full strength. The people of the Uchiha clan are talking about how awesome our clan is every day, even a little setback is nothing at all. Except for Shisui and Itachi, no one else felt that the wind was wrong. Kazue walked on the street with an expressionless face, facing the gazes of awe and admiration, walking calmly. She was already used to being a bunch of admirers wherever she went. Surpassing Mangekyo, what kind of talent should I have? Suddenly, Kazue's expression changed slightly. A whirlpool suddenly appeared beside her. A hand had already reached out and directly dug into her left eye. Humph, are you coming for my eyes? What an arrogant fellow. Others can't kill you, but I can easily kill you. Kazue sneered. Not only did she not dodge, she directly pulled out Kusanagi sword and fiercely slashed towards her side. She was just that strong, and when facing an attack, she rarely cared about dodging or anything like that. She only needed to face it head-on. The moment you attacked me, your body must be corporeal. This is your flaw. However, is it my illusion? Why do I feel that your time and space ninjutsu is a bit slow? Kazue was puzzled as she attacked. Shua. Kusanagi sword slashed, but it could not cut anything. Obito was angry in his heart. If he had not lost the power of one eye, how could he be so weak? Give me your eyes. Obito launched another surprise attack. But the opportunity was lost in the end. Kazue looked at this guy in front of him with a cold and indifferent expression. Die. Susanoo appeared and directly stepped into the third stage. Totsuka sword slammed out, stabbing towards Obito, but Obito once again blurred. Since he could not find an opportunity, his body slowly merged into the ground, planning to take the opportunity to escape and think of other ways. Did I let you go, bastard? Kazue directly used the left eye of Izanagi to hit Obito, trying to fix him. Is this your Izanagi? Obito was greatly shocked. So Izanagi could be used in this method to directly change the reality of others? He risked losing an arm and barely managed to escape. Kazue was a little dissatisfied, but she still picked up her spoils of war and continued to go to Root's base with a careless attitude. However, the Uchiha clansmen next to him were all shocked. The battle just now, the competition between Mangekyo, made them dumbfounded. Until Obito escaped, they were all at a loss, not knowing what to do. That person just now is Madara, right? As expected of Lord Kazue, he can even beat back that kind of ancient ninja. Sure enough, Lord Kazue is the strongest ninja of Mangekyo. In the base of Root, Yuuji was sitting steadily in his seat. Iroha was standing beside him. Suddenly, "Sir, there is a guest. An uninvited guest." Iroha suddenly spoke. In his vision, he had accurately locked onto the spatial coordinates of every time, and saw the trajectory of Obito. As soon as Obito appeared, he did not wait for him to speak to Yuuji while gasping for breath. Iroha used his Jougan to seize the gap between the time and space, and immediately launched an attack on Obito. 8 trigrams palms revolving heaven. Bang! Obito was blown away by a slap, hit the wall hard, and immediately spurted out a big mouthful of blood. His face collapsed. Wait, Iroha, this guy is not an enemy. Yuuji tried to stop him. Iroha was a little confused, but he still stood by Yuuji's side, ready to attack at any time. What a sorry figure. You only fought with Yandere for a short time, and you became like this. It's too embarrassing. Yuuji said. Bastard, don't gloat. Not only Yandere, but I also fought with that woman Kazue twice. I was tricked by her pupil technique. Obito was a little angry. You were beaten up badly, so you came to find me. Yuuji laughed softly. He slowly got up and looked down at this guy who was gasping for breath. I can't help it. Now, the only person I can barely look at is you. Obito was extremely agitated. Black Zetsu and White Zetsu, who had been so close to Black Zetsu, were unreliable. A lot of information was deliberately concealed from him. Moreover, the original body of Black-White Zetsu was tied tightly to Nagato, unable to move, making it difficult to communicate. The only one left was Shiranui Yuuji, who also knew about Akatsuki's plan. Chapter 250, Mind Blown. In this underground base, there were only the three of them. Obito took the risk to barge in and even took a blow from Iroha. He immediately looked at Iroha with a displeased expression. 8 trigrams palms revolving heaven, Hyuga from Roots Department. Humph, so it was you. Obito was in a bad mood, and his killing intent gradually rose. Give up, Obito. The current you is not necessarily a match for this good fellow. Moreover, Iroha is very restraining on your ability, Yuuji said. It was impossible for Obito, who only had Kamui, to fight with Iroha. His Kamui would be seen dead by Iroha's Jougan, and he would completely lose the possibility of catching him off guard. If he was a little more unlucky, he might really be killed by Iroha. Just him. Obito looked at Iroha in bewilderment, feeling that the world had changed too much. All kinds of strange experts always appeared one after another. Iroha did not speak. Obito snorted coldly and shifted his attention. The only person I can barely match up to now is you. What about Black Zetsu? He is Madara's wool. Don't mention that guy. I feel more and more that something is wrong with him, and the ghost knows what Madara's purpose was in creating him before he died. Obito was extremely irritable. Iroha's face was numb. Even after hearing such shocking news, he still maintained his indifference. Yuuji lightly said, you were beaten by Yandere and Kazue to this state, so you came to me for help? What a mess. Obito, it seems that rescuing you is not within my duty. I only need to play my own role. Obito took off his hood and revealed his true face. He said coldly, but if something happens to me, you will be the only one left to carry out Infinite Tsukuyomi's reading plan. Without me, you will be exposed sooner or later. You think too highly of yourself. There are many things that you don't understand. But forget it, Obito, for the sake that we used to be good friends, I will help you. Yuuji took out a scroll, summoned a Sharingan from it, and threw it to Obito. Obito took it and opened the bottle to take a look. A 3-tomo Sharingan was floating in the liquid. I don't have to worry about your arm. Just directly amputate it on White Zetsu. White Zetsu is also your man. Yuuji said lightly. Obito snorted coldly, it's not just that. I still need you to find a way to investigate Setsuna. Use Setsuna as a breakthrough point to obtain information about the I organization. If it's possible, I don't mind cooperating with the I organization at all. Moreover, if someone like Setsuna can enter the I organization, then there is no reason for Kazue to not receive an invitation. It is also your task to keep an eye on Kazue. I know. I will pay more attention to the I organization. Yuuji's face was full of indifference. The veins on Obito's forehead bulged. He suppressed his anger and once again focused his attention on Iroha. You knew that our conversation would reveal many secrets, but you still didn't let this guy back down. So, you're already prepared to get rid of this guy. I'll help you get rid of him. Obito's killing intent soared, and he had nowhere to vent his anger. His body moved, and he directly rushed towards Iroha. This time, he saw Yuuji. However, if he revealed his true face, the fewer people who knew that he was pretending to be Uchiha Madara, the better. Yuuji sat calmly on the chair. There was no movement, and he did not stop him. Facing the figure of Obito rushing over, Iroha looked at him indifferently and did not move. However, Jougan had already opened, staring at Obito's every move. No matter if it was holification or diversion, it could not escape this eye of his. This guy's pupil strength is a little strange. Obito's heart jumped and he felt a little uneasy, but he still continued to attack. Even if there is only one eye left, just relying on the blur ability is enough to make him walk sideways. Swish! Obito threw a punch at Iroha, but Iroha was still motionless. Obito was more and more surprised. In an instant, he turned into a physical body and punched down. At this moment, Iroha moved. Suddenly, he stretched out 2 fingers and directly pointed at Obito's acupoints, disturbing the chakra meridians in Obito's body. Obito wanted to grab Iroha's wrist, but Iroha did not react. Sure enough, the 2 figures crossed each other. You seem to know my technique very well. To a certain extent, you are more astute than Yandere. Obito's heart was in turmoil. What kind of joke was this? Even Yandere, the Hokage, could not accurately determine whether his every attack was real or fake. But it was just Iroha, the trash of the branch family. What right did he have? How could Byakugan be so strong? What did you do to Iroha? Obito retreated and looked at Yuuji with a gloomy face. Yuuji said, "It's nothing. It's just a small operation." Yes, Kazue and Iroha were both products of his experiments. Damn it! Obito looked at Yuuji and Iroha with a face full of fear, feeling extremely aggrieved. You, who lost an eye, must have used Izanagi to escape from Yandere. Although you only have 1 eye left, your strength has declined a bit too much. Yuuji said lightly. The person who opened the 3rd stage of Susanoo with 1 eye is Shisui. The person who has no eyes to open Susanoo is Madara. So in theory, Obito, who had transplanted white Zetsu's cells, should be able to use Susanoo with just 1 eye, nothing more than relying on this 1 eye, he would be blind even faster. Obito did not know whether he had realized this, but unless it was absolutely necessary, he would not use Susanoo. In the future, he really could only use 1 eye to move. Humph, Shiranui Yuuji, I will remember you this guy. In short, Nagato is about to take action, you better remember this point. Obito gritted his teeth and glared fiercely at Iroha before leaving with Sharingan. What a pity. Obito is the person who always called himself Madara? I thought he was strong, but I didn't expect his strength to be so weak. Iroha said. That's because he was blind. Moreover, your eyes are very effective against the time and space technique. Although you do not possess the time and space technique, you can see through the coordinates of the time and space technique, Yuuji said. Jougan, although the ability level was still a bit more supportive than Mangekyo Sharingan's, it still surpassed Byakugan's eyes and was extremely powerful. Obito, who only have a single Kamui, could not gain the upper hand against Iroha. If you can know the pupil technique information of Iroha's right eye in advance, you will be able to fight it. After a while, Kazue came with Obito's arm. Yuuji only glanced at it before destroying it. He had no interest in Obito's broken arm. So, did I miss something? Kazue glanced at the traces of the battle and said. It's not a big deal. Obito, who failed to ambush you, came to me in a sorry state. In the end, he was taught a lesson by Iroha, Yuuji replied. What was left was really nothing. It was really not worth mentioning. After Obito escaped from Konoha, he returned directly to Omegakure. In this battle, he faced the 4th Hokage, who had been prepared for a long time, and suffered a heavy defeat. Even if I have a Sharingan as a supplement, it will not increase my strength much. Obito was furious. The 3 Tomo Sharingan that he got from Yuuji, the greatest use was to use Izanagi to save his life at the critical moment in the future. Other than that, there was no value at all. Obito called over a white Zetsu, then cut off white Zetsu's arm and put it on his body. You look a bit miserable. I think it's better to wear Tobi. He can greatly increase your strength. White Zetsu suggested. I know even if you don't tell me. Obito snorted and directly found Tobi. He wore special white Zetsu as armor. A new mask naturally appeared on his head. I thought you wouldn't use me again. Obito, don't you hate me a lot? Tobi's voice sounded. Obito was annoyed. Close your mouth. I don't want a troublesome voice to talk to me all the time. So heartless. Tobi was very hurt. Obito was too lazy to pay attention to him. He directly entered the hole where the Gedo statue was located. Orochimaru was standing on one of its fingers, attentively sizing up the big guy in front of him. Since joining Akatsuki, Orochimaru had been very interested in many things here. For example, this Gedo statue, Orochimaru had come here for a stroll when he had nothing to do, and had also specially searched for a large amount of documents, wanting to find out what this thing was. Gather Bijuu, and then use the 9 illusion dragon seal to seal Bijuu into this thing. Haha, this is the first time I've seen a container that can carry 9 Bijuu. What exactly is this strange thing? Orochimaru licked his lips. Orochimaru's heart stirred, and he directly looked in a certain direction, looking straight into Obito's eyes. I was wondering who it was, but it turned out to be you. Madara, the leader didn't summon you. Could it be that you also want to study Gedo statue? Orochimaru said darkly. I know a lot more about the golems than you do. Don't try to get information from me. Even if I tell you, you won't be able to do anything. Obito sneered. Tisk, so it really has something to do with Rinnegan. The golems called Outer Dao can only be controlled by the leader. Orochimaru laughed. He was even more interested. When Obito completely walked out of the shadow, Orochimaru was surprised. When he saw the brand new Obito, his eyes flashed, and all kinds of conspiracy theories surged into his mind. Speaking of which, how about the two of us cooperate? White Zetsu is something you and Su have. How about giving me White Zetsu? I'm very curious about this thing. Orochimaru said. Obito didn't even look at him. You probably know all the techniques that I have mastered. How about I give you a promise? When you need help, I will make a move. Speaking of which, even the current you might not be my match. Orochimaru smiled. He was almost done with the development of that technique. If he really wanted to fight, he didn't need to fear Uchiha Madara at all. Madara was not invincible. He had been taught a lesson by the leader of the Eye organization. As long as he could get his hands on White Zetsu, he would be able to completely perfect that technique. A creature that was even worse than Hashirama's cells. It was really attractive. You think too highly of yourself. As long as I want to, I can easily kill you. Obito looked through Tobi and stared at Orochimaru. Yeah, your name is Orochimaru, right? Don't talk about it. This guy is in a very bad mood right now. He might really kill you. Tobi's strange voice sounded. Obito was furious, making Tobi shut up. Orochimaru, on the other hand, looked at Obito with a strange expression, and then looked at the strange skin on Obito's body, deep in thought. He looked at Obito's distant figure, his eyes deep. Since Obito refused to give it to him, then he could only rob it himself. White Zetsu. If it was really a creature made from Hashirama's cells, then White Zetsu's value was too high. The violent Hashirama cells could actually form such a stable structure? The leader has seized White Zetsu's body and can move freely. This means that my idea is feasible. He. Orochimaru had a greedy look on his face, and immediately turned his attention to the golem in front of him. My octahead technique can also become stronger. If I want to defeat a monster like Godzilla, I need more strength. Only White Zetsu is not enough. Orochimaru pondered, he wanted to search for more valuable things. Then let's go take a look at Kumigakure. There are many ancient things in Kumigakure. It is said that they were passed down from Rikuta Sennin's era. Maybe we can find some good things. Just as he walked out and was about to leave, two people were walking towards him. Kakuzu and Hirako. Kakuzu was fine. However, when Hirako saw Orochimaru, he sneered. I almost forgot. I heard that the two of you grew up together. Kakuzu fanned the flames. Shut up, I have nothing to do with this kind of genius. Hirako sneered. Orochimaru laughed. Hirako, you are still so stingy. You, who have developed Chimera technique, are also a genius now, aren't you? You hate me because you hate yourself. I am different from you. I will go further than you and become stronger than you. Hirako's eyes flashed with a cold light. Oh? You relied on seizing the limit from other people? Such a crude method. Who did you target this time? Orochimaru asked with interest. It has nothing to do with you. Hirako snorted and brushed past Orochimaru. He would never tell Orochimaru that the target he chose was very, very special. Even Hirako was not sure if it was a blood limit. Well, I heard that it was made by the Thulhuism Society. He wants to wander around, and maybe he can find something. The entire Akatsuki was in a special atmosphere. The ambitious guys were trying to improve their strength and get more benefits from Akatsuki. It was impossible to say how loyal they were to Akatsuki.